at the Center for Political Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University. He teaches a course on Indian intellectual traditions. Holding a PhD from Delhi University, has taught for nearly 2 decades and received a fellowship for innovative research. He founded the Creative Theory Group and the Foundation for Creative Social Research to shift the focus from the West to the East and address societal issues through Indian philosophical traditions. His notable works include Wounded History and Gyan-Ki Rajniti, advocating for a new paradigm in social sciences rooted in Indian philosophy. We also have our speakers for today, Professor Savita Singh. She is a distinguished feminist poet, social theorist, and professor at the School of Gender and Development Studies, IGNOU, New Delhi, where she has served since January of 2009. Widely acclaimed for her literary and scholarly contributions, she writes poignant bilingual poetry in Hindi and English, earning prestigious honors such as the Hindi Academy Award, Mahadevi Verma Award, Raza Foundation Award, Kedar Samman, and Eunice D'Souza Award. Her works span both creative and academic domains, exploring feminist political theory at the intersections of gender, development, and creative thought. The next speaker that we have for today is Professor Anuradha Veeravalli, who is an independent researcher specializing in philosophy of language and epistemology. Previously, an assistant professor at Hindu College and Delhi University, she is completing a forthcoming book, Beyond Bible, Grammar of Pluralism versus Universal Grammar. Her notable publications include Gandhi in Political Theory and numerous essays on science, religion, and politics. Krishna Menon is our discussant, our very first discussant for today. She's a professor of gender studies at Ambedkar University, Delhi. She earlier taught political science for over 2 decades at Lady Shri Ram College, where she also directed the Center for Peace. As a widely published scholar, she has presented at numerous national and international forums, and her co-edited works include Doing Feminisms in Academia, based on a UGC-UK collaboration with the University of Edinburgh, and The Gendered Body in South Asia. Her most recent book, Social Movements in Contemporary India, is co-authored with Ranjan Subbarwal. Our discussant, the second discussant for today is Dr. Chetna Trivedi, who is currently an assistant professor of political science at Amity University, Noida, PhD from the Center for Political Studies, JNU. Her areas of interest include global history of governance, intellectual history, political theory, politics of higher education, and neoliberalism. She has contributed chapters to edited volumes in various Scopus Index journals and served as a consultant at the National Institute of Educational Planning Administration, Delhi. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the session to Professor Manindra Thakur to begin with the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Chetna. Sorry, we have been debating about what in the last 3 months, I guess, and I wanted to avoid chairing this session. Wanted Professor Arvind Sharma, who is a well-known philosopher, to chair this, just to mediate between two differing opinions in our group. So, Professor Savita Singh and Professor Anuradha Veeravalli, very interestingly, has presented in the last 3 months a kind of creative tension in our group about what is critical theory. So you may find it very interesting, and I'm sure we believe in dialectical evolution of ideas, so collectively probably we do that. I just want to recap yesterday's discussion that we did, and it was so fascinating, and I think there are good parts and good parts in the previous discussion. Obviously, as Professor Yadav said by that we must have longer discussion with Professor Mahadev, who he treated as his good part, and he thought his idea was that much. So the good part of critical theory probably has deep connection with the Western model of critical theory, and we have been trying to discover if there could be similar critical theory magnificence. So that is one thing. And other is no, let's have our own reality and theorize that. I remember long back we had say colloquium on what is creative theory. Something very interesting about that. So we thought there are three kinds of theory. One is theory to theory, and Gopal Guru called it Hawa Hawai. That you move from one theory to other theory. So you reconstruct a new theory out of many theories. The second one is, we thought, was theory in search of reality. That you have a theory, and now you want to explain your reality with the help of that theory. And Gopal Guru thought that probably you need to adjust the reality in order to fit into the theory. That was the second kind of theory. And third one is theory, practice, and theory. Of course, we have a whole lot of theories created by human beings in different parts of the world. And then we are encountering new kinds of reality. We engage with that, try to explain that. And then we go back to reconstructing a new theory. Not out of nothing, but out of something which is available. So I think the debate that took place yesterday probably need to now move to the second phase. There is no more issue that whether we should engage with the West or not. It goes without saying that the entire world, humanity, wherever they are, since human beings are theory-building beings, they must have built their theory with the capacity of creativity they have. And now we are in India facing new challenges, new models. So do we need to have the framework from the West and then see what we can take from India to rebuild that? Or do we need to have a framework from India and then take things from other places to rebuild our own theory? That I think is a question that we are struggling with. I call it Bunana and Binana. So बुनावट किसकी है? बुनावट वेस्ट की है, हम उसको कुछ टाके लगा रहे हैं भारत से लेके, या बुनावट हमारी है, हम बाहर से लेके कुछ टाके लगा रहे हैं. This is the हम बुन रहे हैं या बिन रहे हैं? That I think is the real challenge that we have. Can we build a theory and shift the paradigm completely? And that's why this question has become important today, not because of identity assertions of Indian people. I think there's one approach to Indian tradition that we have to assert our identity, and that's the worst kind of engagement with knowledge. But we are also not interested in indigeneity. What if we have got some indigenous concepts and categories? How is it important? We are interested in what I call democratic dialogue or democratic negotiation between traditions for the purpose of liberty, for the purpose of liberating the society. So probably there's a global critical crisis, and a lot of people globally are saying that it's end of time, new theory has to emerge. In that emergence of new theory, in creation of new universal, an emergent universal, what kind of contribution we can make from India? That is the point I think we have been doing. So I'm sure that the session is going to be very exciting, and since we don't have the crowd like yesterday, so it will be much more intense probably. So let me invite Professor Anurag Viravali to begin with. And we're around 20 minutes.
I'll behave myself as well.
Yes. So after this, you can remind.
Thank you so much. It's always an honor and privilege. It's been an honor and privilege to be associated with the Creative Theory Colloquium. And today, I think that I will take this up. This is a topic close to my heart. So I'm being doubly honored that I have this opportunity to speak. So I'll start without much ado because being here today. It's otherwise like a sort of pravachan, and they don't wait to hear the response to them. That's not the same as being in the Melam people, anyway, but that's how things are. Now, taking my cue from A.K. Ramanujan's 1989 essay, Is There an Indian Way of Thinking? With progressive emphasis to the question. So it was, is there an Indian way of thinking? I start with the question, is there an Indian political theory? When I first joined at university, I heard of this essay from by A.K. Ramanujan. It had really raised my hackles because I felt, how arrogant is this about several thousand-year-old intellectual tradition that you even ask whether there is an Indian way of thinking. But I find that so many years later, we are still struggling with the same question. So I have decided to adopt this thing now. Is there, the first emphasis, questions the existence, presence, and recognizability of Indian political theory. So it might be around us, but we don't have the capacity to recognize it. And therefore, then we follow on backwards to question its presence and its very existence. To that, very briefly, I want to say that for minds that want to remain colonized, one can offer no solace. So, if you want to keep your eyes closed and don't see what is around you and available, then one cannot really help. And next is there and raises the question whether there is one identifiable monolithic Indian political tradition, given the plurality of schools of thought, traditions, vernacular and classical, lived experience, and so on. So India asks whether yet there is something beyond this plurality, there is something that unites them, these traditions, other than their geographical origin, data, and experience. So is calling something Indian political theory actually just locating the theory in India, rather than in its point of view, in its language, rather than its message. So is there something which distinguishes this point of view from the dominant modern Western traditions of left and liberal leaning that have today become a part of the Indian experience? So we can we claim that left, right, center, all of them are now Indian because we add our experience to these points of view? Or is there a distinct Indian point of view which is in some ways culturally embedded and yet is something which is growing, perhaps in the underbelly of Indian culture, not dominant, but still there. Political theory. Ask whether we have or can have a political theory at all. This question belongs to the Western anthropological tradition that has traditionally liked to classify other civilizations as savage, lower down in the ladder of evolution, qualifying as objects of study, not subjects, which are characterized in another avatar as relics of the past, that they have no relevance today. We have perhaps a rich past, but they have no relevance today, with no currency whatsoever, except as objects of pride-fulfilling right-wing agendas. Only recently have we learned that Indians too could be argumentative. Note Miradanda's recent lament in this context that the left or a few left-leaning intellectuals have fallen prey to this project unwittingly or wittingly. Now I am going to work my way backwards from Gandhi because I feel to delineating what I think are the salient features that distinguish the Indian point of view, whose genealogy, I must reiterate, is not confined to the Indian tradition, history, or experience alone, but transcending. This becomes clear in Gandhi as he marks a historical milestone, a frontier whose experiments with truth can neither be classified as tradition nor modernity, Western nor Eastern, and neither theory nor practice. And that is the point of the term experiment, that experiment brings together theory and practice in a particular relationship. The practice is something which tests theory and validates it. So I think it's very important to notice that he calls his life's work as being experiments with truth. Now, with truth also has, it's not, it's a truth that is already there, and which is with a capital T, which is in a sense absolute and not available to Aam Janata, but it needs to be tested by each person for himself, with his conscience and with his problems at hand in the field. And that is where experiments with truth, bringing theory and practice together, establish the particular truth of theory in or of that particular instance in time and space or context, celebrating the universal in the particular, which is again a very Indian understanding of the thing, that it celebrates, it expects the universal to emerge from the particular, as it were, as part of this experiment, rather than imposing the universal on the particular. So when the West sends its norms to us, and we impose it through our laws and our constitution, it is an imposition. It is something that runs external to this. But when we have experiments with truth, it is from the particular that universal, the unity with the universal arises. So there might be completely different experiments, but and completely different cultural contexts. But there is a unifying understanding of what the human condition is all about. Now, in transcending borders, now
you can take these chairs away and sit. That's the
Now, personally, I feel that these questions of decolonization, after we have had the Gandhian experiments with truth, for whatever they are worth in different, right from the political struggle to the establishment of the constructive program and experiments in different things, I feel the question of colonialism and post-colonialism are or should be redundant. At least we should take Gandhi's experiments seriously. That's my personal opinion. I will not argue for it today, but that's where I'm coming from. In Transcending Borders, Gandhi counters the hegemonic universalism presupposed by modern Western political theory and by classical Indian Orthodox traditions. So it's countering both modern Western political theory and traditional Indian Orthodox positions. So questions of authenticity are out of reach for Gandhi. That question is just not relevant. The experiment with truth is. So he forges an Indian point of view, establishing the vernacular or people's modernity, which he found resonances of in the other Europe. So Gandhi himself in his experiment. So all these questions that were asked yesterday, in some senses, the answers were found by Gandhi and practiced by him. So if we have not taken Gandhi seriously, we really have no right to be asking these questions that we were, as though Gandhi didn't exist at all. found resonances of in the other Europe, Ruskin, Thoreau, Tolstoy, to just name a few. Right? We leave the rest to people. They know this. Ashish Nandi, and in a more substantial way, J.P.S. Oberoi has worked on this other Europe, on how the structures and modes of classification in knowledge differ fundamentally from that emerging from the European Enlightenment, notably on the difference between Goethe and Newton's theory of light. One experiment or one example out of the three that Professor Oberoi has worked on throughout his life. This is not a simple matter of organizing them within an evolutionary scale of one being ahead or more rational than the other. Far be it from feeding into right-wing agendas. Epistemological frames are at stake that will lay the metaphysical and civilizational grounds for peace or alternatively for war. So what is at stake is whether we accept presuppositions of peace or presuppositions of war. Not that if we accept presuppositions of peace, it will just be midway of peace. It won't be that. But at least the grounds for the argument for peace will be stronger, and the methods that will be used will be something with that insight. How it's different in the modern Western tradition, I think will become clear as I go ahead. What is undeniably central? So now to the main topic of trying to look at whether the Indian tradition has something different to offer. What is undeniably central to India's political roots is the question at the heart of the Mahabharata. Why must one go to war at all? Is kingdom a bit of land or territory and power worth all the bloodshed and violence? The answer is no simple call to renunciation. It is not otherwise सब छोड़ के दुनिया को छोड़ के संसार को छोड़ के और कहीं हिमालय निकल जाओ, ऐसा नहीं. The answer is no simple call to renunciation, but a comprehensive and intensive discussion of statecraft and its role in establishing dharma. So the goal is to establish dharma, not to win or lose the war, but to establish dharma. That which will support body politic, and cosmos or the universe, not merely power and wealth of the ruler or the state. The thesis is not that one must not go to war, not renunciation, but that one must reflect hard on the conditions that must necessitate war, what can be avoided and what augments war, to consider its limits. Underlying this question is the belief or presupposition that war is not an original condition of human nature. So here comes the political theory. What is the ground for this? What is our theory of human nature? That war is not an original condition of human nature or even of nature itself. And this runs counter to the Darwinian thesis on which dominant Western political theory is based. Gandhi's insistence on non-violence as a law of human existence, not just non-violence. So he's not just being ethical and a good Samaritan, but he's talking as a scientist, maybe a political scientist, that of the law of human existence being non-violence. This belongs in this tradition. But as we all know, it goes far beyond in his experiments with non-violent struggle. Gandhi's ideal state, Ram Rajya, stands for his theory that the true test of the strength of the king and the support he gets from civil society to his office lies in his winning acceptance of exile from the seat of power. So the first test of a good king is whether he can have power over his people in exile. Okay? That is what Rama is asked to do just before he takes over as king. This was the underlying principle, perhaps, in his advice that Congress should disband itself post-independence. Yudhishthira's urge to take Vanaprastha after the war against the Kauravas, after the war has been won, and reluctance to take charge of the kingdom is met with criticism by one and all. Oh my God. It is his duty resume office and establish the welfare of his people. The principle of rule and self-governance of a human being and civil society, and therefore of the state, is neither covetousness nor power, nor is it a renunciation of wealth and power. It is sacrifice. And I quote, my Yudhishthira puts his proposal that he wants to renounce the kingdom. Devasthan, his guru or the great sage, says the supreme order ordainer created wealth for sacrifice, and he created man also for taking care of that wealth and for performing sacrifice. For this reason, the whole of one's wealth should be applied to sacrifice. Pleasure should follow from it as a natural consequence. Now, I will go to what I think is the basis of Gandhi, the Mahabharata, and so on and so forth. In the Arthashastra, there is invocation of the notion of the cultivation of the senses. And this cultivation of the senses has surprisingly a resonance in Marx, and of course in Gandhi, who brings forward the 5 vows of non-violence, truth, asteya, aparigraha, and so on and so forth. And I feel that this cultivation of senses is what distinguishes the Indian tradition and its genealogy from whether it's Western or Indian, from the modern Western regime of political theory, which is dominant in our political life and university. So to quote from Marx, by the way, the Arthashastra has the 2 initial chapters on the cultivation of the senses as training for the king. And without that training, it would be impossible for him to remain as king without following this thing. Now, look at Marx in the 1844 manuscripts. The forming of the senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present. And further, he goes on to say, and he is quite clear, that the senses of the social man differ from those of the non-social man. So the senses of man's true nature and of alienated man are fundamentally different. And we must recognize that. Of course, the thesis is that modern Western political theory serves alienated man. And I would agree with Marx. And I perhaps Gandhi would say that differently, but he's also saying the same thing. Now, to go to the Western tradition, can I have 5 minutes more? Yeah, because impossible to say what I have to say. So, I use Kant to explain what are the foundations of modern Western political theory. Kant's essay on perpetual peace, written in 1796, considered a classic in peace and reconciliation studies, sets the record straight in this matter. That is, following Hobbes's theory of human nature in the supplement to the main body of his text, which is essentially a policy document otherwise, he cannot resist revealing the epistemological plot underlying the modern nation state and its aspirations for peace. Peace, he argues, is not a consequence of any moral condition of man. It is an end, an idea prompted or prescribed to us by reason. So the autonomy of reason is being established, quite contrary to the self-seeking natural propensities of man. So the natural propensities of man are self-seeking and therefore directed towards war and violence. He argues further that reason must use the natural propensities of man towards war to work in its favor. So he must reason should use this to impress upon man that it is his duty to follow peace. So reason has to be imposed on the national sort of natural propensities of man. Thus, the appeal for peace is and can be advocated in practice only as a matter of experience. Now, just as I felt that the cultivation of the senses is the foundation of Indian political thought, here in Kant you find that it's okay. So how are these natural propensities of war embedded in the constitution? Because Kant's thing is that reason has to be used, or these natural propensities have to be brought under reason to be made use of to establish peace. My thesis is that these natural propensities for war that come to be enshrined as the fundamental inalienable natural rights of self-preservation, property, and freedom, on which modern political theory and institutions of the modern nation state come into force to establish peace in society. Hobbes himself says that what goes in exchange for these natural rights being established by the state, by the Leviathan, is the capacity for self-governance. So people give up their capacity for self-governance to the Leviathan in exchange for the establishment of these rights. Self-governance, if you realize, means Swaraj. The translation is Swaraj. So, so this is the foundation that establishes the modern nation state. Now, Marx and Gandhi say that this is actually the establishment of these three rights. If you notice that the right to self-preservation is the right to possess your body and to own it. The right to property is to possess land, nature, and to own it. The right to freedom is actually the right to possess reason and enterprise, and to own it. And to own it, as Marx points out, is to commodify it, to be able to buy and sell this for a price. And it is a perversion of the human senses. So this is what establishes, as opposed to the cultivation of senses, establishes the foundations of the modern nation state, as opposed to the dualism of reason and propensities for war within human beings as the natural condition of human nature. I stop here.
Thank you, Azhar. I'm so sorry.
Good morning, everyone. So, this paper is on interpretive language of Indian political theory. So, before I will also read some portions of what I've written, it's a longer thing, but because we don't have much time, I'm just going to certain things I'm going to make clear so that you please support when I'm making other arguments. Okay? For example, doing political theory in India is an act of realizing our potentials as an intellectual tradition in modern times. So inevitably, when we are doing political theory, we have a temporal understanding of what it means. Yesterday, somebody said that Deepa Palit is not being discussed and all those kinds of things. If I would like to make, because the paper he wrote, which shook everybody in a way, of view of Indian political theory, there are some misconceptions there also, but there is a provocation, which is genuine, and we have accepted that provocation. So you can even see that our attempt to discuss what is Indian political theory is also that. It's one of the response to something that we wrote. First of all, there is Indian political theory faces no condition of famine or impoverishment. It has been delightfully fluid, it has been delightfully discursive, and to do political theory today is to have an immense responsibility of looking at our plural traditions and plural texts. What it actually, what provocation does is to ask us to look more intently and critically within ourselves. The second thing that I want to say, which I want you all to presuppose, is that political theory cannot be replicated if we are calling it Indian political theory. It's a kind of another misconception, because I've written text in which I found that I am obsessively, I am ontologically in a plural situation. And this plurality is not only mine, it is something that is called the communal situation in which we are always placed when we are thinking, when we are addressing, when we are, the Yogan was asking me, you have to ask the right question whenever we are asking questions related to philosophy, literature, all that. We always have possibilities in many ways. Western modernity challenges us in a way that it has posed one singular universal framework. And that too also was disrupted within West itself. So I take that moment of disruption within the Western history of Western modernity as very significant for our practice of third thing I want to make it very clear to you that there's not one way to understand anything truthfully. If truth is our pursuit, then there cannot be just one way. And Western political theory, Charles Taylor calls it malaise of modernity, has been dogged by this malaise from the very beginning, because the philosophy and method that we developed to understand their own new society were based on two presuppositions, or two findings. One, what he calls anonymity, with a moment of disengaged rationality, which produced a notion of self that was rational precisely because it was it had dissociated itself from any order of thinking. The emergence of Western self is by disrupting or by challenging the order of which it was. But that disengaged the rational modern individual also took two turns. Right? And the second one that I think that in the relevant discussion of political theory in India can be approached, which I will approach. One is that you have separated yourself from outer world, the order of things, become meaningful. You have to self-movement, quite a bit. You, that allowed individual to accept its fate as atomistic. And the atomism, the atomistic understanding of this modern self, has given rise to a number of important things that we have done, particularly in science, natural science. The division between natural and social science is a product of that kind of lowly business of understanding the world in which we exist. The second one, to which I have my positions, is that you are not really lonely, you're not really atomistic, you are always in a situation of interpreting your tradition. And so the second definition of modern individual is that invariably we have descriptions of ourselves as individuals. We have self-understandings of ourselves, which Heidegger and Gandhi, the hermeneutical thinkers, call pretext. That is to say, you may have disrupted the order of things, but you actually not disrupted language, history, memory, complicated creative things that you have done in small things. So, as individuals, we have the option of interpreting our situation. And this is also a modern act, because it gives rise to freedom of a very different kind. So knowing and understanding of two kinds of activities, we find its expression in German philosophy as Naturwissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften. Geisteswissenschaften has tradition, modern tradition of interpretation, starting from Goldman to Dilthey to Schleiermacher to Heidegger to Gandhi, this whole tradition has stayed. And this tradition continuously argues that there are two realms. One is of understanding the objectivity of the world given outside, and the other one is to understand our society, made of individuals who are self-interpreting, who realize their freedom not in terms of accumulation of facts, but in terms of understanding the meaning of being. So the important moment that arrives there is that being is trying to know. And the whole debate broke out for overcoming epistemology. So please do not take rest as the ultimate other. That other is highly interesting, highly creative, and critical. So when we come to our own tradition, we find that we have been through and through interpretive. And that is why I say that most of the discourses that we carried out in the first half of the mid-19th century onwards basically has been Mimamsa. Mimamsa is a tradition of interpretation within our tradition. And it is such a wonderful way of being in the world that today in the hermeneutical tradition of the West, we are calling, interpretation, like hermeneutics, we already have it, and in a much more richer manner. So, Vedas, for example, Vedas are considered as texts which are not released, because they are eternal. There are principles that are it's not interfered by human frailty. It's like almost God's voice or something like that. Even today, the neo-conservative elements in our political theory, they think that Vedas had that kind of status. But Vedas always needed interpretation to be understood. And the full Mimamsa is basically interpreting the rituals correctly for people to seek salvation or to do things rightly, in a right manner. Alright? But after Shankara comes, then this deconstructs the Guru Master by saying that rituals and customs and all those things that have nothing to do with the ultimate truth. Brahman is beyond all of this. So, self-eki Brahman, Guru Master, there is no second. And if there is anything second, say for example, this world, it is pure illusion, it's mind. And so the problem arose of how to take it, how to accept it. Manit keeps asking, so how to accept someone's experience of something sacred? I told him, interpretation is the only way out. Nobody can teach you what that person experience. That you have to do it yourself. It's a whole chapter of what experience means within the different tradition. So in the Uttara which I consider that part as highly, highly interesting, where I have lost my own discourse over there. So given the complex situation of race and our reality, at least 3 languages are required to understand any piece of reality that we confront. One I call, it comes a little bit from the Guru Master period. I call preservative, neo-preservative language, a modern terminology. And then replicative understanding, because a lot of people think that we're only replicating this. I can say that Father Chatterjee puts Nehru in this language of replication. I simply challenge that. I mean, sort of responding to Western modernity in terms of having a vision of modern India does not mean a replicator. It only means that you are trying to find another language, another way of coping with this new reality. The third language I call interpretive. And today, it is this language within which how to do Indian political theory or how we have done. There is no way of saying how to do it. There is only how we have what we as a piece of epistemological exercise that we make is basically always situated locally in our mythology. Yeah. So the hermeneutical it requires so much more work on ourselves, on our text, on our situation. It requires so much analysis, so much reading, so many times we have to cross boundaries that it is not easy to do in a way. It is simply recognizing that we are in the midst of great complexities. That is why this is just a method of, sort of demonstrating this complexity that I said that, any reality must have at least 3 languages. These 3 languages, because the reality has all these aspects. Okay? So the problem, the people who have thought hermeneutically in a kind of an obvious manner are different from the people who have thought that they are replicated. Even the replicators are basically interpreted. That's my claim. So Nehru was pointed out as someone who was replicating. You read Nehru, you find that Nehru, why did he have to write History of India? Why did he write Discovery of India? What all he has written in that? Who are the positivists? Who are the people who said that only empirical method is important for social theory in India? I can't name even one. So this kind of it's a dream. It's a kind of a false dream that a lot of people say that we can have an autonomous Indian way of thinking, of doing, of wearing clothes, of eating food. No. That's a disaster. Because it has no way out. I just want to read something from Jail Mehta, whom I have considered very important in terms of interpretation of modern political theory. He said that there is one situation where there is this one in a linear way of doing Arthashastras and so on and so forth. But quickly after that he says, but we live in a world where number of other creatures live, number of other philosophies are developed. West in a predominant manner in modern times, self has been defined by the Western philosophy and Western theory. We continuously live in two worlds, and we have to make sense of these two worlds. There's no way you can deny that. And there's no way you can humanize it, because what modern West has done in the name of modernity is a very important moment in human history. Right? We may not have Hobbes in India, we may not have Locke here, but we have Rajaram, we have Aurobindo, we have Vivekananda, we have interpretations and interpretations and interpretations. I just want to, because I have very little time, I want to tell you what will happen. Three arguments I just quickly here. One is that all these Uttar Mimamsic thinkers were basically trying to interpret Vedanta after Shankara. They all were sort of surgically, they say, no, this word can't be just an illusion. It's not such a magic place. It's a very interesting word, because in which we do things that we consider human, right? Even illusions are quite human, basically, even if it's true. We said that. And Maya, and for my feminist writing also, I have questions. This is a very big careful with saying that Maya divides the world between Brahman and illusion. Maya is nothing of that kind of thing. Maya herself is power of Brahman, according to Vivekananda. And he says that Brahman unconceived know who the Brahman is and how this concept has risen, why it excites Indian mind so much. This is one argument. Second is that if Maya is part of Brahmanic logic, I think of Heidegger sometimes. I think the world is a project of being. That is what it is. If it is so, then this world needs to be validated. That's where Epistemology comes. This world needs to be not rejected as devoid of any meaning. It is highly meaningful. So, Ram Mohan Roy, why do you think he even thought about study system as even though it was Sanskrit? Why do you think that he thought that India should have not an education system? Because it was based on this understanding that this world needs to be improved. Human beings need to get out of darkness or various kinds of ritualistic practices which are not allowing them to realize their own humanity. Right? The second thing that is done is, in particular, Aurobindo means integral yoga. He's saying this world and that world, they are integral, they're integrated. And we learn to think how this world and the other world is to be understood. So he says, what is Brahman, what is transcendent, what is universal, is immanently used every concrete in its mind. So there's never a bereft-ness, there's never a separation between human beings and his or her transcendent reality. So if you read Roy Bhaskar, you very complicated, variegated structure of reality, in which if you want to take it, you can say that the world, the mind constituted by Maya, is the surface, and the Brahma is its depth. That's a hermetic stance. Every time what reality has been given to you, you have to find its meaning, which can be supported by epistemologically and ontologically by the depth. And there is no end to how many meanings can be derived about our humanity from this structure. That is why the plurality, pluralism of various kinds is very important for any discourse on Indian you'll find the all four shastras are also reinterpreted in Indian political theory. Correct? Because the Brahman becomes immanent, it is present only by absence. This is the master. The four shastras with which we live in this world, the most important one according to worldly illusory reality is that a householder is as important as a sannyasi. A nishkan karma is far better than renouncing the body. The artha and kama are not to be dichotomized from moksha. So the hypergroup, the whole notion of hypergroup has been reinterpreted, and that produced our modernity. And this, I say, you will find in Gandhi, in Radhakrishnan, name anybody who you can study to create the basis of Indian political. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, yeah, two very interesting papers, and you can see the creative tension in the paper. And now I request Professor Krishna Menon.
Thank you, Malin, for inviting me to join you this morning. I have the pleasure of discussing two very interesting presentations. Savita's name, whose main argument is that India responded not by mere opposition or imitation, but through an interpretative engagement guided by the Mimamsa traditions. And she argues that political theory in India is best understood not as a replication of Western political or natural science, but as an interpretative project. True, Mimamsa is a great, valuable resource that we have. It is an interpretative resource, and it is well known for its ability and tradition of interpreting Vedas, especially the ritualistic aspects of it. But the thought that crosses my mind is that while that might be the case, we need to place that epistemological tradition of Vedas in a certain context. That knowledge context cannot be erased while we draw from that knowledge context. What was the context of the Vedic epistemology? What was the context of Vedic traditions? I think we need to bear that in mind while wanting to claim it for ourselves in our attempts to understand Indian society. I'm sure everyone here understands what I'm trying to get at. There's no need for me to actually elaborate upon that. I'm glad that Savita's presentation was a robust defense of the pluriverse of political theory in the West, because there is often a tendency to pick them as binary opposites, and thank you for doing that. Anuradha Veeravalli, thank you for your presentation. And you drew the most interesting argument I found in her presentation was about Gandhi's experiments within code as an epistemic cornerstone. However, in a gathering such as this, I'm sure I don't have to highlight the critical questions that one could have asked of Gandhi, like Periyar asked, like Ambedkar and others have asked, of Gandhi's commitment to the principle of non-violence and Ram Rajya in the context of a society that is characterized by social hierarchies such as caste. So, whom did it apply? How did it apply? These are some of the questions. I'm also, Anuradha, unable to be persuaded that peace and not war is the presupposition of political theory in India. War is not always, in my understanding, between nation states. It could be within the nation state. There are many communities and groups of people living in India under war-like situations, Kashmir, Manipur, Muslim minorities in many parts of India. So I'm not, I need to read you more and speak with you more and understand this better. Both these presentations, of course, are framed within the larger questions being asked in this colloquium, the title of which immediately reminded me of none other than the god of decoloniality in a manner of speaking, and some of the questions he asked in a very important conference back in the 1970s similar questions to this colloquium. What is political theory of India? Is it solely about the Indian experience? Is it theorizing done by Indians? What if a non-Indian theorizes about India? What if an Indian political theorist theorizes American politics? Or is it only political theory in Indian languages, etc., etc., etc.? So there are many what ifs that we could actually think about. I noted carefully the purpose of this colloquium. It is intended to decolonize political theory, an enterprise that in today's context has to be undertaken with great caution, dodging ammunition of many kinds actually. The attempts to decolonize broadly come from, on the one hand, those who sought to recast political theory in India, and they tried to do this by adopting a feminist, Dalit, post-colonial, and so on frameworks. Another group is trying to do the same thing by going back in time to a certain imagined cutoff to resurrect Indian political theory, Sai Deepak and others. Yeah? And on the other hand, there are those who suggest that attempts to decolonize political theory amongst other intellectual domains in India have resulted in what Meera calls the Weimar moment, preparing the ground for a Nazi, or in India's case, a Hindu supremacist takeover. I'm glad to note that the concept note is treading cautiously and not suggesting that there could be one homogeneous Indian alternative, while also not diminishing the need to find our voices to articulate and systematize our political knowledge emerging from our political struggles and experiences. In this context, both the presentations today have made a sincere attempt to be creative. The concept note states that the attempt here is to establish that theorizing is not a Western activity alone, and Savita has tried to establish that very ably. However, the most specific form of political theory as it emerged in the West is in question here, and the colloquium proposes rightly that it is India's political life that has been the font of theorization in India. That's reassuring. Much of the theory in society like ours has often been inextricably linked with activism and social movement, and not always something that emerged out of university departments and research organizations. As a teacher of gender studies, I can immediately think of creative leaps in theorization within feminist theory in India that have been the result of new ways of thinking, which in turn are based on new ways of doing. The women's movement, the struggles of queer and disabled people, environmental movements, these are all illustrations of creative leaps in political theory in India. The colloquium mentions some significant concepts: Swaraj, Seva, Swadharma, Vikar, Samajik Nyay, Atmabodh. These are very path-breaking, significant concepts. But equally path-breaking have been the concepts I would like to propose: Brahminical patriarchy, Dalit feminist standpoint, Queeristan, Ardhanarishwara, Dalit queerness, Muslim gay masculinity, so on and so forth. Some of the most riveting theoretical debates within contemporary feminist writing in India, for instance, have emerged from theoretical and conceptual differences. I draw your attention to the very interesting debate between our friend Nivedita Menon and Professor Mary John around the concept of intersectionality. I'm not going to talk about it, but I'm sure you're all aware of it. Yogendra Yadav, in his well-known two-part Indian Express article published in August 2024, cites Professor Shuchi Kapila's observation that we need to look at unlikely places to discern the efflorescence of political theory. I find this a very interesting suggestion and would like to share some unlikely places from where new and exciting Indian political theory is emerging. I would like to share two such examples. Professor Vajpayee is here, and she would, I'm sure, agree with me when I say that doing, thinking, singing, and theorizing of the singer-writer T.N. Krishna is a very important contribution, in my opinion, to political theory in India. His intense interrogation of caste and gendered foundations of classical music and dance in southern India specifically has resulted in a new way of thinking about caste and gender power and Indian society. And I think this is a place where we as political theorists should be looking at for new ways of doing creative political theory. But towards the end, what is it that we can do? What is it that I can do as a teacher? Interestingly, much of the impetus within the universities in India for the project of decolonization has come from the National Education Policy 2020, which recommends the incorporation of a beast called the Indian knowledge system. Yeah? The heritage of, so and I quote the document, the heritage of ancient and eternal IKS, which is Indian knowledge system, and thought has been a guiding light for this policy. And it says, the Indian education system produced great scholars such as Charaka, Sushruta, Aryabhata, Varahamira, Bhaskaracharya, Brahmagupta, Chanakya, Chakrapani, Madhava, Panini, Patanjali, Nagarjuna, Gautama, Pingala, Shankaradeva, Maitrey, Gargi, and Tiruvalluvar. I read out all the names only to draw your attention to the fact that almost everybody is a man in this list. Almost everybody wrote in Sanskrit. Women, people from the northeast, and people who do not write in Sanskrit, did not write in Sanskrit, are mostly left out. So there is Tiruvalluvar as an afterthought, and there is Maitreya and Gandhi. I think decolonial approaches to political theory needs to critically reflect with this concept note on Indian knowledge systems. Here is an opportunity for us as teachers and curriculum makers and research supervisors to intervene. The Colloquium's concept note, I was very happy, it says that this is a collective effort, this attempt to decolonize political theory. It is in this vein that my colleague and I tried framing a course which had the blessings of one of our dear friends sitting here, Professor Madhurika Banerjee. The course was titled, or is titled, Being in the World, Knowing in the World, Knowing the World, Bhakti as Jnana, 6th to 12th century. A course that tries to look at ways other than enlightenment-based rationality of engaging with the world. That's the concept of Bhakti, which is based on emotions, immersions, and experience. All good old feminist ideas. So what we devised in the course, I believe, is a course that shows 4 poets, all women, Avayar, Andal, Kalamiyar, and Akka Mahadevi, as having lived a life and then theorized about that life, about family, marriage, mobility, sexuality, and many other staple feminist concepts through elegant poetry. Savita, I'm sure you'll enjoy this course. I'll end by saying that we need to remember, in all this excitement, we do need to remember Meerananda's words of caution, where she says in her book Field Guide to Post-Truth India, that there is an attempt to legitimize a certain kind of knowledge and tradition steeped in caste and gender hierarchies by placing them in a continuum with epistemologies born out of critical scrutiny and a liberatory agenda. I heard Maninda talk about this earlier this morning. It would be a travesty of learning and theorizing if we are not cautious and alert. Hence, this enterprise of strengthening and creating Indian political theory, as the concept note suggests, has to necessarily be a collective one, open to critical scrutiny and drawn closely from the struggles and movements for democratic change and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, FCSR, for giving me this opportunity. I'll just say a few words about Savita ma'am and Radha ma'am's presentation. So Savita ma'am talked about how the Western political theory is in some ways a product of radical rationality and radical individualism, whereas Indian political theory has the potential to be based upon a certain kind of interpretive engagements. It's not a straightaway replication, it cannot be, because if we draw some traditions from the Mimamsic understanding or the Mimamsa tradition, we will understand that Indian political theory is constantly evolving with certain kind of meanings and subjectivity. So that's what she calls a hermeneutic circle, that an understanding of being is very important, an understanding of your situation is very important, and therefore Indian political theory needs to be constantly evolving. She also talks about the fact that Indian political theory is not impoverished, there's no poverty of it. Indian political theory takes into account the kind of pluralism that is there in Indian intellectual tradition and society in general. Professor Anuradha talked about situating Indian political theory through the lens of Gandhi's experiment, and argues that Gandhi, while writing his experiments, tried debunking the Western political theory and also the assumption of classical orthodox political theory, and argued for the idea that there is no absolute truth, there are only experiments, and through the practice of those experiments, we can probably reach an understanding of theory as well as an understanding of practice, both. I also like the point where she says that the Indian political theory may be based upon a cultivation of senses and not on certain kinds of absolute reason and truth. However, I have certain questions which are not questions, there are certain complications that I deal with whenever I try to think about Indian political theory. So the concept note is of course very well written, and it says that we are just trying to understand whether we can have whether we can ask certain universal questions from the Indian location, from the Indian context, certain universal questions that are emerging from the Indian context. So that's what we are trying to find out. We are not absolutely trying to find out a pure definition of what Indian political theory is. So when I'm thinking of this question, I am confused in the sense that how do we engage with universal questions from Indian locations? If we do it, is there a possibility that we might become too much locus-centric? And if we become locus-centric, if we become too much embedded in the location, which we also have to if we are trying to find answers to some global problems and global issues which are contextual to India, we have to do that. But while we are doing that, is there a chance that the political theory might become too provincial in nature? And if it becomes provincial in nature, are we not contesting the very nature of theory itself? Because an important characteristic of the theory is that there has to be a certain kind of potential in a theory to be generalized, abstract, and be universal. So if we are asking questions from a local context, then is there a chance that it might become provincial, and then we are challenging one of the important characteristics of the theory itself? The second question that I have in my mind, the confusion that I have in my mind is that in the contemporary social science, the idea of theory building comes from natural laws. And again, when we focus much on location, then ideas get socially contextualized. And when ideas get socially contextualized, we have another problem. The fundamental problem is, let's say we are talking about an Indian political theory. Do we have a consensus on the idea of Indianness so far? I mean, we might have, but I'm just thinking that how do we build a consensus? Because the Indianness is extremely plural in nature. So, what is Indian? If we are predominantly talking about Indianness in the sense of post-independent India, then there's another complexity, and that is the linguistic complexity. Because then India is essentially a union of states. So then the question of language comes in. Why am I saying that the question of language is important to theory? Because theory has a semantic connotation, and language is a vector of theory in a certain sense. The language becomes very important. Now then the question of linguistic complexity is something we will have to deal with. The question is then how to address the question of metaphor, analogy, classification and categorization. Because all of these are, this is the process of theory building, that you will have observation, metaphor, analogy, classification and categorization, and then you build a theory. Now these metaphors, analogies and classification in a Indian context, all of these will be culturally embedded in meanings. So how many meanings can we have? Is it possible to derive a certain kind of universality from such plural meaning? I would like that if we can do it, but I'm asking how much potential do we have? So, and these metaphors, analogies, and these classification and categories important because when we talk about theory, according to Thomas Kuhn, there are two things. There's a context of discovery and there's a context of justification. In the context of discovery, metaphors, analogy, classification are very important. And if these things are too much culturally embedded in the location, they might not have the potential of becoming universal. They may have, but I'm just trying to understand. I don't know if I'm trying to put forth my comments very clearly, but I'm just saying that the context of discovery of a theory is important, and if in the context of discovery, there are metaphors and classification and analogy which are too much locally contextualized. How do we derive a universal meaning from them? So in India, we mostly talk about the second thing that Thomas Kuhn talked about, that the context of judgment, context of justification. The context of justification is something that's much talked about, but the context of discovery is something which is not much talked about while doing Indian political theory. So this is something that I'm constantly struggling with, that how to not make Indian political theory provincial, how to understand a certain kind of universalism when the meanings and metaphors are too much contextually located and culturally embedded. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for we really are running short of time. Thought that if we teach two papers, probably it will be 10, 12 minutes. So may I take some questions, very sharp questions?
Yeah, sir.
And Vivek, you want to say something? Yeah, please.
Thank you for wonderful presentations. My name is Vivek. I have essentially two sets of questions. The first is from Professor Hirori. You said, and I think I find your thesis quite Gandhian in the sense that you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, that the principle of sort of Indian civilization, Indian way of thinking is the idea of the cultivation of the senses. And I am intrigued by the term cultivation. You do not use restraint because those two are, and I think especially in the context of Gandhi, one might say, and it's the criticism that people like Decolonizing had of Gandhi, that he misunderstood the idea of restraint, and that you can't really extinguish passions, but you can cultivate them in some sense. But I want to push back a little bit on this idea that the propensity to go to war is something which is like a deep presupposition of Western political thought. It's true, you find this idea in Thucydides, you also find this idea in Hobbes. But for Hobbes, there's also Rousseau. There's also an Aristotle who would object to that idea and say that, but that's not human nature, that human nature is essentially perfected when you live in the polis, and so on and so forth. I also had a more sort of general question for all the panelists, which is that, I wonder how we are using the term theory. Is all reflection on politics political theory? Or is political theory the name of a particular kind of reflection? And if so, what does that reflection have? What is that reflection? I guess I had something to say about provincialization, but I'll hold my comments because we are short on time. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mallikarjun. My questions are connecting to yesterday's presentation. Yesterday it was said that we need a knowledge of Indian languages which seem to be necessary. So if the panelists could speak on that. The second is, Sargam, you spoke about hermeneutics and how Mimamsa is already sort of a school of hermeneutics that we have. But I believe the question is like that people say that we also have logic, we also have reason. The question seems to be what is really different or similar in that hermeneutic activity. The third was on you brought up custom. So if the panelists could speak on the role of custom, because it is very important category epistemologically in modern Western philosophy, and how custom speaks to, like for example, we had debates on temple entry and so on and so forth. And last, I mean, there seems to be an anxiety about the question of identity. I mean, modern political landscape seems to be so charged with the question of identity, assertion of identity, but at the same time, when it comes to Indian political theory or any provincializing, the anxiety is that we don't have any identity. So here, Professor Ramu Gandhi once said about what it means to be Hindu. So he says that just like all rivers long to meet the ocean, perhaps anyone who has that longing seems. So is there a way to interpret it?
Thank you. Then Rakesh. Welcome back.
Just one line. Am I audible? Yes. Is integral also radical? I mean, the context of monastic tradition or new Vedantic or new Vedantas, because this is what I wanted to say. Because integral tradition comes from Vedic tradition till Deen-Dayal and many others have also formulated Chitta as the important source of defining Purusartha and integrations. And this is also available in Aurobindo and many others. And there was another worldview that this integral word may not require, but radical word is another possibility. So this could be.
Rakesh.
Sure. Yes, sir. Sorry. So thank you for the insightful presentation. I've got two questions, one from Anuradha ma'am and one from Savita ma'am. Ma'am, when you are to Anuradha ma'am, the way you are conceptualizing the very conceptual vocabulary of war, I want to ask you, because war is, as you said, it is not the original condition of human nature, and you are quoting Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita in that sense in the way. If we see from the very onset of Gita in the very first verse, if we see, then there it is seen that it is not. It is seen in context of historical combat, where they say that Dharm Kshetre, Kurukshetre, Samveta Yusava, Mamka Pandava, Chaikin Dora. But when we go to the 13th chapter of Gita and it's a sort of, but I will have to take So one thing that I'm going to in the 13th chapter, they talk about Kshetra and Kshetra. So not being the original condition of human nature, but war is seen as an ontological condition of embodied being, right? And then in the chapter 18, we see in the 66th verse, where the witness consciousness has been introduced by Krishna in terms of Sar Dharman Pratisha, Mavikam Saranam Braja, Am Sansar Kapu. So how do you see war in this?
All right, that's it.
So I want to say
One line.
Okay, one liner. So when you are talking about customs and rituals and Sankaracharya skill repeating, I think that we should read Sankaracharya, what do you think, in terms of the entire cosmology of Prasthantrayi, and not only one terms of that, because he talks about Adhyas and Tigavyas, and liberation not being an ontological event, but liberation as an epistemic correction. So rituals and customs are seen as epistemic instruments of purification for getting the Chaitanya.
Thank you. I don't think we have time for more questions, and we can only request our speakers to answer in very short
I'll just,
time.
yeah, I'll give a, because we don't have time. I'm so glad to hear all these questions because they themselves can serve as answer to a lot of people, right? So this was the presentation that I made today, the interpretive language of hermeneutical theory. Was only, I mean, I could only get time to barely sort of say as to what it means, right? I have not been able to go analytical within it, and the questions that you people are asking require a lot of time. I can only say one thing, that Indian political theory is something challenging, it is doable, it is a meaningful activity, and we have done it not so badly. Right? People have come to political theory to understand themselves. Also, they don't have to go to Vedas and Vedanta to understand themselves. In political theory itself has reflected on our modern conditions as being secular, as aspiring to freedom, as valuing equality. All these things have emerged out of this notion of what it means to be an interpretive self, what it means to have self-description, and how it should not be, somebody asked identity, how it should not be violated while you're doing political theory, while you're constructing an epistemology which has an ontology. That is to say, you cannot disregard yourself or cannot disregard the subject self-description while you're doing political theory. That is a very important factor which we can also discuss modern importance of freedom, equality, of identity, of autonomy. There's one person I did not mention because there was not much time, Humboldt. He's been a very important figure in our political theory. That is to say, there's a notion of authenticity which is related to language, culture, it's linguistic. To follow your own self-description, to follow your own ideal as you conceptualize, is a way to be a subject. Someone who have space to explore the meaning of his or her being within a political or social setup is important for political theory in India.
Thank you. Anurag. I would like to
Thank you for this question on cultivation. I think it's very important because the Indian tradition has been known predominantly in terms of a tradition of renunciation. And so this was a discovery for me also, that the cultivation of the senses was, and then I found that Marx in the 1844 manuscripts also. Of course, this I proceed to discuss in my paper, which I could not present in terms of the sense of having, which he says is a perversion. Marx says that it's a perversion of human nature. And what I try to argue is that this sense of having and possession is something which is embedded in the three fundamental rights of self-preservation, possession of the body, of property, possession of land and labor, and of freedom, possession of reason and enterprise. So the foundations of modern Western theory, and this is what I mean by theory, to go to your next question, that these are so fundamental to argue that in opposition to this, the sense of having, to argue for the sense of the cultivation of senses and of sacrifice as being fundamental to human nature and society. This is the order of theorizing that, and I'm saying that this is predominantly Indian, and you can find threads of it from Gandhi backwards and perhaps elsewhere also in the vernacular traditions. And even Rousseau, when it comes to, insofar as it's grounded in property, self-preservation and this thing, he is someone who might, cannot really avoid these questions. The foundation is such, it is said that the presuppositions are, I will take a minute. Yes. Because no, I think these are important things, and I could not say many things, so I will just, no, I will take some time to, no, I mean a minute at least, please. So I think these foundational presuppositions, like non-violence being a law of human existence. And I go on to argue in my paper that bread labor is also that. These are these are what are common to the human condition, and they cannot be provincialized. They can be provincialized only in the form that they take in local custom, in mythology, and so on and so forth. And this is what I talk about in terms of how the universal things emerge from the particular, how each society deals with trying to bring these universal conditions. So the Darwinian science is on the basis for modern Western political theory. There can be no, and modern social, not just political theory, but I would say science, religion, and politics, all three one could argue. But that is a tall order for me to argue here, so I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry for cutting it short. I'm sure this is an unfinished agenda. And
No, we are all sorry, so please.
We'll keep debating these things, and I don't want to take more time. I reserve my comments. We can have further discussion. No summing up, I think, because we already have run enough sort of time. And therefore, no, I think, two sentences, I guess. One is that I see both the papers complementary in a sense. That one suggesting that yes, there are certain unique features of Indian thinking, and there's no doubt about it. If you look at the history of ideas, we can find out certain common features which could be very distinguished from other cultures, but that doesn't restrain us from engaging with any other culture and with any other resources. I will suggest that probably political theory in India has not done that engagement enough, and which was actually done during the freedom struggle. Something happened after that in Indian universities, where when the political theory is located, probably it was dislocated from our own society. That I always feel, and therefore, and evidences are there, that even the Indian political thought, modern Indian political thought, was introduced in Indian universities very late, only 80s, I guess. We are still, what we are doing with Indian political theories, it is one paper being taught. Nobody is bothered about their theoretical formulations. Like on religion, when we discuss only Gandhi, Marx, and Weber. In all, Durkheim, Marx, and Weber in all disciplines. And no Marx, no Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Tagore. Though they are really profound theoretic tradition. So probably Indian political theory doesn't mean an identity of India or Indian within code, but engagement with the theoretical history that we have achieved. That is what I think is needed, and I'm sure that would mean a hermeneutic dialogue. That would mean that there has to be an epistemological engagement with open spaces in very Anikantwadi sense, that we are open to exploration of the truth. So thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have more time to discuss this. I'm a back chair. I'll take 10 minutes more, I guess.
Thank you very much. We will shortly begin with the second session. We will probably take a minute's break just to.
No break.
Just a minute's break.
लो लगा दो
उधर ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन पूछ रही है ऑनलाइन वाली
बोलता हूँ
हाँ तो एक
नहीं तो ये हाँ नेक्स्ट सेशन से ले सकते हैं लगा दो अरे हट जाना बैठो ना तुम्हें पड़ेगा सीट नहीं छोड़नी है भाई सीट नहीं छोड़नी है
यार पानी
अभी नहीं रखा सेशन चलेगा तो पानी सीट नहीं छोड़नी
अरे ये तो रखा है मैं देख के आ रहा हूँ
देख मैं हूँ आपको सीट मिल सकती है
Now it's all fine.
अब क्या मैम टीचर है मैं तुम्हारी जगह बैठ भाई तुम मत सीट छोड़ देना था वो अच्छे गुडविल की जरूरत नहीं फोन पे चेक करो
We are starting, please settle down. We are already 10 minutes overdue.
लकड़ी पे
Welcome back, everyone. We now begin with the session 2 of the 12th edition of Creative Theory Colloquium, titled Indian Political Theory in a Global Context. I request everyone to maintain decorum, please.
नहीं लगा इस माइक पे आ जाओ इस माइक पे पास
Thank you so much. So we are beginning with this session on Indian political theory in a global context. In this session, we are asked how can Indian political thought engage global traditions without falling into imitation or cultural essentialism? Can concepts rooted in India's ethical, intellectual and spiritual traditions reshape global debates on freedom, justice, power and subjectivity? This session asks if Indian political theory can move beyond reactive critique to become a creative force in the decolonization of thought. We are honored to have Professor Neera Chandok as our chair. Professor Chandok is a distinguished political thinker whose work has profoundly shaped debates on democracy, secularism, pluralism, and rights in India and beyond. She taught political science for many years at the University of Delhi, inspiring generations of students with her clarity of thought and deep commitment to democratic ideals. Her influential writings, including State and Civil Society, Beyond Secularism and Rethinking Pluralism, Secularism and Tolerance, reflects her ability to connect rigorous theory with pressing social and political questions of our time. Professor Chandok has also held visiting fellowships at leading international universities, contributing to global conversations on political theory. As our speakers for this panel, we have Professor Vidhu Verma and Professor Ananya Vajpayee. Professor Vidhu Verma is a distinguished professor at the Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, with over 3 decades of teaching experience. Educated at Delhi University, Oxford and JNU, she specializes in political theory, comparative political thought, feminist political theory, affirmative action, state, religion, democracy, and social justice. Her works include state, law, and Adivasi, shifting terrains of exclusion, secularism, religion, and democracy, the state in India, ideas, norms, and politics, and unequal worlds, discrimination, and social inequality in modern India. Our second speaker, Professor Ananya Vajpayee, is a scholar of intellectual history, political theory, and critical philology. A Rhodes Scholar with a PhD from the University of Chicago, she is currently a visiting professor at Ashoka University and research consultant with the Nilgiri Archaeological Project at the University of Kent. She is the author of the award-winning Righteous Republic, The Political Foundations of Modern India, and co-editor of volumes including Ashish Nandi, A Life in Dissent, and Minorities and Populism. Her forthcoming works include a book on Sanskrit and an anthology of essays on cities. Professor Vajpayee has held fellowships at Cambridge, the Library of Congress, the Carnegie Council and CSDS, and writes widely for national and international media on arts, culture and politics. Our two discussants for this panel include Dr. Amir Ali and Afala Watts. Dr. Amir Ali is an assistant professor at the Center for Political Studies, JNU, with over 13 years of teaching experience. He specializes in political theory, Multiculturalism and Human Rights. His doctoral research was recognized with the Best PhD Award from JNU's Center for Political Studies. He has also served as the Agatha Harrison Memorial Visiting Fellow at St. Anthony's College, Oxford. His influential writings include Evolution of Public Sphere in India and analysis of multiculturalism, public policy, particularly concerning the Sachar Committee report. Dr. Apala Watts is an associate professor at Manav Rachna University, where she also serves as director of the Center for Public Policy, Law and Governance. She earned her PhD and MPhil in Political Science from Jawaharlal Nehru University after completing her MA and BA at NSR, University of Delhi. Her doctoral thesis examined the politics of the death penalty in India, while her MPhil explored multiculturalism and Muslim minority accommodation in post-7/7 Britain. She is the author of Multiculturalism and Terrorism and has published widely on issues such as diaspora, justice, privacy, and surveillance. I'm aware that we're running short on time, so I'm going to quickly hand over the session to our chair. Thank you.
I thank you very much. Pleasure to be back among familiar faces and friends. I don't plan to make any comments on the presentations, but let me make two opening remarks before we start discussing the issue. You know, political theory has to be a historical venture. There is no political theory unless we look at the ideas, history of ideas. Political theory is different. Political theorists are supposed to address the political predicament of the day and tell us how best to resolve it. And for that, we need the help of our ideas and the ancients. The first question. Can Indian political theorists access our resources of ancient India the way that Europeans can access the thought of Greece and Rome? Because we must not forget that in the 18th century, the whole metaphysical tradition of Vedanta was discovered by the German Romantics and subsequently became an object of great fascination for not only German scholars but also the colonial power. I asked a friend of mine who teaches philosophy, what percentage of philosophy courses are in Indian philosophy? And she said 50%, and they're all taught through Wittgenstein. You should see the agonized debate read the agonized debate between philosophers on the rupture that was created when our ancient traditions began to be interpreted and the approaches, the methodologies of studying Indian philosophy began to be approaches. And I will just mention two philosophers every student of political theory should address. Bimal Matilal and J.N. Mohanty. Secondly, you know, J.N. Mohanty has remarked that ancient India, the Vedantic tradition, was very much like the Greeks because it was a tradition of debates. Except that in India, they never discussed the collective self. The Greeks did. In India, the debates were all about emancipation of the self. Now, that tradition of the polis, of the collective, being an object of investigation by political theorists, has to be looked at in a very short history way. Where do we look to? Political Science Department, the first department was created in 1920-21 in Madras, I think. And from then, when we teach political theory as the history of ideas, there has been no attempt to conceptualize these ideas. So you start with Raja Ram Mohan Roy and end with whoever is the latest fashion. Right? So then we go to philosophy, because philosophy is the root of political theory. And philosophy itself doesn't know where it stands, because they're so concerned with the way that the whole philosophical tradition has been cast in the Western mode of understanding. With these two opening remarks, and I'm not going to speak anymore, may I invite Professor Vidhu Verma to make her presentation. Vidhu? More.
She's supposed to.
Sorry.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me, Savita and Manindra. My presentation is titled how does Sanskrit make us modern? And I'm drawing on the book that I'm working on, which is about the modern life of Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is unique among the classical languages of Asia and Europe. Unlike all its sister languages that flourished in the ancient world, it continues to live in modern times. It is not just that it is taught, studied, and preserved in universities and archives. It is not just that it is used as a liturgical and learned language in temples and monasteries. It is not just that it is used for rituals and worship by ordinary Hindus. The Indian government, as well as Hindu organizations of various sorts, have made efforts to popularize it as a spoken language, with television and radio shows, newspapers, films, and classes for students at all levels available fairly easily all over the country. There is an active community of scholars at specialized institutions who continue to produce new works of poetry, drama, philosophy, theology, and criticism in Sanskrit. Although the number of Sanskrit experts may be small, it is difficult to say whether it is significantly smaller in the 21st century than it might have been 1,000 years ago, or in the Mughal Empire, or in British India. For at no point in its long history was Sanskrit a mass phenomenon. A few important features of Sanskrit that distinguished it in the past: that it was a vehicle par excellence of erudition, that it was an idiom accessible only to sociocultural elites, that it had both belletristic and scientific dimensions, that it was central to a variety of religious traditions that we may call Indic, including Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism, that it traveled widely without having a specific geocultural address from which it originated, or an associated ethno-linguistic community of native speakers, and that it enjoyed state patronage, which was fluctuating rather than stable and consistent. All of these features are in some sense true even today. But it is also indisputable that the overall vitality and prestige of Sanskrit have declined steadily since the advent of colonialism on the subcontinent, and that political independence in India in the mid-20th century did not necessarily reverse this trend. In the last quarter of the 18th century, once the British Orientalist and jurist William Jones realized that the classical languages of Europe, Greek and Latin, probably had a common ancestor with the classical languages of India, Sanskrit and Persian, a vast field of Indo-Europeanist comparativism opened up. Throughout the 19th century, the study of India in Europe, known as Indology, flourished, with Sanskrit philology as the key that was used to unlock the vast literature of India's ancient and diverse civilization. Not just the British, but all the major European powers, Germany, France, Austria, Italy, etc., took an interest in the study of the Sanskrit language and its texts as a way to learn about their own supposed Indo-European ancestry, whether linguistic or cultural. But knowledge being power, Indology became an indispensable handmaiden of British imperialism in India. By learning to read Sanskrit and translating it into English, the British gained unparalleled access to the history and culture of the subcontinent that they wished to colonize and subjugate. In a perverse sense then, the British conquest of India from the 18th century, and even before that, from the 16th century with the arrival of the Christian missionaries to Indian shores, inaugurated in the history of Sanskrit a new chapter, that of Orientalism, Indo-European studies, and Indology. And while this encounter of Europe with India did not give rise to new kinds of thought or writing in Sanskrit, which actually remained true to its traditional preoccupations, genres, and methods, conversely, learning to read Sanskrit had a huge effect on the knowledge systems of modern Europe. Put in a somewhat dramatic fashion, while the British colonized India through political, economic, and military means, in what could be thought of as a stroke of epistemic justice, it was really Sanskrit that entered into the hearts and minds of many European thinkers, influential ones, and transformed the ways in which they made sense of the world. So to put it more directly, and this is something that I will argue in the course of my book, Sanskrit has, in the past 100 or 200 years, enjoyed a new lease of life through its profound impact on the West, seen most clearly in the emergence of the modern social sciences. How did Sanskrit travel so far outside its proper purview, which for 2.5 millennia lay within the cultural sphere, vast though it was, of pre-modern India, and that too of its Brahmin literati? How did it move out of its home in the aesthetic imagination, in religious belief, and in philosophical discourses? How did it then appear in the midst of an array of disciplines born during the late 19th and early 20th centuries in the world capitals of imperial power, scientific rationality, and cosmopolitan modernity, like London and Paris, Vienna and Berlin, Geneva and Zurich? The very notion that such a thing may have happened seems preposterous when stated baldly. Yet my proposition is exactly this. The discovery of Sanskrit, and through it of a vast array of Indic narratives, ideas, myths, theories, doctrines, and arguments by the European missionaries, merchants, scholars, administrators, intellectuals, and artists who came to India or came into contact with Sanskrit texts by learning the language or by reading it in translation, over a long period from the 17th to the 19th century, contributed in a fundamental way to the making of the modern disciplines that we think of as being purely Western in origin and unproblematically universal in their validity. For us, in the way that we are taught to look upon global history from the time of Christopher Columbus, not only are these disciplines products of the European Enlightenment, they are then disseminated to India and in other parts of the world through the agency of imperialism and colonialism. When these forms of knowledge come to the colonies, they supplant, partly by force and partly by persuasion, local knowledge systems, which is also good for the colonized, so we are given to believe. The colonizers see themselves as educating, reforming, uplifting, improving, and ultimately civilizing the non-West through modern institutions and modern disciplines. But can we say with any confidence that these disciplines would have taken the form that they did had it not been for a long and slow process of epistemic osmosis, where knowledge flowed, albeit selectively, from India into Europe, as much as it did from Europe into India? And isn't Sanskrit the very membrane through which this mutually transformative osmotic flow, this interpenetration of knowledge systems occurs? Is it really possible to imagine structural linguistics, comparative philosophy, cultural anthropology, or classical psychoanalysis in the way that we know them to emerge and grow from the late 19th into the early 20th centuries, if we perform a thought experiment in which Sanskrit texts are simply unavailable to the Western mind? An intellectual history of the modern life of Sanskrit cannot proceed by looking only at what is happening in or to Sanskrit itself in modern times, whether in India or elsewhere. Rather, we must also look at how several modern disciplines, especially those that concern themselves broadly construed with language and society, so linguistics and anthropology, and with consciousness and selfhood, philosophy, and the psi disciplines like psychology and psychoanalysis, are themselves brought to life by an animating infusion of Sanskrit through the operations of Orientalism and Indology. Seen in this way, Sanskrit, which appears to be dying if not dead, as a language of power and as a language of imagination relative to the supremely privileged position that it occupied for centuries in pre-modern India, as well as a broader space that, not just in India, but a broader space that William Dalrymple calls the Indosphere, Sanskrit reappears unexpectedly in a different guise. Its conceptual categories and epistemological capacities now repurposed for the very characteristically modern ways of knowing the world. Even more confusing is the fact that the disciplines within which it is hiding in plain sight are formulated and propagated in the European languages that define dominant knowledge systems in the colonial and post-colonial era, so English, German, French primarily. This is true not only in the West but indeed across the world, including India, whose colonial experience exemplifies an epistemological conflict between dissimilar cultures of knowledge brought into an encounter that is at different moments either confrontational or dialogic, playing itself out through successive episodes, sometimes of serious misunderstanding and at other times of successful translation that follow one another unpredictably over a long period of entanglement. Now, the trauma of colonialism is so fundamentally damaging, Ashish Nandi has shown, because it locks both colonizer and colonized into a reciprocally and reflexively wounding dynamic of intimate enmity. Violence that is inflicted on the victim is also simultaneously rebounds on the oppressor, leading to the violent repression of the very parts of the self that are most like the other. Conversely, the colonial victim too disavows what is experienced as the lack, the weakness, and the failure within the self that make it vulnerable, and instead tries to shore itself up by identifying with and mimicking the arrogance and aggression of the colonizing other. Both parties are not just locked into an antagonistic confrontation with one another, but also estranged from those aspects of themselves that would have brought about a rapprochement, or perhaps even mutual love. Some of the most influential knowledge systems of the modern world arise under conditions of colonialism, primarily in the 19th century, and significantly in India. The external violence and intimate enmity inflicted upon and experienced by both sides during the course of the colonial encounter occludes the origins and provenance of the epistemological traditions, along with their concomitant discursive domains that go into the making of a forcibly and reluctantly shared epistemic modernity. Colonial India is the laboratory par excellence for the production of innovative forms of knowledge. As we learn from the work of scholars like Ranjit Guha, Bernard Cohn, Raymond Schwab, Wilhelm Halfas, etc. But together, the civilizing mission of empire and the loss of confidence of those who are the victims of imperialism are so overwhelming that both parties are equally liable to perceive this genuinely new knowledge as coming from the West and being taught to and or imposed upon the colonies. What Nandi, tongue-in-cheek, refers to as the transfer of technology model. Nandi's analysis of what he calls the loss and recovery of self under colonialism has implications for our attempt to track the modern life of Sanskrit too. Seeing the importance given to Sanskrit by the colonial knowledge apparatus, Indians too began to reassess its place in their own cultures of knowledge and power. I've described elsewhere the cultural significance of the discovery, as it were, of lost or forgotten texts, like the edicts of Ashoka and the Arthashastra of Kautilya, which contained ancient articulations of theories of law, state governance, and war. In my first book, I considered the influence of a range of classical texts on the political thought of some of India's founding figures, including Gandhi, Tagore, Nehru, and Ambedkar. I argued that these intellectuals and leaders, and many others involved in the religious and social reform movements, as well as the anti-colonial and nationalist movements from the late 19th century, up to the promulgation of independent India's constitution in 1950, turned to classical sources to formulate their ideas about political sovereignty, collective selfhood, and ethical norms for the new republic. Besides the templates of liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy learned from the West and adapted for India's needs as an independent nation, it is equally important to recognize the role of Indian traditions in what is broadly called political thought that helps the founders to imagine a distinct path for Indian modernity. Gandhi turned to the Bhagavad Gita and Jain teachings for conceptualizing Swaraj, Ahimsa, and Satyagraha, while Nehru turned to the Ashokan Dhamma for his pluralist and pacifist ideals. Rabindranath's conception of historical time and patriotic love was tinged with the idea of viraha, a separation from the beloved that never ends in union, but extends indefinitely. His modern political imagination colored by the aesthetics of his ancient poetic ancestor Kalidasa. Ambedkar, as suggested, arrived in his political journey at a conversion to a sect of Buddhism, the Navayana, because of the centrality of the Buddhist ethic of the idea of dukkha, suffering. He interpreted dukkha not as individual suffering caused by karmic debt and inescapable mortality, but as social suffering caused by the inequality and injustice of the caste system that afflicts Indian society as a whole. So, elsewhere, I have examined how Ambedkar studied not just the Pali canon of the ancient Dhamma to craft a Protestant Buddhism, but also the Brahmanical literature in Sanskrit, the Vedas, Smritis, Puranas, epics, Shastras, etc., to excoriate and ultimately reject Hindu Dharma, particularly Varnashrama Dharma, for its cornerstones of hierarchy, patriarchy, and fatalism. The engagement with Indian political traditions was mediated, inflected, and offset by Western political thought, by the ideas of self-sovereignty, society, and morality, drawn from a range of socio-religious traditions available in India, including Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, Islam, Christianity, and Bhakti, and by the critical impulses of many of the founders who opposed nationalism and communalism as ideologies, even as they struggled against colonialism and imperialism. I wanted to show that India's quest for the Swa in Swaraj, that is to say, political selfhood in political self-rule, was neither flatly nativist nor uncritically derivative. There's a complex and sometimes contradictory interplay of East and West, tradition and modernity at work. Ambedkar admired the American Constitution, burned the Manusmriti, and rejected the Four Noble Truths. Rabindranath railed against nationalism as much in Japan or the US as he did in India, but eventually came to be the national poet. His poem in Sanskritic Bengali enshrined as the Indian national anthem. Nehru's admiration for Akbar's Deen-e-Ilahi and Sule-Kul contributed to his secular ethos and his protection of cultural diversity. His invocation of Ashoka's Panchsheel as much as Kautilya's Arthashastra guided his foreign policy and domestic statecraft. And the Ashokan Dhammachakra and Sarnath lion capital ended up on India's national flag and state seal respectively. So I'm just summarizing my findings about the two modernists, Nehru and Ambedkar, who were the most westernized and anglophone of India's anti-colonial leadership. The question I would like to pose is, in what ways does the coming of colonialism and the emergence of a colonial consciousness among India's political thought leaders affect their perception of Sanskrit? How is Sanskrit re-evaluated and how is it instrumentalized? What are the politics of these maneuvers? So I think I'll leave it there and I won't reprise the more intricate readings that I've made of Gandhi and Tagore as critical traditionalists and radical innovators in earlier work. I just want to say as a closing that Sanskrit has already been salient in India for millennia with its capacity to manifest, to borrow Sheldon Pollock's phrase, both Paramarthik Sat and Vyavaharik Sat, that is, transcendent or ultimate truth and mundane or worldly truth. But once the Europeans learn Sanskrit and turn it against Indians, as it were, it changes how Indians themselves regard Sanskrit. Sanskrit comes to signify not just whatever is being expressed in and through the myriad texts composed in this language, but it becomes in and of itself a sign of several different characteristics of India as such, that India is an ancient civilization, that India has sophisticated cultures of knowledge, and that India is a repository of classical antiquity of its own, that India has much to teach the West as Vishwaguru, and if not more than the rest of the world teaches India. So I'll just leave it there, and my aim was to indicate that we have to think about colonialism and colonial forms of knowledge and the return to Indian political traditions in tandem with one another when we are talking about modern Indian political theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. Very interesting. One very good example of your last comments with the Bhandarkar Institute, which said about transforming Sanskrit according to colonial notions of what is a precise knowledge and what is standardized knowledge. And there's a lot of written on how the Bhandarkar Institute started translating, started modifying its own knowledge of Sanskrit in accordance with Western norms. So we have to be extra careful about thinking, when we think about, as she said, as Rania said, about Indian political theory. Would you? This is your mic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Vida Verma.
Very good morning to everybody, and thank you once again for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be here. It's a very special occasion to see, to be part of such a, kind of special, prestigious panel, and also to see so many young scholars here. I'm really looking forward to discussing with you and engaging with you on this. I would like to thank my co-panelists for raising this point, which will at least help me to advance my arguments, because translation is one of the most important challenges for retrieving political theory today. So the recovery and the recasting of political theory we are doing through translations in English language. Most of us who are experts in political theory have to rely on some of these translations, and because of the Sanskrit cosmopolis which existed at that time. And a counter to that, of course, would be that when we look at some of the ideas of the past, we have to overcome some of the methodological problems here, especially related to nation state, because nation states were not the spatial framework for some of these conceptual histories we are looking back to. India was never, I think, a kind of a mutable assemblage of cultural, political, and linguistic units. I'm trying to understand Kabir, and you find that there's a mixture of regional dialects here of Awadhi, Braj, Bhojpuri, and Punjabi. So it is not possible really for anybody to also understand oral compositions in one language. So translation will be one of the biggest challenges, and we should take that as given. And I'm very happy that you've raised it, and that makes my task easier. I would also like to thank the organizers for their note, for their concept note. I like the way they, instead of asking whether there is such a thing as Indian political theory, because I hope we had gone beyond that, they begin by recognizing that theorizing has always existed in India and in different ways. When I use the word India, I always feel a little kind of uncomfortable, because I think when we talk about the past, there was no India. I think this was, as I said, a huge region where there was so much migration and of ideas and of people and of goods and commerce that we can't possibly start thinking of these ideas as limited in any territorial sense. So very clearly, I'm very happy that we're moving away from what many Indian scholars have complained about, the underdeveloped nature of political theory in India. But many questions have been raised due to this claim, and how we should do political theory in India is the question, namely by engaging Indian thinkers and traditions. And this requires a thorough interpretation of the history of ideas in order to reclaim and chart the forgotten provinces of Indian political thought. And as I said, no one person can really do this, as it is a question of pedagogy. It means a new component has to be woven into the existing teaching and learning framework. That will take time. But we also need a second type of exercise, which I call an analytical exercise, that reveals the models of reasoning which structure these discourses. So the need for analysis is demonstrated by the observation that conceptions like equality, they're patched together from very different discursive sources. And that is why my aim today is really to introduce some of these terms like samta in contemporary political discourse, giving them new meanings and political significance, and to study the intersections between statist projects of emancipation related to equality and the popular utopias of equality? Do they have any connection, or were they just running parallel? Far from being carrying on with this claim that we don't have good political theorizing, far from being confined to abstract concepts, I think Indian Indian intellectual traditions and anti-colonial political thought, these are two different things, have been integral to our political discourse and public life in recent years. And Indian classical philosophy has gained great prominence, as we all know, in the nationalist ethnic discourse or perspective as crucial ways of organizing various aspects of the political today. So we need to engage with this. Indian political thinkers have also addressed, contrary to what many experts have argued, they have addressed various structures of domination such as caste, patriarchy, communalism and class-based exploitation, seeking to reshape the landscape of political theory. I have in mind Ambedkar on compensatory justice and Gandhi on Swaraj and Tagore on freedom and so on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on two kinds of questions, and I doubt I'll be able to address both of them fully, but I'll try. First is about articulation. What kinds of political theory have been done, and what theoretical futures are possible from within and beyond this space? And I'm going to try looking at Samta and saying that it was very much there as part of the classical tradition, religious tradition, as well as in Ambedkar's thinking. But I think Samanta is a term which is used in a more popular way. It involves comparison, distribution of resources, access to right holders, and so on. So the split between Samta and Samanta is the background to what I'm going to speak today. The second question, and I'm still addressing the concept note because it's there in the concept note, addresses whether there is a body of conceptual work that engages with universal questions from within Indian locations, languages and contradictions. So I answered the first question about articulation, but I'm unsure I can really do the second one in the time given, because I have I have given an abstract, but I didn't get the time to build on it. So I'm just going to give some background comments. There are three caveats before I go to my main argument. The first is, of course, about decolonization. And in this call for decolonization, I argue that we often take comfort in tradition and an authentic tradition based on what might be considered metric historical time. And this ethical nostalgia, to my mind, this historical conjuncture, it reflects a yearning for a continuity in a very fragmented post-globalization world, especially when appropriated by nationalist ideologies. Ideologues aligned with the nationalist ethnic perspective have advocated for the decolonization of everything, from education to the constitution to consciousness itself. And this project is problematic because I think it conflates colonialism with modernity and calls for an indiscriminate rejection of Western influences alongside an uncritical acceptance of everything within the Indian tradition. While I do not reject this call for decolonization of knowledge systems, I advocate for a modality of reflection. I think Kaviraj has used it, but that facilitates this process. So what is this modality of reflection? And I think this seminar represents a window of opportunity for new or previously ignored conceptions to be brought into play, thus provoking the thought that some aspects of non-Western thought may hold resources for a more sustainable future. Second is the methodological one. Now, after the era of Western hegemony, what should the internal structure of social science look? So when we talk about decolonization, I think we need to ask other questions also, which is, I argue that, it is mistaken to think that somewhere, I mean, this is my own position, which I want to just bring out, that cultural differences can be bridged solely through dialogue and hybridization, leading to some kind of a common understanding. I find this really implausible because the claim that we can discuss, evaluate, integrate practices from many cultures ignores the dependence of these practices on incommensurable background presuppositions. So I'm a little kind of cautious about pluriversal approaches. What does pluriversal approaches mean? It means ontological dissonance, a kind of epistemic incommensurability. So assuming all cultures have some rational aspects that we can somehow catch hold of and then fit them into a universal framework reflects a kind of intellectual arrogance. Any new agenda for change must develop conceptual frameworks for the social groups that have been marginalized for centuries across cultures. And therefore I've used the term radical decolonial cosmopolitan approach, because I want to acknowledge that we must look at distance. Maybe distance is better than understanding. Distance that respects the integrity of various kinds of cultures and traditions, and to rebuild alternative positive visions of the future. So let us, instead of talking about understanding, we talk about distance from cultures, and then arrive at this process of talking to such cultures instead of emphasizing the past. So the future as a political idea could then be proposed, moving away from searching for common or connections between cultures of the past. The third caveat is that when it comes to equality, there's little evidence of unilinear progress. So this whole idea that, when we understand equality, the scope will expand and so on. But I want to argue that sometimes it shrinks. Freedom shrinks, so does equality. And I think we need to discern that there is no such line of progress in concepts. In fact, we need to look at the interruptions, the reverses, which we are going through at the particular time in history where we've actually seen a major reversal of gender equality, in our times, in our own times. Now, in the little time that I've left, I will go to the second part of the paper, which tries to defend a conceptual framework that moves beyond traditional Western defined moral principles, as well as the ethnic nationalist political theory that is today advocating decolonization in a big way. And my interest in Samta begins from that BBC broadcast which Ambedkar made, way back when he says, I prefer Buddhism because of these three reasons, Prajna and Karuna and Samta. So that's where I started thinking about Samta, because we don't use Samta in everyday discourse. But why is it that Ambedkar was so interested that he actually set up a journal called Samta? He actually set up a newspaper called Samta. He was involved in setting up of 2 organizations, and this whole slogan of agitate, educate, and organize and so on comes from that organization. But how somehow Samta gets marginalized. We talk more about Samanta, so this is something to think about. And so my main question really is that whether this idea of Samta equality is a coherent and even a possible one. Did the disparate use of this term, because it's used all over in our religious traditions, amount to some kind of a normative ideal that ran counter to our modern understandings of Samanta? And more importantly, are there resources within history which can, for me this is a very important question, are they, when we talk about these concepts, in our constitution and our everyday world, do they account for how do we understand whether there are resources within history which can, for current conditions, specify the causal agencies and capacities which are needed to achieve and maintain this ideal? Do we have the capacities to maintain this ideal? Or have we lost the capacities to achieve this ideal of equality and freedom and so on? How much time do I have? So therefore, the two of course, they are sources of Indian tradition. And they talk about religious tradition, which I will not spend time because my main argument doesn't draw from there. That sometimes a religious or ethical ideal in the Shakti tradition, as well as in the Advaita Vedanta tradition, sometimes seen as equanimity, some kind of a dispassion, as representing characteristics of a person who achieves full knowledge of the nature of consciousness and so on, which will lead us out of this world to a better kind of maybe to moksha, or whatever term you want to use it. And it involves detachment, some kind of meditative contemplation. When we come to Buddhist tradition, of course, which plays a very important role in Ambedkar for taking on the concept of samta, again it is translated as equilibrium, as some kind of equality of existence and non-existence. And Jainism, of course, refers to samta as absence of wrong faith or state of non-attachment, equanimity, and so on. So, keeping aside this, we know that they were, apart from the religious traditions, we always had oral compositions and songs and stories and names and traditions. And in the 19th century, when Hindu reform movement awakened the concerns about the ills of Hindu society, we find that Bhakti saints had already questioned the practices of untouchability and social marginalization. And from that perspective, I go into the famous poet Saint Kabir, who wrote the famous lines, Jat na pucho sadhu ki, puch lijiye gyan, which is really about merit, that we must learn to understand individuals through their merit. So this is quite a massacre of Kabir, but I'm going to be as short as possible because it's a very beautiful song which I like to listen to in the mornings. But what I like is a second also term which he brings in, that Mol karo talwar ki pada rehne do meyan, that it's not about the sheath in which the sword lies, but it is the edge of that sword. So it's important to see the merit in that. Again, he confronts us with the imperative, Suno bhai sadhu, moko kahan dhoond rahe, bande main to tere paas mein, na teerth mein, na murat mein, to ekant nivas mein. So he's questioning how, you don't look for God in idols and in temples and so on. And here I think there's a basic idea of, there's a concept of basic equality, that each individual's good is of equal moral worth and you're able to relate to the transcendental or the divine through that. But most important is this verse, which I like very much too, because it says, Kabira khada bazaar mein, mange sabki khair, na kahu se dosti, na kahu se bair. Now this attitude is not a mere alienation of a disinherited soul, as Kabir stands in the marketplace. I think what he's trying to say is that having no friends and no enemies means to have the perfect equanimity, actually. How people come to express their common life or solidarity was by not giving up on the world, but by engaging in the world, to be detached in the way that you connect with everyone in the same way. So this argument about disengagement or detachment, to therefore reach out to the other, is what I was talking about. So maybe the idea of distance between cultures is important, and somewhere we would just rediscover a new social space and a new social imaginary, instead of trying to understand each other when we have such incommensurable kind of ways of looking at life or cultures. So I will just quickly say that I also look at it as a relational understanding of equality, because it's intertwined with other notions such as similarity, independence, respect, and these ideas of equality, however, went well in hand with a deeply hierarchical caste order. And later on, Ambedkar is very critical of the Bhakti tradition, in fact, on these grounds that it did not question in any way caste discrimination in the long run. I've also taken up Ghulamgiri by Phule to look at how his idea of slavery then comes in. And I think slavery as non-domination is a very important contribution to our understanding of equality. And so in both Kabir's and Phule's Cosmopolis, because remember Phule is also bringing in Tom Paine, as much as Kabir is writing in the region of North India, and we know that these were all songs, these were compositions. He never really wrote this. It was much later in the 1850s when Hindi literature was emerging, that all these ideas come together. So I would just like to end here now, saying that in Kabir's and Phule's Cosmopolis, what we find is some idea of the equal moral worth of individuals, detachment, similarity, and non-slavery and non-domination. And with that, yes, I think I will end here. We can always discuss. Thank you very much.
I think both these papers required far more time that the organizers gave them to fully elaborate their very complex and very interesting arguments. But the organizers have their own compulsions, so Sorry about cutting you guys off in full flow. Right, it's 12 o'clock and we have to break at 12:30 unless you're willing to give up your lunch. And that would mean if we leave 15 minutes for questions, Amir and Apala, is it? We get 7.5 minutes each. So if you could please.
You go first.
Amir.
ये चाहिए आपको ये सब उधर जाए.
Only this works.
No, this contraptions have to go.
What are those things?
They are connected to the. Yeah.
Is this fine?
It has to go because that's connected to the recorder.
क्या करना मुझे? कुछ नहीं करना चाहिए. Makes it worse.
I know, I just realized.
Okay. I'll begin by sharing with you my first problem. I took very extensive notes, but I can't read my own handwriting. So that's the first one. Right. Ananya, my big worry is that whatever I say, as I open my mouth, my ignorance will be so thoroughly exposed. So I'm just going to say 2 points. And, please pardon me and bear with me if I make absolutely inane arguments.
You won't, but you
I hope so. There were just 2 things that I latched onto your paper, and this is just my thought processes working as I hope they do work as I was listening to your paper. Firstly, you talked about a political maneuver towards the end, and then you talked about. I don't think you talked about this. It's the state itself. When I think about a language, the most significant thing about any language in terms of its promotion or its demotion, its upgradation or its degradation, is an active state. So let me just talk to you about Persian, for example. That's the only way I can understand this. Now, when I think of the way in which British colonialism evolved and we had the post-colonial Indian state, I can only think of these 2 processes happening in tandem. The demotion and downgrading of Persian as a courtly language and the systematic promotion of Sanskrit. And I think that these 2 processes cannot be kind of separated from each other. And therefore, when you talk about the political maneuver, which I do think you mentioned, I think that the most significant political maneuver when it comes to the fate of languages is what the state decides to do to some languages, what it decides to do to some other languages. And I was saying this because yesterday, Amir, you're sitting over there, my Hamnam, we were talking about a 12th century Persian text, Fardid Nattar's Mantroter. Now, when I looked at the early editions, late 19th century, the publisher, Nawal Kishore. Now think of the publisher's name, think of this Persian text, a very significant Sufi text. Now this is the thing that, as I said, is very important to understand what exactly happens to Sanskrit. I think that the particular act of the nation state in terms of its maneuverings of language, kis mohre ko aage badhana hai, kis pyade ko sacrifice karna hai, becomes very, very important. So that's about all that I'll say, but these 2 points will come back in my concluding observations. Vidhu, I'm on home ground, I think, when I do stuff like this. The thing about concepts, my big worry about bringing in concepts like Samta, which comes close to equanimity. What I'm really worried about is this kind of exoticization of concepts. And I think we become fair game, especially to Western academia, which is our big interlocutor. And even when there's no Western academia person in the room, we're always talking about it because it is the elephant in the room. Now, I think that somewhere we have to kind of guard ourselves against it. Now, I'm saying this because whenever I think of concepts, I can't think about concepts without continuity, without rupture. I always think there's a kind of a history behind a concept. There's a normative power within a concept, and there's a normative future towards which a concept is indicating. equality. This is one of the most unequal phases in human history. Never before has human history experienced these levels of inequality. Now, my only point that I would pose to you, Vidhu, is, can we have any degree of equanimity in the face of the outrages that we are witnessing in the world right now? I go mad in the morning when I read newspapers. I just go completely insane. I tear up the newspaper when I feel angry, and that's my problem. So I'm just trying to think, would it be possible to talk about equanimity in the intensely unjust phase of human history that we're living in? A kind of inequality that we see is like, my favorite book when I read inequality is this Stanford historian called Walter Scheidel, and his book is called The Great Leveler. And the point he makes is that whenever in human history, levels of inequality have reached the kind of tipping point that we see today, there are apocalyptic horsemen of the apocalypse who enter. Pandemics, we've seen that, right? Civil war. Mr. Trump, that reminds me of Mr. Trump. Genocide. This is what we are witnessing in the world, and therefore I'm just a little worried about whether this kind of equanimity and this kind of, I interpret that as stoic calm repose. I try to practice that. I read Marcus Aurelius every night, Confessions, it just doesn't work with me. Okay, so that's the point that I want. Decolonization, I want nothing to do with it right now, certainly at this stage. The only people who are doing decolonization very well these days is a man called Mr. Jaishankar. In 2022 at the Bratislava conference, when he was asked about India's stance on Ukraine, he said, well, Europe must come out of this mentality of thinking of the world's problems as its problems as the world problems. So that's decolonization par excellence for you. So at this stage of our political experience, I want nothing to do with decolonization. Okay? Okay, now let me come to 3 quick points, and I hope I don't run out of time. And these are broader points. Creativity. I'm always happy to be part of the creative political theory colloquium. Thank you, Maninder and Savita, for inviting me. I should have said this at the beginning, actually. But let me just make one point about creativity. You cannot engineer creativity. You can only garden it. Okay, Baghbani jisko kehte hain. Creativity is one of the most unpredictable things. You don't know when it's going to rise. Now, the point about political theory and creative political theory is that usually it arises in times of intense crisis. And oh boy, don't we have an intense crisis right now. If there is anything, this is the time for intense reflection, not exoticization. Now this brings me to the next point. Creative political theory can only happen when you have a capacious imagination, not a shrinking imagination. Now my worry about decolonization is that it partakes of a shrinking imagination. Now I'm going to make this in the context of the light of the nation state. What has happened to Indian political theory is that it's simply incapable of partaking of the idea of an India that was more than just the confines of the nation state. I have in mind ideas like the subcontinent, or an Urdu term that I grew up with in the Urdu speaking household that I was part of, the Bar-e-Saghir. A point that no one knows of. It means the Indian subcontinent. Let me extend the idea. When I read a historian like Marshall Hodgson, Chicago historian, right? He talks about the gunpowder empires, contiguous, the Mughals, the Safavids next door in Iran, and the Ottomans, abutting Europe, a Europe that is technicalizing and then kind of pushing on these empires. Or when I read the Harvard historian, we talked about Harvard Divinity School of Elko, right? Mm. The late Harvard historian, running out of time. 8 point rule, anyway. He uses the idea of a Balkans to Bengal complex. Now, for a creative political theory, that's the Shah Ahmed. Okay, in his book, What is Islam? I should stop there.
Oh, that's abrupt. Actually, he went so fast that I had to keep pace with it.
I had one more point to make.
Why don't you let him make it? Let him make the point. Let him make it.
Oh yeah, can I sit? Oh, wow, that's like.
But I thought you finished. That's why one point is left.
Take bacha ho gaye. Okay, last point of cosmopolitanism. I want to make a distinction that I've often made. And again, for political theory, I believe in a rooted cosmopolitanism. Okay, a rooted cosmopolitanism means a cosmopolitanism that has as its locale the part of the world that we are in. I do not believe in an insular indigeneity, which I feel a lot of decolonization is prone to. Now, why am I calling it insular indigeneity? Because in terms of its emphasis on indigenous, it tends to implode within rather than diffuse. I think, and then you use the word osmosis and diffusion. I would always root for a rooted cosmopolitanism. Last point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's quickly start with the first paper. I like the metaphor of Sanskrit as a membrane for epistemic osmosis. I think it disrupts the colonial trope of unilateral Western enlightenment, and this is a much needed intervention. But while recognizing Sanskrit's influence, it's important to question how this exchange of knowledge was uneven and selective. Why was Sanskrit's language and philosophy adopted into Western disciplines, while many other Indian knowledge systems, especially those outside the Brahmanical tradition, were ignored or erased? For example, colonial scholars often overlook local languages, oral traditions, and indigenous political practices like village councils and tribal governance. We also need to ask how this selective borrowing helped colonial powers by portraying India's knowledge as old and unchanging, which then justified the colonial rule as a modernizing mission. What changes do universities and academic institutions need to make to recognize and support these diverse ways of knowing? Should we rethink the heavy focus on Western texts and methods and instead encourage collaboration between Indian and global knowledge traditions? Answering these questions, I believe, would not only honor Sanskrit's important role, but also help break down old colonial power structures and knowledge, while protecting these ideas from being distorted for narrow political ends. The second paper offers a rich historically grounded exploration of samta, equality, not as a fixed universal ideal, but as a relational, contextually embedded concept that evolves through India's diverse political and social trajectories. While the paper skillfully maps multiple strands of equality, it also raises several critical questions that merit further exploration. How does the concept of similarity as equivalence negotiate the tension between recognizing difference and affirming equality without collapsing the former into the latter? For example, in caste and gender struggles, how do we avoid flattening distinct identities while still affirming shared claims to justice? The paper suggests that samta was initially pre-political and compatible with hierarchical social orders. How then do we trace the moment or mechanism through which samta becomes politically mobilized to challenge those very hierarchies? Is this process uniformly progressive, or are there ambivalences and contradictions? The paper's call for conceptual renewal through micro-interpretations and pluralogical engagement is timely and promising. To deepen this, I propose the following. How might Indian political theory actively incorporate subaltern voices and vernacular political practices in constructing samta today? For instance, can grassroots movements like Dalit feminism or tribal self-rule inform a re-articulated equality that resists both homogenizing nationalism and Western liberal individualism? Given the paper's emphasis on the colonial and post-colonial conditioning of Indian concepts, what role can non-Western methodologies, perhaps drawing from indigenous epistemologies or oral traditions, play in both academic and popular political discourse? And lastly, how might formal political institutions, especially the judiciary and the legislature, be transformed or reimagined to better reflect the lived realities and demands for substantial equality? Are affirmative action policies sufficient, or do we need more radical restructuring of social and economic relations? Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you. That was disciplined. Right. I shall request the two main speakers to hold on to their responses. And I think we have time for precisely 6-7 questions. Please try and don't make them alternative formulations, just short, sharp, pointed questions. Wait, let me go from the right. Anuradha, can you wait? Let's have the younger people. Anybody? Yes. From the right? Wait, I'm going in geographical order. Anybody? Yes. Short and sharp, please.
This is okay. Thank you so much to all the speakers. I had a question for Vajpayee. This might be ill-formulated because I'm still digesting the argument, but suppose we were to sort of accept that it is true that Sanskrit has osmotically entered a lot of the Western tradition. What do you think that means for those of us working on the contemporary political theory project in India? Does it make the Western tradition somehow less remote to us? And how do you think that changes basically how we engage with the Western tradition, comparatively or as a map to create our own?
Thank you. All right. Anybody? One more question from the right side. The world is turning right and there are no questions. Okay.
That right is not this right.
Wait, yeah, I mean, that's in keeping with the right, they don't ask questions. Okay. Yes, since you're so anxious, come. Now we come to the center.
So actually there is two questions to the previous panel because my question was not taken because possibly of time, and one question to this panel holistically. So I think Savita talked about that there is a plural thought and diversity of thinking in the Indian political thought.
No, you can't ask Savita a question in this session.
No, my question was not taken. Just it is very short. So my question is not into entire Indian political thought, but to current modern Indian political thought, where Yogendra Yadav asserted that there has been the emancipated of the political thinking and shrinkage of the lack of the political thinking. So he provided various examples, like the more recent example is that in post-colonial during 1980s, so the political thought has been relegated to the world of academia, and it has been only.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you ask questions of the two speakers,
Yes,
please? This is this session.
So, yes,
Sorry to interrupt
okay,
you. I'm sure
thank
you have
you.
very important things to say.
Yeah.
But
So
let's confine.
so this panel, their question has been that the aim of this discussion in modern Indian politics is to decolonize it. So here we are talking about decolonization, and it has become buzzword in this conference room. So my question is that we are talking about the decolonization of that modern Indian political thought, all those things, and we are doing that too in the English itself. So this is not a kind of dichotomy that we are decolonizing the Indian political thought and debating or discussing that in English itself and carrying forward the remnants of the colonial legacy. And I'm asking that question itself in English is so that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ask one question, Krishna ma'am.
Can you? All right, guys, that's enough. Thank you so much. Wait, your turn will come. Come. Come to the gentleman in the blue shirt.
So my question is that
You have to come here to the mic. I'm not from JNU, so I won't recognize you by names.
So my question is that, for example, we have a lot of time we have mentioned Vedantic philosophy, and Shankara comes a lot of times. As you have mentioned, the theory should be backed by history. The history of the Shankara is that when he established but the condition is that you should know Sanskrit, you should know Vedas, and third is problematic, that you should be born in Brahmin family. The one who is recognizing this word as illusion, how does this is a dichotomy for me. So the question mine is that rediscovery of Indian political thought should be backed by how does the other has engaged with, like the Kabir and the
point is well taken. Thank you. You know, it's a very good point, and Pradeep Gokhale, in a recent article in Honest, may I speak for a minute? Yes. Has said, how can you think about bringing a gender-specific and a caste-specific philosophy to contemporary India to make it the basis of a political discourse? Pradeep Gokhale is the author of Charvak. You should read him. I mean, you know, he gives you this and Amir talked about subcontinent. I would say that in India, actually, political theory is being regional. You go to Maharashtra, you will have a completely different tradition. Go to South India, it will be a completely, and Bengal, of course, thinks it's the autonomous source. So they only talk about Bengal. So what is that? Once I had told Partha Chatterjee, I said, you people write the history of Bengal and tell us it's the history of India. He said, no. He said, we write the history of Bengal, you think it's the history of India. I said, no, that's not the history of Punjab, it's not even the history of Tamil Nadu. I mean, so I would suggest, you think very specifically about regionally rooted political theory. And if you go to Pune, Bombay, Mumbai, it's all Phule Ambedkar. Your kind of question will go down very well there. And I was wondering, you know, perhaps we could take these. You go to, unfortunately, we are in Delhi, and except for Amir, nobody has mentioned Persian Urdu, the Islamic tradition, which gave us such rich political philosophy. So it's time we widen our brain and think what will be appropriate for contemporary India. Yes.
Yeah, I have two questions. One is to Professor Vajpayee, that the kind of osmosis that he said that Sanskrit led to a change in Western knowledge traditions and of course their institutions. A dangerous implication seems to be that is there something latent in the structure of Sanskrit itself which lends to domination? The second is to the panel in general, like we have been discussing Indian political theory, but have we already chosen our ends that we want the political institutions in the current form, and we want to use Indian concepts to lend whatever cash them out in a way that the structure remains intact, or can we imagine a completely alternative structure of political institution?
Thank you so much. Yes, from the left, my left, I mean. I don't believe no questions. Okay, guys, that gives us 5 minutes each for the two speakers to respond. Here, Vidu.
Yeah, please. I think in order of how you spoke.
To the question about osmosis, etc., and how do we then revisit, modern social scientific disciplines and their theoretical constructs. I actually, in my book, which I am writing, I'm trying to do that for a number of disciplines, right? The part which I've done over the last year has to do with psychoanalysis and builds on Ashish Das' work on the conversation between Freud and Girindra Shekhar Bose. And I try to understand the interpenetration of knowledge systems through these encounters between Indian intellectuals who try to become psychoanalysts, and also figures like Romain Rolland, who mediate that conversation between India and Freud and Freudianism in the West. And then I go on to look at how Indology is shaped by psychoanalytic readings, in more recent times by people like Goldman or Doniger and many others. So I'm trying to see that, if there had been no encounter at all with Indian knowledge traditions, could we argue that, a discipline like psychoanalysis would have arisen at all without engaging with theories of the self that we have and that have reached the West through this colonial conversation, right? That's one example. Another example is I'm trying to look at modern structural linguistics and Ferdinand de Saussure as a Sanskritist, and how his theory of the sign, of the signifier, of langue and parole, etc. What is its conversation? It's formative, foundational conversation with Panini, Patanjali, etc. I'm trying to reverse read how these modern structures of thought are arising in the first place at that moment of juncture between India and Indic traditions and the West and Enlightenment traditions. So I'm trying to show this through a number of examples. There's many others, including looking at the project in the Bhandarkar Institute of preparing a critical edition of the Mahabharata over the course of something like 60 years, in the early part of the 20th century, and how Sukhthankar's position as the kind of lead on this project, how he comes out of his training in Germany in a certain kind of tradition of manuscript reconstruction and critical philology. And by the end of his life, he actually dies in the middle of the project. he's speaking in a very different way about this book of books, etc., and what is the Mahabharata and how is it important for the nationalist project. So I'm trying to look at various locations where you don't expect to find Sanskrit there at all, but I'm trying to show it, sort of bring it out into the light and say, let's think about both directions of this conversation that were taking place as a result of colonialism, to get out of our mind about decolonization, derivative modernity, and so on and so forth. To your question about domination, actually that's very central to my understanding of Sanskrit, right? That, what does it mean to be a Brahmin, or what does it mean to be a Shudra? And in relationship to this language. And it has always been an ethical question which I've tried to address through Ambedkar, through Gandhi and other ways, that, is there something intrinsic to Sanskrit, as you said, that, allows this posture of mastery, of arrogance vis-a-vis whatever it is that is the object of knowledge. And in one place, and I'll just stop after that, I look at, the etymological closeness, proximity of Shastra and Shastra, right? And discipline and punish, right? But discipline in both senses, as in achieving mastery over a field, that kind of Brahminical sense of having an adhikar over a particular field, but also shasan and shastra and violence, right? And that these are very proximate concepts, and they are at the heart of what Sanskrit has done in the kind of work that it has done in our history. So I'm trying to theorize that as well, but also complicate it with modern ideas of domination, power, sovereignty, etc., to which it is inevitably subject. I mean, as Vidhu was saying, as Amir was saying, you have to look at state. Now you just have to look at everything with regards to nation state. Either, you're coming up to decolonization, or you're colonial, or you're post-colonial, etc. But those are not the only ways in which to understand how a language has a life in any historical moment. Those are important ways, unavoidable, but I'm trying to also explore, an epistemic landscape where Sanskrit, I think, is playing more of a part than it actually is in like a radio broadcast in Sanskrit, right? Which arguably, nobody listens to. Thank you.
Just one comment before I pass it on to Vidhu. Sohail Hashmi has done a brilliant piece as an introduction to Saif Mahmood's beloved Delhi, in which he says the moment Mahavir and Gautam Buddha started talking in the Prakrit, in the natural languages, the upper caste domination of minds and culture and religion disappeared. For the first time in history, everybody could understand complex moral dilemmas. And then it's a beautifully written piece how he talks about the spread of languages which gave rise to many languages, many dialects, and people who were excluded, as he said, from the Tantric upper caste Brahmanical tradition were able to grapple with complex moral problems. Coming back to Amir, at the turn of the century, when they had a revolution in Urdu literature and Urdu poetry, Persian got phased out, and the idea was that Urdu poets should stop talking about love and Vira and the Shama and the Parwana and start looking at their society. Since then, Urdu became much more communicable, much more rooted in society, and led to a virtual revolution. I mean, the formation of the Progressive Writers Association consciously eschewed Persian. So you see, language has to be connected to a class or a caste. You just can't speak of language in the abstract. Looking at the Progressive Writers Association, you can trace this progressive trend in Urdu. At the time, Hindi was becoming more Sanskritic because of the Urdu problems. Right till the end of the turn of the 20th century, Ghalib started it. But then you had these two great Muhammad Azad and I forget his name, though I know it by heart, writing, saying, forget Persian, in any case we don't want to remind the country of the Mughal court. Talk in a language which is communicable, and Urdu had a major transformation. Sanskrit, the advantage is now we can read Sanskrit in the Roman alphabet, so we can read all the thing, but I don't know if Sanskrit has really kept pace with the way Indian society is going. You'll have to tell us another time. We do, please.
Thank you. So many questions, and I really want to sort of address all of them, but given the time, let me just put them all together. One is, I think, this question of what I call Indian political philosophy or classical tradition. I don't like the word classical, but let's use it for now so that it's clear what I was trying to do. And I think there are, there are lots of problems in getting into the past, in that sense, trying to recover all these concepts. There's a vastness of the tradition, which is really mind-boggling. And for that reason, for many years, I spoke about it, or I would write about it, but I really didn't, I didn't write about it. I used to discuss it in class and so on, but I avoided that because I think there's a double-edged sword about reading the past through classical texts, because they can actually constrain us instead of liberating us. They can trap us with notions that are outmoded. For example, you might say, but who is using Samhita today? But I thought that when I kind of read through Ambedkar's writings, that he uses it and he relies upon it or not till a certain point, and then he lets go also of that term. It doesn't really appear in a big way in his writings. So I think that extravagant claims cannot be made about the past because we don't have the resources right now. And I've said that it has a lot to do with translation. I mean, all that what we are doing today, and this young gentleman, yes, we are absolutely in agreement with you that we are talking in English and so on, but I think this is the process of recovery. We are in a period of transition. I think after 20 years, you will be sitting in this room with a very different set of people who will be talking from, as you said, a rooted cosmopolitan kind of perspective, bringing in what I call colloquial, maybe, cultures and concepts, and maybe there will be a different kind of mediation. But yes, there is this challenge, and we are trying to overcome that challenge. And I think, therefore, translation into English is not a bad idea. I know many experts think that we have really lost the game somewhere and we are never going to recover. But I think maybe this transition requires this. We have to go through this process of accepting English, because this is the translation we have, and we cannot do without it. So I must say, in my age, in my sort of lifetime, I don't think I'll be able to. I've tried to do Pali, but I don't think it's possible for me to really learn and understand Buddhism. That's why I don't write so much on Buddhism. I write more about Ambedkar's interpretation of Buddhism. So these are some of the problems of doing Indian political philosophy and viewing this as something which we can just overcome. But I also want to go back and emphasize two things, that we are also reinventing tradition. Always, please don't think this is going to be a fossilized kind of tradition that we are going to carry on. I know the nationalist ethnic perspective does that, but I believe that we need to come out of it and show how we are different. We reinvent traditions. We try to, because I think traditions depend upon the self-understanding of a community. I think it's all about an ongoing process of interpretation. That's what we are doing here. So let us not see this as something which is out there, which we are just going to grab and try to understand it more. It has to relate to our present. And linked to this is the idea of equality and agency. Who are those who are involved in this translation or reinventing? Are we involving everybody? Or again, are we going to be another elite who will talk about decolonization in these very, very difficult concepts? So I think equality and agency is also very much there. For a very long time, I think most of the political thought experts, if I may put it this way, used to be bound to a tradition modernity kind of framework, or then they went into the state and development framework. We are trying to come out of that and say that we need to look at who are the interlocutors, as somebody pointed out, that this is a very unequal process. And so how do we go about it? So that's the first thing about classical political tradition, intellectual traditions in India. The second is about this concept, samta. I tried to expand on it because I found there was not much interest in it, and yet it is very much there. So it's one of those concepts which nobody seems to be very interested. But I thought it had, despite having a cultural embeddedness, it's very interesting that we did get rid of it, and we talk more about Samanta, and maybe the socialist tradition, the liberal tradition, and so on, went into that. But I think there's another reason, which I'm still grappling with, and you can help me after this talk. I thought that maybe this idea of distance, equanimity, and similarity never got rooted. And somehow we don't learn to respect each other as persons. When Kabir is talking about being in the marketplace, that you're nobody's friends or enemy, I think that's how it should begin. That you're actually nobody's friend or enemy. And that's how you start respecting each other, rather than assuming that we have these identities with which we have come into the market, and therefore we need to then respect differences. So the response to that bit about, yes, it has no, I don't think it can really relate to our current political predicament and so on, but it does make me think a little about thick and thin concepts. And I thought that equanimity here is not really a very thick concept. And is that the reason why it just had a kind of natural death? Whereas when we talk about equality in terms of reservation policies, and we all are familiar with what is happening in Maharashtra today, and the OBC kind of beneficiaries have become, they have been expanded. So is it because we didn't really go through this phase of first respecting each other, but we launched into this competition for equal gains in public policies? So I'm not trying to overlook differences. That was not my aim at all. I was just trying to kind of interrogate what happened to this concept, although it's an interesting concept, that of distance and equanimity, and yet today we cannot rely upon this. Thirdly, this whole idea about, there's one more point, I think, maybe I've forgotten that, but of decolonization. Yes, I don't at all find this very comfortable. I have already said in my, in my presentation that I actually think that there are lots of problems because of this epistemic, or this kind of ontological dissonance which is accepted in pluriversal approaches. So if that is so, how are we going to approach each other? We are assuming that we have thin concepts. But if we have thick concepts, then I don't know how we're going to reach out to each other, because we seem to be very interested in thick concepts and not in thin concepts. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all the four panelists. This made for a very, very animated session and discussion. Thank you, guys. I'll leave it to the organizers to make the subscribe.
All of you can join us for lunch downstairs.
As usual, I'm looking forward to reading the
We resume at 1:30. Please make sure that all the assemble by 1:30.
She is so enjoying my मैम ने बीच में मेंशन किया इतने सारे स्कॉलर्स के बारे में लेकिन नहीं तो पहले मैंने स्कॉलर्स पढ़ना है संस्कृत हम के बीच में बात करेंगे तो हमारे सोसाइटी में ये एक रैली हम politically सोच रहे हैं ये इफेक्ट ऑफ एस्टिमेशन अगर निकले majority अगर हम ये बात करें कि वोट
वर्षा
more Urdu than Hindi. Already she's taking courses. She wanted Hindustani as a yeah, I know. I haven't done a bad. Bombay cinema. Only Bombay cinema.
Yeah. This is.
So you're leaving or staying or what?
I am leaving.
Why?
Because.
Because
This is crowded. Mind's not working too much. I really wanted to be. And then tomorrow there's a session that I will go.
सेशन होगा खत्म हो गया अशोक का शायरी खत्म हो गया
आज ही तो फर्स्ट सेशन में था सेकंड हाँ तो खत्म हो चुका है सेकंड अभी थर्ड स्टार्ट होगा
मैंने तो कुछ टोकन वगैरह मिला है क्या
हाँ टोकन मिले
हेलो निशा तुम यहाँ पे क्या एकदम अकेले कल कहाँ थी तुम Oh, I went there to I think because of the kid now people also made too much ruckus so I just left कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होने दे रहा था आप वहाँ चले जाइए वहाँ चले जाइए with the kid it's not possible so I requested कि let me leave for a moment I'll be here फिर मैंने कहा चलो इससे पहले she also starts panicking बहुत लोग तो हो गए हाँ अरे बाप रे अरे बाबा तो कल तुम बोली भी नहीं you were supposed to speak well that was like maybe just a reflection on the last but that's okay I told Varsha कि either you say 2 lines or let it be it's not a significant as such नहीं about the beginning it should have been there should have been a summary of the colloquium but I think there was a lot by the time I reached there progress आगे कर दिया था already Savitama was speaking so there was no cue even I'm supposed to speak मैं तो थी यहाँ पे but कि कौन किसके बाद क्या बोल रहा है तो I presume कि मेरा हो गया तो फिर बीच में रुकना अरे सविता के बाद तो बोलते ना हाँ तो उसने बोला कि अब इसके बाद अशोक वाजपेयी सर है तो मुझे लगा कि मैंने कहा just don't disturb the whole thing नहीं वो थोड़ा सा मिसमैनेज्ड था मेरे ही पार्ट पे बट देन आई कांट हेल्प इट नहीं वो तो ठीक बट डोंट यू सिटिंग आउटसाइड नो आई डोंट नो आई लेफ्ट इट ऑन हिम फॉर अ व्हाइल आई थॉट वी आर स्टिकिंग अच्छा आई एम जस्ट स्टेपिंग आउट फॉर अ बिट अपना अगला सेशन कितने बजे है हाँ तो ये फिर पहला सेशन अनुपमा करता है और दूसरे वाला फिर कितने बजे होगा
दूसरा वाला है 3 to 5
3 to 5 हाँ ठीक है आई जस्ट स्टेप आउट I just leave my stuff here only.
हाँ
है ना
अन्य ठीक है इसको अभी भी बैठ नहीं कर रहा
No, I mean, my usual house help and load, as I said. So that is the situation, so I didn't have anything to fall back on.
What did you manage today?
So my father is here, but he's not very unwell. So yesterday he had left for my brother's place. उनका कुछ medical checkup वगैरह के साथ he was taking. So yesterday I didn't have anyone, so I thought कि कोई बात नहीं ले आते हैं, but फिर मैंने देखा तो मिसकैलकुलेशन हो गया एकदम।
हम लोग भी आगे नहीं लोग आज भी काफी हो गए
बहुत ज़्यादा। चलो I'm relaxed. I had some. That's going to be here only. My laptop. I had these tools and everything been working.
You have to take it forward now. Next year I'm going to completely disassociate.
Why?
Yeah, no, दूसरा काम नहीं होता है। अगर 12 साल हो गया। I want to raise this consciousness thing now. वो बहुत अच्छे से emerge कर रहा है। understand still the way हमारे बच्चों को तो आप उन्हें नहीं होगा मिलता. You need to really connect with them. So Jindal, Bennett, Nias, and Ian Institutes, and Dayalbag, all of them together. Dayalbag and Institute wrote a small article on that. When spirituality meets economics. Fascinating experiment. And they have very good program of processes. That's why this is done. So now they put a meeting. We have a meeting to think how it is happening.
I think this is annually, it's quite a, there needs to be some kind of breather also each time. ये biannual जो है initially topics हो जाते हैं, वो better होता. Because ऐसे में क्या हो रहा है कि ना publication करते हो पा रहे हैं, ना editorship कर पा रहे हैं.
I was thinking, we have it, 4-5 लोग मिलके अलग-अलग teams को ले रहे हैं और सारे team में work. So Rockland is keen now. कल वो आया कि थे लोग शाम को आए थे केवल. So he wanted to witness it. मैंने उसको propose किया था. I guess he also wanted to witness कि क्या है इसका service करने का. So very interesting. So he said that करेंगे इसको बात. So not difficult. So all of us, we take one issue and make one younger scholar as our co-editor. ये क्या काम है? I think probably within knowledge system पे लोगों ने किया है. मेरे वर्क से होता तो कभी नहीं होता. I really work very hard to connect together. ऐसी करके वो कर सकता है. एक बड़ा आर्टिकल जो है ना वो पर्सपेक्टिव आर्टिकल हो. जिसका भी डिबेट डिस्कस करने के लिए selecting people from the list of represented or new person. So the first article should be around 10,000 words written to start. That should be circulated around the rest of the papers. लोग तो हमारे पास है ना, पेपर्स नहीं थे, लोग तो काफी हैं. People will be, I think they will be keen to give papers.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of 12 साल का जो इकट्ठा हुआ है, some must have already published whatever it is.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, how are we looking at it in terms of, now it cannot be 12 books. Basically it is about thematics that emerged.
Theme पकड़ लो. उसमें से जिन लोगों ने प्रेजेंट किया है या नहीं भी किया है, even then we can invite. यंग लोग आ गए हैं, ज़्यादा काम करते हैं, they will be able to do that. ये नॉलेज सिस्टम वाली किताब है, उसमें 7 या 8 पेपर्स हैं, लोग रिटर्न देते हैं. जिन्होंने 2-3 साल में 2-3 साल रिकॉर्ड करके उसमें किया है, और सब लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं, सब लोग डेवलप पे हैं. So it's becoming very nice. काफी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी है, काफी क्या पॉसिबल पोजीशंस हो सकता है वो कवर है. नॉट नेसेसरी दैट वी कैनलाइज दैट. कीप इट ओपन. आई थिंक द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नोट हैज दिस थिंग दैट एवरीबॉडी एप्रिशिएटेड. इट्स नॉट अ क्लोज थिंग. दिस ओपननेस इफ वी कैन कीप एंड लेट मल्टीपल वॉइसेस स्पीक इन द टेक्स्ट, तो कोई हर्ज नहीं है. What should we have? One word. जब संहिता वाला इसका है, डिबेट 3 महीने से चल रहा है. उसकी जो क्रिएटिव टेंशन है, जो निकल के भी आया, ये आगे जैसे रेस कर रहा है क्वेश्चन. So I think we should bring the text in the form of debate. everything in the form of family. It's very more interesting. I hope that obviously you are interested in series, do call it critically, call it critical things in your life, so that you are not burdened with this fact that you have to prove for manifestation gap. And should not be more than 50,000 words or 50,000. And will bring up this. कोई भी अच्छा लगता है।
नहीं वो तो है ही अच्छा। मैं इनफैक्ट इसमें भी मतलब क्रिएटिव थ्योरी कोलोकियम से जो एक डिबेट और डिस्कशन का एक पूरा सीक्वेंस बना है, उसमें से भी हम लोग जो थीमेटिक्स चूज करके बना रहे हैं, मतलब इज देयर अ बर्डन टू प्रूव क्रिएटिविटी एंड क्रिएटिव थ्योरी बोथ
Not necessarily.
वही बिकॉज इट मे नॉट रियली देन हैपन।
हाँ, let's not get into that. The openness and multiple voices debating among each other, that should be our way of practice. Get something involved in the process.
I can think of something I will share the note.
No.
Over these years, मुझे लगता है बस एक ही इम्प्रूवमेंट हो पाया है कि now I don't speak without full So I have already 8,000 words. थोड़ा इसमें है problem. I can already foresee when I'm meeting the process. So I need to improve it. Certain things. But ठीक है, एक वो है, there is a draft.
And you will be the only person bringing that perspective into that. Example, हम लोग हमारे पास है, for example, cities grow है. और हम जिस तरह हैं, we should have invited Ashok Nagpal. He is a psychoanalyst, doctor student, very interesting person. He used to be part of our group earlier. He does a lot in programming. So, next to him, that is a new perspective on you can do that. You know, this Ambedkar University में latest And अब आगे करके होपो कि
I think now that's my time. Instead of, I mean, I am in fact thinking instead of organizing it every year, you know, and unnecessarily accumulating themes without consolidating the work of previous years.
But you know, my idea
That's true.
I can see the role of reverse capitalism. Reverse capitalism, reverse is more than that. एक घंटे का होता है, रिटायरमेंट बताया मुझे, काफी लोग मुझे पूरा देते हैं. It's a good thing.
I also feel it's, I mean, we are capturing that space ना जहाँ पे भी short है. मतलब randomly students will do this, this that. I was like, how does their presence, you know, how do I correlate their presence with what's happening here? Because they are working on very different thematics. AI पे काम कर रहे हैं, IR है. So I saw a lot of students who work on similar things that I do coming here. And then मैंने तो इस बार कतई वो भी नहीं किया इसको कॉम्प्लीमेंट, तो मुझे लग रहा था कि ऐसे ही बहुत लोग हमारे थे तो point if somebody asked also I said हाँ please schedule. And I never said that.
Finally, against your suggestion, we wrote that.
नहीं लिखना चाहिए था सर, उसी समय लिखना. In fact, मैं बाद में मैंने सोचा कि like we do it for any other thing. That is how we should do it. Registration करवाएं और उसके बाद हम उसको registration के बाद भी लिखें that confirmation can be sent to me. And then we pick and choose.
And no entry without
No entry without confirmation, without confirmed application. So a little bit of that we have इतना भी बड़ा हॉल कल मैं बहुत मुझे निकल रहा है हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया
और बेहतर हो रहा है if they give more than 100, then the other function of state do not raise money from it.
AICCS वाला मॉडल भी है जो रेप्लिकेट किया जा सकता है having a university to host us. Because this time it is कहाँ है सारे?
अरे
नहीं अनुप्राउड से नहीं शोना था ये.
नहीं 12:30.
It finished at 12:30. What promised Ashish that I'm taking him for lunch?
Oh, he is downstairs. He didn't want to go to lunch. He went to library.
I told him I'm coming back at 1 o'clock and get hold of you.
He wanted allowed to speak, but he said no. He doesn't want to speak in a group. He wants to have a discussion on my book. I gave him extendingly, but this about but he has probably asked some people.
So is he here?
No, definitely not.
No, definitely a discussion. In physical mode.
But very interesting. He doesn't want to.
So will it be in JNU or?
I don't know. He hasn't planned. He has told him live and everything. So I'm not sure how. But we can have one within somewhere. This is here. Just one, two.
Everyone is reserved. Everything is reserved. I sit there.
And four spaces we have exactly same university campus. So I told university in Chicago because decolonization.
It has been translated in Punjab.
Okay, that's very interesting.
They approached me, said that
So who translated it?
this Senator Sushil Kumar, the group of people in Punjab, they pick up one language and translate that in Indian.
That's very interesting.
So they told me that they have prepared the book, so you want to translate it. Now they are sending me the full draft. Want me to can't read. So I will invite somebody to read out. I can understand that,
I can put you in touch with that person. You will come in.
अब इन्होंने क्या किया कि उस संस्कृति मैगजीन में इंट्रोडक्शन छापा, लीडर्स मैगजीन, बहुत सारा रिएक्शंस हुआ, so they noticed that, and then they that's how they do it. Yes, right. And somebody translating Marathi, either the post or professor in Hindi. We are keeping the Indian language right of the book like a legal document. Everybody should do that. So that we can use the version. We just print. But that's person for this will be appeal. Is Anup around? Yes. I'm in the Decolonizing. हाँ there are three eyes and blue. Yes, Osha. I think so only 5 people are left for lunch. So they can increase by 5. They have given 110 ideas. So Sanjeev sir बात करो ना 5 तो 5 तो हो गया है creative. Only 5 people are left for now. आप निकलेंगे? मैंने carry my guns. आपका स्पेशल डायरेक्टर है, एक्सपेरिमेंट का कार्य करता हूँ, फिर मिले भूख लगा उस टाइम में ठीक हो गया। और एक आध इसका खा लेगा।
सर आज 2 सेशन है।
आज 2 सेशन। भाषा को तो नहीं बढ़ा रहे तो 5 लोगों को ना संस्था के पास देता हूँ अंदर होगी तो कैंटीन अंदर एक कैंटीन होगी जहाँ खाना खा भी लेफ्ट कैंटीन हाँ हाँ वहीं पे now people do not say the guy चलो गायब है वो तो अभी बिहार में है ना आजकल स्पोक्स पर्सन बना ज्ञान काफी आरजेडी में किसने प्रियंका भी है प्रियंका भट्टी मैं 10 को जानता हूं दोस्त को हैं जो उसके तुम्हारे कलीग हैं कॉलेज में है राजन वो भी है नवल भी हैं और अपना राकेश भी है सब नेशनल स्पोक्स बस रीजनल पार्टी का ज्यादा था सब जेल में याद है रीजनल पार्टी का नेशनल स्पोक्स राजीव राजेश का बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था तो जाने से मालूम हुआ उसको अभी सोचते थे कांग्रेस का करता था फिर तो नहीं है कौन से उधर आ गया हाँ लोग कांग्रेस को अप्रोच नहीं कर सकता है हमको बता दें क्या करें कोई नहीं मुश्किल है हाँ मैं भी
ऐसे ही रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी ऐसे ही मतलब वो लेन बना तुरंत एक जा रहा एक आ रहा है
और फिर एक वीडियो देख पाए
हाँ
इस जगह तो डेली अगर आपने नाम तो हम लोग को बहुत एक्सपोजर हो गया ऐसे ही रहो
अरुण ये लगाओ
हाँ लगा बताओ नहीं बैठो तो लगा के आते हैं हाँ लगा दो
कुछ चीज़ें फैला दो
शायद तो फैलाया था कितना हो गया 19% तो बंद हो जाएगा ये पावर बैंक आप मेरे माइक के साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन क्यों कर रहे हो?
क्या?
अपना माइक प्लेस करते हो मेरे नहीं हटाते हैं।
कहाँ हटाया?
जब आप अपना शिफ्ट करते हो
यही तो दिक्कत है ना वो दो भाई स्पीकर भी डिस्टर्बेंस
टेक्स ओनली 1 एक्स्ट्रा सेकंड
अच्छा चेक किया था जो हो रहा है
प्रॉपर
इतना हाइट बढ़ाओ
नहीं हाइट बढ़ा रहा हूँ लगा रहा हूँ ऑडियो
ट्राइपॉड ठीक ठाक है
हाँ अच्छा ऑडियो भी अच्छा जा रहा था FCS सर
ये तो उसमें होगा पूरा सेशन वाइज बट मैं आज से ना फिर
समीम जी के बाद हम थे
लोग
How are the students now? How are the students It's not taking you away much from your research. So you can do both. It's possible. You are committed. I think you don't get this.
उनसे मैटर
क्या मन कर रहा है नहीं When he had heart illness. मतलब थोड़ा हो सकता है उन्हें सेंस की प्रोग्नोसिस हाँ हम अपना बोतल ले लेंगे
I think you're in second batch. Yeah. First batch के मैंने सेशन दिया था लेक्चर जो अनुष्का बोला नहीं तो करो
अभी वहाँ पे बात जिज्ञासा से Usually work with that's okay, right? And I'm a materialist, very scared right now. I should be scared. Yeah, there's a so it's very just one concept. Engagement and bringing folk into I'm just a little nervous. I have to allow myself. Maybe now I'm feeling nervous. But this is a very comfortable group.
You can put a chair. Just follow me. Nothing is official until it is recorded. 12 years to record.
Welcome back, everyone. We now begin with our session 3, Ideological Contestations, Nation, Class and Emancipation. This session explores how diverse ideological visions, nationalist, Marxist, Ambedkarite, Gandhian, feminist and ecological, shape imaginations of nation, class and emancipation. It foregrounds regional innovations emerging from linguistic, cultural and subaltern movements as resources for reimagining freedom and justice. We are honored to have Professor Anupama Roy as the chair of this panel. Professor Roy is a distinguished scholar and professor at the Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. With a PhD in sociology from the State University of New York, her expertise spans citizenship studies, political institutions, constitutionalism, gender and migration, law and politics. She has served as chairperson of both the Center and the Center for Media Studies at JNU. Her works include citizenship regimes, law and belonging, the CAA and NRC in India. Our next speaker is Dr. Namita Singh. She is an assistant professor in the Department of History at Aryabhatta College, University of Delhi. She has over 12 years of teaching experience. She did her PhD in history from University of Delhi and specializes in medieval Indian history. As discussants, we have Ravi Ranjan. Dr. Ravi Ranjan teaches political science at Zakir Hussain College and coordinates research at the Developing Countries Research Center in University of Delhi. He has led projects funded by UGC, LSE, and IDS. Our next speaker is Rityusha Mani Tiwari. Dr. Tiwari is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science at Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi. She is also an Institute of Eminence Fellow at the Delhi School of Transnational Affairs and Honorary Fellow at the Institute of Chinese Studies. A scholar of Chinese Studies with a PhD from JNU, her research explores leadership, power, borders, gender, and security in South and Southeast Asia. Our next discussant is Sanjana K.S. She is pursuing her PhD at the Center for Political Studies, JNU. Her doctoral research probes the mobilization strategies of the Hindu right wing in Karnataka with a focus on how caste is accommodated within its political praxis. Her broader research interests include women's studies, popular culture, and new media. Now I hand over the session to the chair. She can proceed with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Varsha. I got a note explaining to me how I must conduct this session, so I would follow that. And each speaker has about 15 minutes to present their paper, and the discussant has 10 minutes. So as chair, I'm supposed to comment. So since the discussants are here who probably read the papers and are more competent to comment on the papers, I would probably follow what Professor Chandok did in the morning and make a few opening remarks. And these opening remarks, I don't expect these remarks to frame either the papers or the discussions that would follow. So the only purpose is to, for me, to anticipate what could possibly be the direction that the discussions might take. And I'm also mindful of the concept note that was prepared, and it's an excellent concept note written with a lot of clarity. And I'm picking out one strand from that concept note which talks about the multivocality and pluriverse, the universe of political theory could potentially be or might be seen as a pluriverse. But we all know that that's not the case, and this is probably one of the things that we are doing through this conference. And I think this session would not just continue what has been said earlier, but would also add additional services because it brings the additional dimension of contestation and ideological contestation in particular. So once we admit that there is contestation, there would be different ways of looking at some of the things that we have been looking at. And contestation would also assume certain ground rules, but it would also assume a confession that there are different kinds of positions. And these positions would articulate themselves using linguistic norms and structures which are not guided or entrenched by the dominant frames. And therefore, I think we have Namita here who would talk about counter narratives. And once we say that there is a narrative that can counter an entrenched narrative, we are assuming that there are certain conditions which would make these counter narratives visible. So to be able to hear, listen to, and identify these counter narratives would acquire also a disposition which is perhaps not available and entrenched. So one of the things perhaps I think we need to be looking at and talking about is this idea of dispositions and what is it that makes some kinds of narratives more visible and more vocal than others. And then again the question of what are the ways in which these narratives would make themselves heard, right? And you know, whether as Audre Lorde would say, you know, what are the tools that these narratives would use, and whether using the master's tools or giving the master's tools the position of determining what your narrative would be, would perhaps not lead to a counter narrative. So we cannot use the master's narrative to dismantle the master's house. So the looking and searching for those narratives and what are therefore the tropes and the idioms that these narratives would recover, recreate, create from scratch, or resurrect from what the traditions available to us, would produce those dialogues, engagement that the concept note is also always talking about. And so once when we talk about dialogue, there is also the question of, as Mahindra keeps saying, and Ashutosh's abstract also used that idea of the Purva Paksha, whether Purva Paksh would be relative or absolute in terms of determining this dialogue. So with those few remarks, I would invite Namita Singh to make her presentation. It's 1:51. So Namita would come first, right? So, and you have 15 minutes, Namita.
Thank you.
Ask the mic, this
Yeah.
Thank you, Anupama. I would like to thank Maninder sir for the opportunity, and I just hope I do justice to the discussion here. Birha, I'm sure we've all heard the term somewhere or the other. It's a folk genre coming from the Bhojpuri speaking region, and I specifically say Bhojpuri speaking region as it is not restricted to a portion of Bihar, but it goes to the certain portions of UP as well. And the genre originated in this region of North India that was originally the songs sung by specific castes. So as soon as I bring in the caste here, it already was a genre very specific to the lower sections of the society. So the Ahirs would sing these songs when they would take their animals or cattle for grazing, and therefore Kahar and Telis and others were known to be singing this particular song. So basically, this is a particular genre that was, sung by, or the practitioners particularly were from this particular group. Now, in 19th and 20th century is a very interesting period in Indian history, because this is the time when mass migration from this region begins. The migration and economic displacement from the region continuously reconstituted and expanded the audience and performers of Birha in this period. And this is where it gets interesting, and this is what I'm going to discuss in the paper here on. So the core theme of Birha usually, and especially in the 19th and 20th century, becomes the agonies of separation from the original form, where they would talk about Krishna and the childhood of Krishna, the Ras Leela with the gopis, and all of that initially now becomes stories of separation. And these separation stories, these stories of pain and agony because of the separation, was not abstract. It was not romantic in terms the way we look at the songs of Bhakti era. It's not one of those songs. It is a song that actually elaborates on the lived experiences of what once was a family and that's now left behind. The Birha performances are shaped by the realities of migration-led separation. Therefore, it weaves in sorrow as its central theme, longing as its central theme, and also the hope and joy of survival under the unfamiliar and hard conditions that they face in these migrated zones that they go to. So, Birha originally was a short 10 minutes performance per artist, and over time it transforms into this expansive musical narrative lasting half an hour to 1 hour. And the longer it got, the more detailed the narratives with multiple melodies and structural shifts it became. It required the audiences to immerse into these narratives, to feel the feelings that the artist was talking about. It was a processing method for the collective trauma of the migrants, whether it is cross-border migration, as it happened in case of plantation economies, or internal migration. So it's collective trauma associated with distance from the loved ones and the hardship of labor, like I said, was processed through these songs. So Birha was a living art. Its composition and practices did evolve over time. So, like I said, from the topics starting from the Gopi Krishna separation, it goes to a more relatable everyday scenario. For example, the birhas that you find from the early 20th century, we know there are great many men, especially Bhikhari Thakur for that matter, wrote Bidesiya, and he used this particular genre in that play as well. So the ones found in the 20th century were, and let me recite this for you all. Hamni ke rahab jani duno parani, angana mein keech kaach duara pa pani, खाल ऊंचा गोर पड़ी चलल बा जवानी, देश विदेश जाला टूटही पलानी, केकरा पर छोड़ के जाला टूटही पलानी, कहत महेंद्र मिसिर सुन दिल जानी, केकरा के आग मांगो केकरा के पानी. So this is basically the person who's left behind is talking to the beloved who has left, and by the time we reach the later half of the 20th century, especially when the Bollywood picks up this particular genre, and one that caught attention was the one that was composed during the lockdown when we knew the laborers were migrating back home on foot, etc. Khoon pasina sahariya mein bhaiya kauri ke bhaav mein bikail ba, खुनवा पसीना सहरिया भैया कौड़ी के भाव में बिकाई बा, चल उड़ चल सुगना गमुआ के ओर जहाँ माटी में सोना हेराई बा, अंगनैया के सना सजा के मशीनियों से बेसी देहिया खटौनी, हाय रे करम यही पेटवा खातिर कबो वॉचमैन के ड्यूटी बजौनी, कभी ऐसे छिटा गईनी जैसे बोरा में सरसों छिटाई बा. So it's as real as their experiences are, and it's touching and it's stirring, and then so you see the content also changes from just longing to their hardships and their experiences as they change. So the vocabulary also changes. It brings in factories and machines and guardship, etc. All kinds of jobs, menial jobs that they pick up, and it's a long poetry, but I'm not going into the details of it, just to give an idea of how it changed over the years. So examining birha alongside other genres within the Bhojpuri folk would be an interesting thing to do, because folk, in general has this context in which it develops, and birha couldn't be any different from any of that. So there are definitely similarities there that one notices. So let's say it has shared lineage and also drastic divergences. So, for example, most of the folk that develops in a region marks the rites of passage, festivals, change in season, etc. Birha somehow does not. It kind of is related to a completely different trajectory of a laborer's life, a migrant's life, and however, it matches the peculiarities to agricultural labor rhythm. It uses the same composition style and also the performance style. So Jantasar is another genre of folk that we look at, and this kind of folk has developed across India wherever there is hard physical labor or agrarian labor that's there, which is true of most of the India. So Jantasar are songs that are sung during the harvest, sowing, grinding of the grains, etc. So these songs are very small and cyclic in structure, because it had to then match the pattern of the body movement and yet these songs also were about lived experiences of these village or rural people. It was also, like Birha, passed on into community through generations via the oral mode of passing knowledge. Both of them are located in rural material culture, so the idioms match, the expressions are similar. We talk about the same kuwa, the same nadi, the same khet, etc., etc. All of those things are there. So other kinds of folks also are there in Bhojpuri. We have Kajri, that marks the change of season. We have Bidai songs specifically. That's again another genre that talks about separation, but a very different kind of separation where I'm not saying that Birha is not a feminine voice. In fact, at one point in my article, I will talk about it. But Bidai specifically is about separation of a daughter from the family that she grew up in or the village that she grew up in. So it's important to note that as well. Then we have Sohar and Gari and other genres as well. So Birha uses the tropes from each of these genres, especially the humor and satire bit, to articulate anxieties and emotions, to mirror the memories of the land that is left behind. So while other folk forms are stationed in local space, the Birha migrates with the migrants. With its practitioners, it is also moving. Therefore, in nature and trajectory, it depends on the way it is curated, the land that it goes to. So the mainstream of form of art takes pride in their well-preserved origin and transformation, because mainstream arts are neatly subcategorized, right, where all kinds of variation is either slotted neatly into a subcategory or muted out completely. The natural, organic poetry of Birha lives with its practitioners. So the fossilizing of the original is not possible here. And that is what I'm going to problematize later.
5 minutes?
Only? I'm done?
5 minutes more. Okay, carry on.
Sorry, because I've not even reached to the discussion yet.
Can we give an additional?
I'll get to the point then. So I would quickly move to my core discussion here. So basically, one thing that I want to situate here is migration and the problem of migration and how history has looked at migration, and especially nationalism particularly has looked at migration. So migration from Bhojpuri areas has to be looked into two separate slots. The first one is when the migration takes place in the colonial period, 1833, the said slavery has been abolished, but the need for the labor has not. And as a result, these people are tricked into moving from their land because of their economic hardship to other areas. And here I mean the areas where the plantation existed, the Guyana, Fiji, Mauritius kind of land. And there is another kind of movement that is happening, and it starts showing massive impact, especially in the later half of the 20th century, where internally, within India itself, newer urban centers originate. Places like Calcutta, Bombay, Delhi become the centers where these people are forced into migrating. So that's one thing that I want to bring into context here. Particularly in Bihar, there is another thing that I would like to bring into context, which I want to discuss, is that there are two kinds of people who are migrating. The lower sections of the society was migrating because of the hardship, or they were, even if it was voluntary, it was forced by the circumstances and economic needs of that class. And when we come to the second kind of people who moved from the very early period itself, were the people who were landed elites of that area. The families did not move there. They moved because they wanted to add this extra income to their family. So they're not carrying Birha with them, but the laborers are. Another thing that I would like to add to that particular aspect of growth and continuity is that, and now I'm nervous and missing out on things, but basically what I'm trying to say here is when we talk about nationalism, the idea of nationalism is the sense of belonging more specifically from what it seems in the case of Birha is for the privileged, that privileged group kind of prefers homogeneity and central identity and narrative of progress. And this narrative of progress is where the voices of the laborers are muted out into creating this, like Gopal Guru would call it, morality here, where they are only seen as agents that are contributing to the national progress. So they're isolated voices of partial inclusion and massive exclusion from the local host cities that they move into. Their emotional registers of absence, longing, ruptured tide of the villages are not allowed does not allow them to dissolve their identity into abstracted symbols of nation. The nation that talks about unity, that talks about that for this particular national feeling, the other is anybody who lives off the border. And I'm not bringing about the migration that takes place because of the partition or pre-partition violence, particularly because people moved in groups, and therefore the communities that were left behind from wherever they were moving were quick enough to forget them, and they too found it easier to adapt to the newer situation because they had their flock with them. But in this kind of migration, where a lone single male member of the society was forced into move, kind of was in a lot of distress, facing a lot of I would say exclusion from the society, exploitation from the system, was registering their voices in this genre called birha. And I'm not saying it's loud, and I'm not saying that it's violent, and I'm not saying that it's a revolt. I am saying it's a scene where adaptation and resistance are put together in one packet and presented in these performances. The birha reminds its audiences that citizenship is experienced unevenly, mediated by proximity to home cultures rather than by formal political structures as we would like to believe. Another important thing that is for us interesting for us to note in case of birha is that for the marginalized and minorities, inclusion into national frameworks has often been conditional and incomplete even to date. Legal secularism promised equal protection for diverse communities, and yet structural contradictions meant separate representations remained legally contested and politically fraught. And that is what I wanted to bring onto the table here today. Because it is a folk art form, okay. Because it is a folk art, I think I will take it up in the question answer session then. In the folk art form, another important thing that happens is that we are extremely obsessed with the idea of defining things. And because birha is an experience, a lived experience, and therefore when we talk about recording these folk forms, there is a problem, and I'm not saying that problem has not occurred, but the pressures of market also impact these birha practitioners. So the places that they move into, their original audience were the fellow migrants, but over a period of time what happens is that they are appropriated. They are appropriated by the cinema, and they are also appropriated in the sense that they now kind of become grander in terms of the musical instruments that they are using. So the songs that were originally to be circulated amongst the migrant workers go through their own trajectory of going into cassettes and festivals, etc. And the moment you start performing an art like this into heritage festivals, they become cautious. And that is where the discussion should be. They become cautious. It's not resistance in the most raw form that it should be. It becomes muted, it becomes conscious, because they live in that context where they have to look at their sponsors, their masters, and also the political structures. So as a result, what happens is birha, if looked closely, presents a counter narrative to nationalism here, where
and this would
okay, lovely, one sentence. So what I basically wanted to say was, even though birha has not ever been studied in that context, I think it needs more scrutiny. because rather than limiting and muting out the labor experience, the experience of the migrants, we need to look at it, however uncomfortable it may be, to the idea of nationalism and national unity or national identity. This needs to be addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I now invite Rityusha to present her paper? This one?
Thank you, Professor Roy. So my paper is going to read out as different from the previous one as chalk is from cheese. So I will try not to stand out too much, but then it's a rather last minute reshuffle of papers from one session to another. So in that creative space that we have created here, I request the audience and the scholars to bear with me.
That applies as much to her as to you.
Yeah, so decoloniality and third worldism in Indian international relations, and I try to look at theory, perils and successes of this intertwining of two conceptual categories that I try to read within the Indian international relations. So my paper looks at the intellectual roots, the political praxis, and what it means for global IR project today. Because when we talk about Indian international relation, how it situates vis-a-vis the global IR. So I argue that India's taking up of the decolonizing project within IR lies in reading its consistent attempts to counter the epistemic strongholds of Western theory. And those attempts have been showcased primarily through post-colonial critiques that have emerged from time to time within Indian IR. The advocacy and the application and the voices that resonated via the route of Gandhian ethics and the solidarity projects of Global South, which is where the praxis part comes in. And just as a foregrounding of what I will do later, initiatives such as Bandhu Conference, Non-Alignment Movement, and the advocacy of new international economic order show this route towards cultivating a unique normative profile within global politics, which became, some sort of, sets of markers or identity for Indian IR. These initiatives enabled India and other decolonized states to articulate claims against systemic marginalization and exploitation, while offering a vision of an alternative world order, which perhaps has been talking consistently about questions of equity and equality, justice, as well as solidarity. At the same time, in the second part of my article, I try to highlight the paradoxes and limitations that emerge from the structural constraints that surround at the level of, the operational exercise of Indian IR, ranging from, constructs like geopolitical dependencies, recurrent economic crisis in the larger setup of the neoliberal economic paradigm, and also the divergence within the sets of priority that from time to time have confronted India as well as other countries of Global South, undermining the durability of this conceptual continuity of third world solidarity. So, and I try to conclude by saying that despite these dilemmas, the legacies of decoloniality and third worldism remain extremely significant, as they have shaped intellectual imagination of Indian IR by embedding a moral, ethical component in the engagement that Indian IR has with global IR project. Even in the face of persistent hegemony of Western frameworks and the politics of cultural essentialism that is very pervasive in the global IR context, these traditions within Indian IR continue to offer resources for rethinking the way we operate within this idea of international relations at global scale. Ultimately, I suggest that Indian IR occupies a deeply paradoxical position, at once invested in decolonial and third worldist commitments,
simultaneously engaged in the logic of the Western connotations of power, hierarchy, and survival. And it is within this paradox that the enduring significance of Indian IR as a site for understanding how different participants within the global south challenge the hegemonic narratives of IR, dealing with the perils of fragmentation, co-optation, and contradiction emerge. So I'll bear with the time limit, hopefully. So I think in terms of introduction, I would skip introduction. I'll come particularly to very specific contexts of how I read the literature in this particular field. The first part of the Eurocentric post-colonial global IR, categories is reading Eurocentrism and how different canons of IR emerged from there. And all of us, we know that realism or liberalism have had a very significant grounding in Westphalian narrative as well as the Eurocentric bias of reading the ideas of progress, development, democracy, free trade, often overlooking the violence and inequalities that came because of historical trajectories of how empires shaped within these particular centuries. The commitment of realism or liberalism or many of the hegemonic canons of IR to Western histories of modernity and enlightenment has been often pointed out, and it goes without saying that it suppresses or does not make way for a very assertive presentation of post-colonial or decolonial critique. Nonetheless, the post-colonial decolonial critique has challenged to a large degree the Eurocentrism by recovering the subaltern voices, interrogating epistemic hierarchies, and offering alternative imageries of world order. And work of scholars like Edward Said, Gayatri Spivak, and Homi Bhabha, and all of those basically go on to bring in this kind of foregrounding of the persistence of colonial legacies and colonial logic in knowledge production. Coming specifically to third worldism and global politics, the work of many scholars in that regard is extremely important to foreground this discussion. Of course, Vijay Prashad talks about third worldism as the emergent solidarity of newly independent states against colonialism, imperialism, and global inequality. It is not just about, the third worldism is not just about political alignment, but it is also about alternative visions of global order as to how global order should emerge. Is it about occupying power and becoming a power center in itself, or is it about politics of solidarity? So third worldism becomes an extremely important epistemic intervention in the vision of global order. That is not to say that it is without contradictions. The contradiction in the very category of third worldism is about divergences as to how you perceive of yourself within the world, which the realist might want to call as national interest or national identity and so on and so forth. But this perception of the self within how we look at the world is a very ambivalent category, and I would like to again point out that it does not become a fixed or rigid category, as it were. So even though the moral imperatives may remain continuous, at the same time this identity or this aspiration to define the self is something which is very, it's fluid, it's in flux. So it cannot really be very, very clearly conceptually categorized. And therein emerges the contradiction. Now, Indian contributions in this regard have been very interesting, and I look at basically Gandhi, Nehru, and Tagore in that sense. And also would like to add that it's not always the conceptual, treatment of certain vocabularies that emerge from Indian experience. It's also the praxis which needs to be read in tandem with the intervention that was perhaps at conceptual level. So reading theory through praxis is something that also emerges as a very significant part of the Indian IR, case study. And Anibal Quijano and Walter Mignolo basically talk about decolonization and
they focus on coloniality of power, and they basically argue for epistemic disobedience, committing to the sense of, I mean, if we extrapolate that in how we read global IR today, there is perhaps a commitment to pluriversality rather than a universal category of concepts. So which is where I say that perhaps we need to locate the idea of third world solidarity, the idea of decolonization within this concept of pluriversality, where we are not really bound by fixed categories of how power reads or how national identity reads or how even hierarchies in certain contexts read. And I'm going to quickly come to the perils and successes part, which is because I've tried to outline the methodology here. So I'm going to walk away, I'm going to just give you certain key pointers to walk away with. If we look at, I'm shy of calling it as contributions or even successes, but certain spaces of hope in a very David Harvinian tradition, I would like to say, are the normative innovations that the Indian experiment brings forth, contributing to ethical vocabularies, whether it's the reading of Gandhi in terms of non-violence, Swaraj, whether it's the question of solidarity and promotion of or extension of solidarity with questions of self-determination, which broaden the horizon of IR. Equally important and extremely readable side is the institution building that happens and the efforts from Indian side on that in that context. And I have taken up the case study of NAM and NEO and Afro-Asian forums, which basically become the site to institutionalize this whole idea of third world solidarity. And then, of course, there are certain big constraints which emerge as at the level of structural constraints or systemic constraints, where we have these counterparts from global IR challenging what is happening here in other parts of the global south, which is in terms of geopolitical dependencies, economic crisis, Cold War dynamics, which go on to undermine the conceptual categories of third worldism and decolonization constantly. Then there is, of course, the question of internal contradiction of balancing out or perhaps co-opting both these categories together and creating a whole, which is the two categories of moral ethical claims in setting the agenda of IR. At the same time, the contradiction of how you define yourself as an emerging power, as a major power, as almost their power or whatever. So that becomes a very big internal contradiction when we look at it. And then that contradiction also plays out at the level of this category of global south, because there is a fragmentation, there's fragmented south, if you will. And they all go on to erode third world solidarity. So I'm going to quickly, and I think we can have a lot of discussion on the case studies about Africa, anti-apartheid, Palestine, China and the Asian unity, South-South cooperation. These are some of the case studies that I look at. I'm just going to read my conclusion, which is that I feel that there is a lot of talk about post-third worldism, and I would like to say that India continues to invoke the language of solidarity, and the praxis is increasingly becoming distanced from that solidarity. There are sharp interventions in context of this whole invocation of material interest and great power aspirations. At the same time, there still exists a blend of continuities and ruptures that are very, very significantly present in this whole reading of decoloniality, either at the conceptual level. If you shift the site from NAM to G20 today, there is enough, conceptual resource there to see the language of continuity. There are ruptures, of course, as I pointed out again. So I would say that we are still not in the post-third world solidarity paradigm, but perhaps it should be read as a new third world solidarity or a new third world space. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Ravi to make his comments?
Someone else was first.
No, I'll take it. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to reflect on these two papers. They were intensively trying to make argument for different conceptualization of nationalism, and more particularly with this paper, how nationalism has been used to restructure the international order or world order, and how third world is making and impacting this. But before that, I think when we are talking nationalism or any kind of identity, to take it as a normative value, we must understand that whether whatever the conceptual categories that we are using, whether they have the capacity to create a public reasoning or not. So that is one question to both the speakers, that how their conceptualization is going to create something called public reasoning, what Selvan Wallin has conceptualized in his vision in politics. Because without having this idea of public reasoning, we can't engage in debates, otherwise it will be more fragmented. So this is one general comment on both the papers. Second, whenever we are talking about the idea of normativism, normative categories are creating political emotions, including nationalism, and they construct the changing nature of both political as well as public. So this, both political and public, has to be deal with the notion of public reasoning before conceptualizing any public policy or talking about the orders. Now come to the individual papers. That the folk genre that Namita has talked about is wonderful, and a lot of things coming to the mind. First thing that I was thinking about the migration, and how migration has tried to chart it out certain kind of normativism to create a political theory, and the different folk genre. And it's not only the migration, but it's started from migration and ending to the idea of citizenship. When we are talking about recently, America has deported many Indian citizens, and from this this kind of migration that she is talking about, to the migration that is happening today, or the donkey route. So from Videsia to donkey route, it has owned, it has a different kind of trajectory, creating a different kind of normativism, where we are calling out how we are going to situate the so-called quote-unquote Bharat's political theory in this design, when we are talking at the same time there is a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and the people are being deported like criminals. So this is one argument that one has to think about. And when we are talking about migration and movement, there are different stages of migration, and each stage and there is a social location that one has to understand. One argument that you have given talked about the idea of urban spaces versus the rural spaces, because rural India was not talking about those kind of folk songs like urban India was engaged in or not. But you also have to engage the kind of migration that was happening from Bihar and that was happening from Gujarat to the other part of the world. So most of the Gujarati people went to America and other more developed part of the. So how this cultural, social and cultural location were playing into the idea of migration movement that can construct a kind of universal value to create, because this Birha, the idea of Birha, you said that it is a saddest or separation part of thing. So literature always has to play a very important role when you have to create a human political theory. So someone in English tradition, Western tradition, used to say that saddest notes are the sweetest notes. So whether the Birha or Birha can be conceptualized in those tradition, and this social location and collective trauma has capacity to create a theoretical framework. So what kind of theoretical framework that your paper is trying to talk about? So the general comments on Namita's paper. Now come to the second equally important paper, although I am not an expert in it at all. But decoloniality and third worldism, and this has already given a context from NAM to G20. And we are already having a group on the basis of our national interest, pan-national interest of all the newly independent countries after decolonization movement. But the point is that when we are talking about the idea of world order and the general theory of idealism or realism or power balancing among the different sectors, don't we think that there are conceptual categories which are original to the social location? For instance, in India, we are talking about the idea of Maitri. So how this idea of Maitri, that the fraternity or Maitri that we have used, so how that Maitri or such conceptualization cannot be used to create a new friendship, because we are saying the highly unstable phase of international relations, because those who were partners in NAM, they are against India these days. We have seen in our Operation Sindoor and post-Operation Sindoor that India is facing a lot of issues. So there are the second point that you have raised about third worldism versus world politics, or universal versus plural kind of conceptualization. So how the economic, because we are living in the age of AI, a lot of advanced technology, where the national boundaries are sometimes making a different kind of proposition for decision makers. So how third worldism, the conceptualization of third worldism, is going to talk about the originality of Indian idea versus global idea that we are talking. And again, in G20 we have talked, the focus point was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that we are treating world as a family, addressing climate crisis. But major point that nations have to understand, even the third world nations, when they are talking about the idea of third worldism, how the material distribution or material resource distribution can be controlled by them through ethical measures or through some kind of international jurisprudence that hardly the dominant power are believing to. So these are a few of the comments on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think both the papers were extremely fascinating. I would have loved to read both of the papers, but I'll still make do with whatever points I've gathered from the presentations. So to begin with, as a discussant, I'll do three functions. I'll briefly summarize the paper that's there, and then I'll put forward some pointers that I thought were interesting. And lastly, I'll probably open the discussion with some questions that I have in my own mind. So to begin with, Namita's paper focused on Viraha as a genre of folk songs, primarily emerging in the 19th century in the Bhojpuri-speaking region. So while the songs capture the pain of separation and coercion, it underscores the lack of choice in migration. The migration of youth from these regions into cities, such as Kolkata, which is seen as a foreign land in the many songs that are composed. I was fascinated to actually look at how these songs itself can sort of reflect the formation of the working class itself, right? So the paper rightly challenges the assumption the modern state has that it is a choice of the individual, the act of migration itself, to pursue a better life, and this whole narrative that we all have sort of ended up consuming of a better life per se. But it also alienates the worker in not only from the place that he moves from, but also the place that they arrive in, right? So there is this depersonalizing of social relations that take place, not only with the other workers, but also with a sense of self and with their family. I think following from the discussion that happened in the previous sessions, and of course yesterday in the inaugural panel as well, Dr. Namita puts this experience against the hegemonic theories of nation, and thereby exposing the artificiality of the nation states that emphasizes camaraderie and shared belonging in imagining the nations itself. But what I also find particularly interesting is that through Bihara as a folk genre, she also reflects the multiple ways of imagining nation itself, particularly through oral traditions, as opposed to print culture, which has been emphasized on imagining nation. But also imagining multiple nations within the nation itself. So not only imagining nations, but within the nations. Now, using the case of Viraha that offers a counter narrative for a hegemonic concept of nation and belonging, you also put the focus on the region itself as opposed to the nation. But I appreciate the fact, and I think this is also the merit of the paper, that instead of just reducing the focus onto the region, you also look at the way in which region and nation, both of them, are interacting with each other, and do not necessarily tether the theory making to the regional or the vernacular itself. Now I would move on to some of the pointers that I found interesting and also some questions that I have. Firstly, I believe that the nationalist narrative of political sacrifice that I think you mentioned in your abstract, I think that's a very interesting concept to sort of delve into, because this idea of political sacrifice has been used before in the making of the nation in the developmentalist narrative as well, be it from the Nehruvian era or to now, as rightly mentioned during the COVID-19 pandemic when the workers had to migrate for long distance walking on barefoot. So I think political sacrifice would have been a theme that I would love to have maybe heard more on. And the other theme that I also would like to have you focus on was cultural trauma and belonging vis-a-vis the nation. By highlighting the socio-cultural and affective experiences, not only does your paper bring forth one of the many contradictions of the nation, but it also provokes one to ask, what are the potential radicalization of people, as it comes in notes, of people who are set to lose their livelihoods? The social and political responses of these communities to rapid economic transformations comes up in the songs that you mentioned in your presentation. But it also elucidates on the class as a relationship rather than structure itself. And now, having said this, it is also important to ask the formation of the subjects through ideology, which is the primary concern of this panel itself. I'm tempted to use Gordon Thurbin's work on the power of ideology and ideology of power, of how ideology interacts with not only how the state uses ideology towards its citizens, but also how citizens use it to further political mobilization and struggle. And in your paper, I think there's a lot of scope of how feminist research can sort of pursue the gender and the caste intersections that are there. So subjects can not only be subordinated by the ideology that is being promoted, pushed on by the state, but also have their own counter ideology. The question that I have for you is that I would like you to think more maybe on how the current nationalist notion of Hindutva diffuses the radicalizing potential by occupying not only the political but the social space as well, which is where the songs are primarily being composed. And now I will move on to the next paper. I think the question of repurposing the very narrative of political sacrifice and diffusion of radicalizing potential would have been answered better probably had Ashutosh sir's paper been here, but unfortunately he couldn't join us. But the reject of the original lineup, however, also is extremely interesting as we got to read Ritesh Sharma's paper as well. So, I'm sorry I'm taking too much time.
No, you have 4 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Right. So, Dr. Ritesh's paper acknowledges and recognizes the endeavors of post-colonial theories and Gandhian critique and solidarity. It also looks at theories of decolonized state and their legacy of democratizing and diversifying epistemic strongholds of IR. Now, the paper argues that Indian intellectual traditions in IR can draw from the rich resources of its IR praxis. I like the point that you made about the Indian paradox, and the paper underscores rightly that comes from the dilemma of posturing India as a great cultural power, which is informed by the hyper-nationalist and modernist jingoism, in stark contrast to its decolonial commitments. This paper assumes a fundamental significance, I believe, especially in times when brand India, to borrow from Ravinder Kaur, in its aspirations to become a Vishwaguru, blending cultural and material factors to build its global identity. And how does that impact the domestic politics itself? I think this branding has remained in discourse in India for a very long time, with Incredible India and India Shining as well. But national pride being closely tied to the global market is something which is a very new phenomenon that's happening. Bharat is now not only a nomenclature, but is also becoming an aspiration. Right? It provides an alternative vision of global order as well, as you rightly pointed out. Yoga is being used as soft cultural power. So I believe that the paper did justice to the title that it had, but I would have loved to see it expand more towards these questions that emerge from your paper itself. Some interesting points that you raised was, I would like to probably raise by going through your paper, is the use of mask of tradition for an increasingly modernist paradigm of IR, which you rightly said, like how the decolonial perspective also fits into the Western paradigm of narrative of progress and, of course, globalization. So, exposing the artificiality of decolonizing the ambitions that the current regime has undertaken, going on to the binary of the spiritual East and the material West. So it's reinforcing that very same binary that was there a long time ago. The final point that I have to make is about how does the current regime resolve and sustain the boiling and brimming pot of contradictions that are emerging from the very praxis of IR itself that you mentioned, specifically in the context of how US, India and China are sort of in a triangular, it's almost like a love-hate triangle now. So I would like you to probably focus on that more. And the one last point that I have is for you to probably also look at how the Hindu right regime still uses certain tropes and narratives, as you said, the moral, ethical components of Indian IR, so narrative of democracy, of progress, but it repurposes for its own vision and imagination, calling it as a mother of democracy, while we know how it has turned out. So these are the certain final points. If I do have 30 seconds more, can I?
Yeah, please say
30 seconds, fine. So I actually do not agree with what Ritisha ma'am said, that both the papers are not very similar. I in fact found that there are quite a few similarities in both the papers, and it sort of blends the panel together. The very first similarity I see is that this panel sort of brings in 3 levels of analysis, starting from the region to the nation to the global. So the nation is sort of sandwiched between these two concepts, and we sort of bring out the contradictions and contestations that exist within the nation itself. So while the first paper bursts the ideological bubble of the modernist nation and its conception, the second paper challenges the very Western definitions of nations, the Westphalian notions as well, and also reads the impulse of decoloniality with a grain of salt. The second is that both the papers sort of counter the dominant narratives that have been there in global IR as well as in theories of nationalism. The final point is that we began with the paper on migration, and then we also spoke a bit about global capital. So it sort of also emphasizes how the migrant fits into the march of global capitalism and IR itself. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have 30 minutes, which is sufficient time for several questions, and also I think we would have at least 15 minutes for responses from the 2 speakers. So the 2 papers are open for discussion. Yeah, Alok.
I'm Alok. I'm a PhD student at CPS JNU. I have 2 questions, both for Dr. Namita Singh. My concern lies with the feeling of separation and its linkage with the genre. The first question is, we can think about separation, I think, in 2 contexts. One is about migration for labor, which can be more forced and out of compulsion, and another we can be migration for mobility, which can be in the context of education, for instance. And in both these cases, there may be a feeling of separation, which may be genuine. And you said that originally in the 19th century and onwards, there was a difference in terms of the subordinated caste migrating out of compulsion and the elites migrating for mobility. I can frame it that way. But do you think that over the time there may also be mobility-driven migration within the subordinated groups and caste? And how should we think about situating separation in these 2 different logics of migration? The second question is about, is there any change over time in tonality of this expression in Bira? Does at any point these migrants settle in the cities where this sense of tragedy gets suspended? So I'm wondering if you could share with us the spectrum of the imagination of the cities. Because if you also you pick the example of Hera Ilba song from Gade movie, right, which emerges in a time of unprecedented shock where the disenchantment with the city is absolute. So, what is the current status of the feeling of separation and the current status of the genre? Thank you.
Rakesh.
So, my name is Rakesh. I'm doing my PhD from CPS JNU. My question is to Namita ma'am. Ma'am, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Ma'am, my question is just one question I wanted to ask at the level of theory. Right? So, when you are talking about Vira, I found two things that I found a bit amusing and intriguing by the fact, because one is on the part of theoretical disjuncture between abstraction and lived reality, and second is some kind of revulsor in the theoretical Viraha myself. I can explain this in a manner. When we see Viraha in our own genre of bhakti and all, we see that there is a kind of lived playfulness that lead to some kind of separation at the lived embodiment, and then abstraction that we see in Bhagavad Purana especially when they talk about Braja Prasiddham Navneet Choram, right? Gopang Nanam Chadakul Choram, Anek Jan Marjit Pap Choram, Chorakaganyam Prasannavami. And then we go to Haras Panjadhyay and we see the kind of separation where there is a collective trauma, the word that we used of the gopis on the sand dunes of Yamuna river, right? And then it's going to abstraction when Uddhav comes to tell them about the larger reality of the Brahman. So, but I saw the kind of revulsor in your theoretical juncture that was saying, where you told that from abstraction it comes to lived reality in terms of the experiences that you told. This is one. Second is, ma'am, the kind of theoretical disjuncture I also saw between abstraction and this, because if we see from the school of phenomenological school like Advan Husserl, and we can see like Ponty, Merlin Ponty and all, would see Vira as a kind of deferral of meaning, fulfillment or presence, but Vira also has got a kind of generative force rather than some kind of lack or Lacanian lack we can see. And then we see in the schools of existentialism like Sartre and others talk. So if you talk in terms of lived experiences, then there comes a kind of perimeter, a kind of condition of finitude that comes, which has got of course the attachment of emotional texture to it. So this kind of disjuncture between abstraction and lived reality, which we do not see in our classical literature, especially Bhagavad Purana that I quoted, and this kind of revulsor also, playfulness to restfulness and abstraction. So these are the two questions. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. My question is to Ritusha, ma'am, especially about the IR. As you talked about the Westphalian history of IR and its Europe-specific nature, and which shaped the disciplines of epistemology as well as ontology. But when we are countering that from the global south, what are the alternatives we propose, like for the disciplinary history and for the discipline as a whole? Because when we propose multiple births of IR, or in that context, every country has different IR. We can talk about Indian IR, Chinese IR, but how do we move forward? Like when we are promoting nation-specific IR, so where does the discipline as a whole, IR discipline as a whole, fit in this in the context of solidarity, which we are talking about?
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Siddharth. I'm pursuing masters from Delhi University. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Vishal Kumar, pursuing masters from University of Delhi. I have two questions, one question from Namita ma'am, another from Ritusha ma'am. So if we see Birha as a folk, we can say that it's a community-based folk which is particularly related to Yadavs, Bihar. And there are also different community-based folk like Jansar, Malhar and other communities. So there are different communities which have different folk. Then at what point we can stop seeing community, because there is a further division among communities also. And also if we see Birha and other folk songs, at one time it resists against the hegemonic structures, but at one time also it establishes the essences essentialism, like it's exclusionary in one sense. Like in Viraha, we can quote many examples where it essentializes the role of women and gender-based roles. So, are we talking about exclusionary traditional structure created by these folk songs? And my another question from Ritisha ma'am, that if we are talking about third world and solidarity and something like cooperation, but if we see the same relational theory of China and India, they are talking about, like we talk about solidarity, but at the same time we are talking about Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru, that is something leading from the front and we are the leader. In China also there is a concept of Tianjina, then they say that they need to lead the world and they need to establish their own idea, their own principle, their own norms. So it is also a sort of hegemony by replacing the another hegemony. Is it so? Thank you.
Hello, this is Avik from CPS Jain. So my question is to Professor Namita Singh. Viraha is a very interesting genre, and I was just noting like how migration can be from one region to the other, and I was just reminded of the migration of Bhojpuri speakers and Awadhi speakers to say Calcutta in the late 19th century with the setting of the jute industries and all of that. And so on one hand there is some kind of a separation, but that separation somewhat gets transmogrified into some kind of a communion on some kind of a shared identity from the 1920s, 1930s and 1940s. There is a new invented community in Calcutta that is getting politicized around nationalism, and they are participating in riots and all sorts of mayhem during that time. So, and this nationalism is somewhat collapsing into, say, religion also at the same time. So there is separation, but there is also some kind of a new kind of a communal feeling that's taking place of the migrant workers in Calcutta. Like I know about Calcutta because I've studied it a bit. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm Ramkumar Thakur. I teach political science at Hindu College. So I have a question for Namita ma'am. I was wondering, when we think about different kind of genres around migration and all of this, be it Bira or be it Videsya, if we are to look for theory, or if we are to look at a larger sense of contestations within the larger national kind of mount, there is indeed it offers us a certain kind of scope. But in terms of theory, I think so it will always create contradictions, and there is no easy way to resolve it. And why I'm saying this is because of the ways in which the nation state kind of legitimizes the idea of migrants, legitimate migrant or refugee or illegitimate kind of migration, or with popular kind of protest. So even Anupama ma'am's work, I think so, highlights the ways in which people are mobilized during the time of protest, even in Assam. So I think so maybe in terms of the memory, how memory is very instrumentally used, it is weaponized. I think so to look for theory in that sense, maybe it will be a very difficult task. So yeah, I'll leave it. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Here. Yeah, I have a question.
I think this should be the last question.
Yeah.
So, am I audible?
Yeah.
So, I am Priyanka Yadav, and drawing from what Ram just said about theory, my question is directed to Namita on her paper. So first of all, thank you for bringing Biraha to this intellectual forum. It's a huge task that you have achieved. Secondly, I also wish to know, how do you conceptualize Biraha? Because the conceptualization of Biraha is important, because Biraha by Bhikhari Thakur is way different from what the Biraha is done today by Dinesh Lal Yadav or Vijay Lal Yadav. Correct. Secondly, Biraha, which was once equated as something of an equivalence to Lavanda Nach, it was isolated, it was secluded, it was looked down upon, it was gendered, it is gendered, and it's not a very good thing to watch Biraha. So in that case, do you think it is unifying? Being an Ahir myself, I could point this question to you. So at that case, do you think before becoming a counter narrative, do you think it is unifying enough to become a counter narrative? So this is what my question is to you.
Thank you very much. Now the two speakers can go forth.
Thank you. That's a rich harvest. Thank you to the two discussants, and also to the questions that were raised directly to me, but the questions that were raised to Namita. I was thinking about some of those questions it's a conscious stream of thinking, and I'll take a cue from one of those questions to answer how I articulate some of the responses. Okay, so coming to Ravi's invocation of public reasoning. How does this paper respond to public reasoning, and what kind of memory does it create when you talk about decoloniality and third worldism? There was a question about memory. So when we look at look at the praxis of Indian IR, I think it's extremely important to keep a tab on the memory of those post-independence years and decade, of the freshly minted, the New India project that had just emerged out of 1947. So IR is definitely not devoid of these emotive capacities of memory and invoking certain memories for certain causes. And if nationalism is a memory that can be invoked in a very culturalist, nationalistic sense, but it's equally a memory that can be invoked in the context of, claiming nationalism for certain entities who couldn't claim it otherwise. So there is this question of Palestine, which is why I'm saying that reading of what India is doing today in terms of its policy towards this ongoing genocide against Palestine is extremely it will be extremely problematic if we forget the memory of what we did earlier. It is in the capacity of a newly independent nation that we stood with others who were not yet independent and who were claiming or who were asking these questions of self-determination, who were facing these of territoriality and so on and so forth. So I think memory becomes a key aspect of decoloniality and third worldism. Today, when we would like to claim the category of Vishwaguru, as you pointed out, and we would like to play along with words like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the inherent tension that these, that the memory of the word third worldism brings to the table is extremely important. Because, and as you rightly pointed out, I think Sanjana also pointed out the love-hate relationship that we have with other countries right now, whether the US or I would also say China, Pakistan. So there is this whole connotation that is it still possible to introduce a new conceptual category beyond decoloniality or beyond third worldism for even the current regime? They haven't been able to do that. Because there was a certain context and there was a certain practice that emerged out of the experimentations after 1947. When we look at the legacies of Bandung, those are the legacies that we are reaping even today when it comes to confrontation with the quintessential powers that be in world politics. So you said the word Maitri, can we use that term in the context of India-US relationship? Were we able to use it ever at any juncture which needed a certain decisive, practice or an outcome or a decision? Were we able to use that? So what happens to the term Maitri then? Who
exactly are the friends and who exactly are the foes. So the kind of emotional capacity that decoloniality and third worldism have to redefine and define and again redefine these words, perhaps it's not there with any other conceptual category as of now when it comes to Indian IR and its praxis. So to be able to define Maitri in a very realist sense is perhaps not something that has happened till now. As much as the current regime would want to, hasn't been able to do that. So you are still stuck with the category of decoloniality when you have to counter the hegemonic interventions coming from powers that like US. I mean the Trump tariffs. The way you make sense of Trump tariffs in terms of your responses is not outside the praxis of decoloniality. It's still very much entrenched within that conceptual framework. It's also entrenched within the conceptual framework of third world solidarity, and the case study that I've taken is the climate justice. The negotiations that Indian foreign policy has to make, Indian diplomacy has to make in terms of climate justice. And the very pitch that we have even today in terms of articulating the conceptions of Global South, we moved to this new paradigm of AI and digitality, and you talked about how can we make sense of that. All these forums and all these different multilateral, bilateral, or ventures that we have in terms of who can we cooperate with, we are invoking the category of Global South. We are invoking the category of those who haven't arrived yet. I mean, the very idea of third world. Those who haven't been given an equal pedestal. So we are definitely talking about a digital Global South, for instance, and the digital Global South is not based on, power hierarchy. It is about ameliorating those power hierarchies, doing away with those notions of inequality and injustices. So claiming justice in all of these new unfolding ventures of how nations, communities, entities interact with each other, whether it's in the digital space or whether it's in the in a different social space. So I think that's a very interesting angle to it, the emotive capacity that these two constructs or concepts could bring into our ongoing discussion. So thank you for that point. I might just take it with due recognition to you. And Sanjana, I think I've just kind of interwoven my response, but I would like to flag another point in the context of this aspirational Bharat, this claiming of the status of mother of democracy. I mean, the contradiction that is presented in what the current regime is doing in terms of they would like to claim certain concepts, but they are not able to wed it with praxis, as it were. So that creates a loss of legitimacy, not just here in the intellectual discourses, but it also creates a loss of legitimacy in the larger academic spaces, larger political spaces, where one would like to pitch oneself as a certain Vishwaguru or as a certain mother of democracy, not being given equal status, not being taken seriously, because it's just for the sake of performative, owning up of those concepts and rather than actually bringing them to praxis. So whether the decolonial commitments remain alive today, well, if you want to own up decolonial agendas, you want to own up decolonial solidarity, then the commitments also have to be in place. So if you read the fine print of how India engages with the world, the fine print is not yet moved away much from the decolonial narrative. So there lies the ink and there lies the paper and there lies the proof. So one would not like to name it per se, because it then connects with the Nehruvian legacy, it connects with the Gandhian legacy, Tagore's legacy. But then what alternative do you have? So how do you define Maitri? Do you define Maitri as anything other than Global South solidarity? You don't. So you become the voice of the voiceless. It's still pitched around those moral ethical imperatives that were created since post-independence. So I'll stop here, but I do have two more questions. One is from Siddharth and one from Rakesh. One is about how do you propose a counter to the Westphalian IR when you're talking about nation-specific categories that emerge. So I mean that's a very, very interesting way of looking at it, but I would urge you to kind of look at it as contexts and experimentations that emerge in different geographies. So instead of calling it simply, and that is why I said, Indian contribution to IR or Chinese contribution to IR, can we move away from that and look at whether certain concepts that emerge in different geopolitical contexts, in different geographies, do they speak with each other? So you took up the example of Tianxia, and again, there is a stark, there's a danger here. Which concept do you pick up? Do you pick up the Cautillian narrative of Maitri, that there are no permanent friends, so there are no permanent enemies? But do you pick up, or you move away from that and you pick up a different connotation of Maitri, which is possible for us to look at? And I don't think we are still in the Cautillian narrative, because we're not looking at Maitri in that manner. How do you really conceptualize your relations with China, for instance? Is it frenemy? What is happening there? And is the concept of Maitri as per Kautilya's version at all applicable to our conceptualizing of our relations with China? I don't think so. So it may be very redundant to pick up categories from extremely repressive or conservative point of view. Tianxia, the same thing, the center of the world. There is a certain context to that particular thing. Whether Tianxia should be the category we choose to speak when we are talking with the Chinese intellectual traditions and resources, I would again say no, it doesn't really work very much. But I would like to read their concept of harmony more than Tianxia. So it depends what conceptual categories we would like to see as useful when we have our own agenda of that of decoloniality and so on and so forth. I hope I haven't taken too much time. Sorry.
You have taken sufficient time.
It's me who has time management issues. Yeah, so I think I'm a historian caught amongst political scientists, and that's where we should begin from. So when I started thinking about Birha, I mean, it was a call very late in the day from Maninder to talk about, to participate in this seminar. And that's because I originally work with folk. Birha came to my mind. So yeah, I would agree with you that Birha definitely is a women experience picked up by the male practitioners, and the longing that is expressed, or the imagery that is expressed in those songs, are from the abandoned courtyards, and the terms that are used, or the scenarios that are used, use domestic idioms common to women folk, not to men, but it is borrowing here, where the men pick up the women voices, the men borrow how the narratives cultivated in that space, and they carry with them to the migrated spaces that they go to. So there is a blurred authorship to start with here. The narrative voice allows audiences, therefore, to inhabit multiple personalities in a single performance. It is this flexibility, particularly, that gives Birha more power as a migrant chronicle to start with. When you're talking about whether it is even a legitimate voice of a particular class, for the migrant single male laborer that has moved from the space that he has, it actually ends up telling you a very nuanced and layered subjective sort of perspective, rather than cater to only one vantage point in that case. So yes, of course, Birha has definitely been criticized as a very gendered voice, but you know what, I'm a medievalist, so it kind of takes me back to the times when we study Rekhta, So Rekhta is again one of those genres of poetry writing where it's the men, Rangila or others, are men that are talking about women experiences. And what is interesting and different from Rekhta and Birha is that these men did not have access to the lives of all women in the medieval times. The only companionship that they had were the women who were present in the public spaces. Therefore, the kind of tonality it has is not suited to the so-called sophisticated groups of that time. On the contrary, when we are talking about the Birha singers here, and when you talk about Londa Nach and Birha coming in the same category, in fact to us Biharis belonging to that part of Bihar also adding a certain level of embarrassment in these migrated cities that we come to. I think that is where the question came from. But my point goes beyond that. It's the discomfort that we are feeling as people belonging to a separate section of the society from Bihar who migrated voluntarily, and the groups that are forced to migrate, the agrarian labor that is forced out of their households and are missing the companionship, the closeness, and then that is enacted onto these stages. So, well, it does not have the other side in those narratives, in the physical presence of the sense of it, but it does kind of represent the agonies and the longing and the separation that the men, the migrant workers in these situations are then facing. I hope that answers your questions. Moving on, I don't know in what order I'm taking the questions, but I'm going to take them all one at a time. They do not have, so I told you that there are two kinds of migrations that we are talking about when we are talking about Viraha. The first kind of migration, like you said, is the one that is taking place in the colonial period. And even within colonial period, there are two distinctive time periods that we are talking about. The first one is when these men are going out of the Indian boundary, as they say, to the plantations. It's a new land, they are not familiar to the language, etc., etc. When you compare, somebody asked me about Gujaratis moving out as well and all that. So the migrations took place not only from the Bhojpuri speaking region, but from all over the place. It's just that the percentage of people moving to certain plantations were more from the Bhojpuri regions than the other areas. So as a result, it's not only the hard labor and the hardship that was brought to their life that was there, but the problem is there was a hope to return home, but no possibility of it. And even in the isolated cases where a few migrants did manage to come back home, they did not have the savings or the ability to change their social class as they would have hoped for before leaving. So the only choice that they had was to somehow negotiate their space in those foreign lands and also kind of maintain their identity. Birha becomes a tool in that process. Birha not only becomes a space where they relieve and relive their idea of home, their idea of base, and I'm not using nation here, base. So if I'm to use Appadurai here, he says nation and state. The migrants live in that hyphen, and this is precisely what I was trying to kind of bring to everybody's attention when I picked up Birha. Like I said, I'm a historian, so more than the theory, the idea is to present the case studies that kind of prove true to the theory. So that was one. So what happens is that when Birha also helps these laborers find a certain sense of connection and a certain sense of community through these performances as and when they were played out. So the distance condensed the identity into extremely symbolic forms that were channeled through Birha, and that is why it became important for me to pick up this particular genre. It was nostalgia, but also frustration. Therefore, these voices cannot be silenced. I mean, I understand that a lot of people pointed out that there is a problem when you talk about the theory bit of it. But at the same time, when we look at the subaltern historians and the voices they pick up, they do already point out these uneasy spaces that nationalism has to kind of trade through, and it's always been kind of problematized. So what would happen is that these migrant laborers would also then form networks in these foreign lands, whether it is internal or outside of the country. The political stability or instability of that land also then decided the push and pull dynamic of these migrants, bringing them closer to each other. And over time, the integral part of mobility, that is the economic structure that they were leaving behind and they were moving to, decided the migrated space that they created. right? So these birha songs were not simple performances for entertainment or connection, but they also kind of become like rite of passage moments for those migrants, and I'm talking about the colonial part of it. When we move to the independent nation that India becomes over time, as a historian, I would not want to do away with what the post-colonial historiography has brought to the attention is that nationalism itself is not rooted in the ancient Indian, essence. And as a result, when you kind of look at that, look at birha from that perspective, you understand that birha, there are these stories of sacrifice, of shahidis and stuff attached to the national movement that brings a certain sense of collective identity to the nation. And then there are these silent, meek voices that are presented through birha, where the nation building lied on their shoulders, but the integration within that nation beyond their state or regional boundaries did not exist. So it is that discomfort that I wanted to highlight. I'm not sure if I wanted to add to the political theory of it or not, but I definitely wanted to bring in the discomfort that birha kind of brings into that picture. And the urban centers like Kolkata, Mumbai and Delhi, like you said, over time, it is voluntary. But let me tell you that even in that migration, there are two classes. There is a middle class, and then there is a marginalized section of economically and socially marginalized section. For them, it is never voluntary. It may seem so, but it is in the lack of the state's ability to give them choices to find employment back home than voluntary as it may seem. The middle class, on the other hand, has had a very interesting relationship even in the colonial period with this idea of nation stuff. They've always had this duality. On one hand, they were subordinates to the imperial masters, they were being dominated, and on the other hand, back home, especially in a social setup like Bihar, they would become the dominated group that would want to subvert and subordinate these voices. So I wanted to bring birha into the discussion on this table today so that it can be explored further. But that was my attempt at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the discussants and the speakers and the audience. And I hope I managed time well. We started 5 minutes late and we've ended on time. Thank you very much. Panel
मैडम जवाब क्या मैं बोल There are two speakers. Yeah, like this. This is also good. Why? I don't know. This is ये वाला. Today it will be generous, Satish. You will be very brief.
We'll divide the time.
हाँ आप लोग कम
There are two discussants, aren't there? Yes, yes. You are introducing him. This is good. This is good.
अभी I will speak maybe after this.
Just take us with you.
ये हमारी
Classes they haven't changed. Today Saturday.
Did you? No? But they never asked for the paper.
This is a permanent display.
उस टाइम उसको भेजते हैं अपने नहीं पता कैसे
नहीं इसको पूछे तो उसको पुराना आर्टिकल लिखा दिस इज व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक
आजकल ये हो गया यहाँ पर सेमिनार जाते आजकल एडिटेड तो मैं बोलता हूँ देखो एक मामूली है वो करना चाहिए अभी आनंद चल तो एक पेपर My brother did it क्या करेगा? 4 बजे तो एक तो पड़ेगा। आजकल वैसे ही नहीं पढ़ते, 4 जगह
Then you will introduce. They will introduce, then I will speak. Then you will.
Madam will decide.
बोलने दो सर।
क्या हो गया? ऐसे नुकसान
Yes. Please. You are just
We now begin with this session 4 titled Decolonizing Indian Political Theory. This session critically examines the limits of Western theoretical dominance and cultural nativism, asking how Indian political thinking can move beyond reactive frameworks to generate original transformative concepts. Rather than seeking an Indian alternative or merely recovering tradition, the session explores decolonization as a creative labor rooted in ethical engagement, political struggle, and conceptual innovation. Can ideas emerging from Indian experiences of caste, colonialism, resistance, and spiritual philosophical reflection contribute to a pluriversal political vocabulary? The session invites participants to reflect on how decolonizing Indian political theory might critique the existing canon and expand the very horizon of what counts as a theory. We are honored to have Professor Gurpreet Mahajan as chair. Professor Gurpreet Mahajan is a distinguished political theorist and professor retired at the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Her scholarly contributions span political theory, multiculturalism, secularism, democracy, and Indian political thought, where she has consistently engaged with the intersections of tradition, modernity, and identity. A leading voice in contemporary debates on diversity and citizenship, she has authored and edited several influential works, including The Multicultural Path, Democracy, Difference, and Social Justice, and India, Political Ideas, and the Making of Democratic Discourse. Professor Mahajan has served on numerous academic bodies and editorial boards, shaping intellectual discourse both in India and abroad. Our speaker for this session are Professor Satish Kumar Jha, Professor Ajay Gudavarti. Professor Satish Kumar Jha is a professor at the Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. With over 3 decades of teaching and research experience, an alumnus of Delhi University, he is a leading scholar in Indian political thought, modern intellectual tradition, nationalism, and democratic politics. His writings critically engage with the works of B.R. Ambedkar, Gandhi, and Nehru, and he has published widely in journals and edited volumes. As a teacher and mentor, he is known for his commitment to democratic values and inclusive pedagogy. Professor Ajay Gudavarti is a political theorist and public intellectual teaching at the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. His research spans critical political theory, populism, right-wing mobilizations, and the intersections of democracy, inequality. He has authored influential books such as India After Modi, Populism and the Right, and Politics, Ethics and Emotions in New Delhi. New India, sorry.
It is the same.
In addition, he contributes opinion pieces to leading national and international publications. Our discussants are Professor Harish Wankhede and Ms. Suhasini Dasgupta. Dr. Harish Wankhede is an assistant professor at the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He earned his PhD from JNU with research on secularism and social justice, and later held a Raman postdoctoral fellowship at Stanford University. His scholarly interests include political theory, secularism, social justice, caste politics, and cinema. He has published widely, including in Economic and Political Weekly, LSE Ideas, The Hindu, The Wire, and Frontline. Suhasini Dasgupta recently completed her MPhil in Political Theory at the University of Oxford, where she was awarded a distinction for her thesis on Gandhi and Judith Butler's theory on nonviolence. She was a Light Senior Graduate Scholar at the St. Catherine's College. She previously earned her MA in Political Science from JNU and BA in Political Science from Miranda House, University of Delhi. She will soon join Presidency University, Calcutta, as Junior Research Fellow. May I now invite Professor Gurpreet Mahajan to lead the proceedings.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this last session of the day. Of what has been, I think, so far, we've had extraordinary examples of the kind of theorization that is going on in India about the Indian experience and what is happening in the world. And we've also had very innovative use of categories and bringing in new categories through which that experience has been categorized. I only want to come in here to say that we've had exemplary chairpersons who have been steeped in, I think, what has been defined today as the Indian tradition, showing great deal of self-restraint and inwardness. I had none of those virtues. I don't know where I'm located, maybe some space of hybridity. So speakers are warned, because I will be a little self-indulgent, to give myself more time, and everybody else a little less. I have still to inculcate some virtues, so there is some other aim further in my life, something I have to achieve. Over to Professor Ajay Buddhavati. Looking forward to hearing everyone here.
हम भी कोई गुरु शिष्य परंपरा से तो नहीं आते तो you can expect Okay, so let me begin by profusely thanking my good friend Maninder for always dragging us into lively debates, and I think since yesterday we have had some very lively opening statements followed up by some very interesting debates on both post-coloniality and decolonization. What I really wish to do is to raise a kind of a contextual questions that how do we, we have had this debate for about now half a century, beginning with Frantz Fanon, that it's time that we revisit some of the questions that both post-colonial theory and decolonization have been raising. My sense is that while this debate has been extremely productive, especially in terms of bringing the locationality of post-colonial societies, but is it really addressing some of the emergent questions that globally we are facing in the turn of 21st century? Okay. Or has this debate become somewhat self-referential in terms of addressing its own predecessors, the kinds of tones and questions that have been set in the late 20th century? Are they still addressing those questions, or are there some new questions that we might have to formulate in order to make better sense of some kind of a new post-colonial and decolonial theory? So for this, let me raise three broad questions. Those are central concerns. I think the debate here has generally been very broad. So I'll try and pin on certain key formulations that both post-colonial theory and decolonization have made, certain very specific concepts that they have allured to, and make a kind of a very tentative formulation that why I feel there is a need to revisit some of these formulations. A good place to begin this with, I feel, is the Iranian American scholar Behrouz Gamari, who has this fascinating book called Foucault in Iran. And he says that, that he was Berouz revisits this question as to why was French philosopher Michel Foucault excited with Iranian Revolution of 1979? That while the liberal academia of France thought that we were witnessing was an unmitigated, unadulterated, theocratic rebellion, but Foucault thought otherwise, and he thought that there is something very interesting happening in terms of the creative potential of Islam beyond the domestication of legalism that Europe went through, and therefore he coins a very interesting category called political spirituality. He says what Iran is witnessing on the streets against the martial police is a political spirituality where there is a certain elevation from your social and civic locations, and people rise to face death, this inevitability. He says that they prefer the finality of death over the predictability of submission before the authorities. And he says this is nothing but a very spiritual kind of an experience that comes from an Islamic imagination. That's the reading that Foucault makes of, and therefore Berouz goes on to argue though that this is the context in which he says, I'm quoting from his book, is it possible for a people to envision and desire futures uncharted by already existing schemata of historical change and patterns of social change? Is it possible to think of dignity, humility, justice and liberty outside Enlightenment cognitive maps and principles? I think this is at the heart of both post-colonial reimagination of institutions and decolonial epistemic disobedience, that how can we imagine categories, how can we imagine social life as such outside the compulsions of progressive temporalities? Why should we already have a given schemata of change? So therefore, how do we think that something becomes a theocratic revolution? For instance, Foucault would argue in the Iranian context, only when you look at it from the modernization point of view. If you drop that schemata of linear transformation, then there are other possibilities, very fertile possibilities that one can imagine, and that's what he thought Iran was going through. So he makes a very wonderful, interesting distinction between pure moment of revolt, which is that moment of political spirituality, where your imagination is elevated beyond the constraints of the social and beyond the constraints of history. And then he says, of course, what followed later was the programmatic revolution, which kind of domesticated that pure moment of revolt. So Foucault, I think it's an extremely creative intervention that Foucault makes in terms of how one needs to reimagine. So I think this remained at the heart of post-colonial and decolonization, and that's why it's such an important project. But how far have we really come from in kind of hinting, in kind of suggesting, I would call it a theoretical nudge. My broad sense is that post-colonial decolonization theory of last half century has failed to emerge as a theory. This question of Indian political theory, that I don't see there's a systematic theory behind it, but what you do have is a kind of a theoretical nudge. And my broad sense is that that's where it is going to remain. That it is continuously going to give us theoretical hints, suggestions. It will nudge us to think, but has it in itself produced a systematic theory where we can actually begin to question Enlightenment, epistemology, the kind of categories Enlightenment has produced? That's my larger thrust that I'm provoking you to think. So now turning to some specific formulations, why do I feel this way? Why is that there is a kind of a stagnation that post-colonial theory and decolonization has faced in the later part of 20th century? Is let me turn to certain specific formulations and wedge open some gaps that have, I think, remained somewhat institutionalized, and those engaging with these frameworks have kind of steadily refused to take a relook at some of these gaps. One of the, I think, important formulations that all of us would argue post-colonial and decolonization has suggested is some kind of a return to tradition. I think this is by and large kind of thinking. It's outside modernity. Let's return to tradition and look at what tradition can offer. And look at tradition outside the linear modernization theory, outside the modernist gaze, tradition in itself. I think an absolutely instructive piece on this is Akhil Bilgrami's piece on Gandhi. The Gandhi, the vexed question of modernity, caste and the vexed question of modernity. I think I felt that's the last statement one can make on this reading that Bilgrami does, where he says that he begins by this question that why does Gandhi support Varna system? It's not a simple-minded support of caste discrimination, caste hierarchies. That's a very shorthand, quick, kind of critique people like the kind Arundhati Roy offered. Not Arundhati is a good friend, but nevertheless, don't let this go outside the room. That kind of critique that Arundhati offers, is something that's exactly a very quick hand criticism of Gandhi. That's where I think Bilgrami is very important in asking us to relocate the Gandhian engagement with Varna system was a different mode, non-modern mode of bringing about framing questions of equality. Therefore, he says that Gandhi was critical of both the liberal state-based modes of bringing equality and the market kind of modes of bringing equality, because both these projects, what they do in the name of bringing equality is actually homogenize cultural base of life. So for Gandhi, Varna system was a certain preservation of non-monetization, non-status, non-legal sense of co-responsibility and obligation. Therefore, Gandhi gives this example of this that he's fascinated that people pursue the professions of their ancestors as an obligation to their ancestors and not due to monetary consideration. And therefore, he says this is a way of life one needs to preserve. And outside this heterogeneity, Gandhi found a method of questioning capitalism and liberal state. And therefore, what do you then, the question Bilgrami goes on to ask is then what do you do with inequalities? What do you do with hierarchies? What do you do with caste-based discrimination? That's where Gandhi comes up with this formulation that all this has to be questioned from within the tradition. I think a lot of post-colonial and decolonial theory is terribly motivated by this idea that we need to recognize inequalities, we need to reframe question of inequalities, but not from a modernist enlightenment tradition, but within tradition itself. That what we have to revisit. And broadly the category that they have offered is a way of life, that we need to look at these temporalities outside this linear feudalism to capitalism kind of a transition debate. You go a step outside and look at this as a way of preserving the heterogeneity of social life, which would also mean heterogeneity of a cultural way of life. So I think this question that, this question of revisiting tradition in terms of bringing social change from within tradition, I think it's time we revisit this question and head on, take and wedge open this space that how much do we find in today's context that traditional modes of thinking, non-modern traditional modes of thinking can be useful, powerful cultural resource to bring social change. That do our traditions begin to question, frame questions of equality in a way that are radically different from modernist concepts. I would, on the contrary, argue that the current global context, what we are actually witnessing, is some kind of an unholy nexus between modern governmental power machinations and hierarchies within tradition. I think there's a kind of a fit that we're witnessing, which is what is leading to repeatedly throwing up authoritarian modes of governance. I think the consent that authoritarianism today has is, if you watch them closely, they use highly modernist technologies and highly regressive traditional. There is no alternative. So in this kind of a context, to frame questions of justice and equality in terms of a distinction between modern and tradition, I find it extremely futile. I don't think this is a productive way of framing a question, because neither your tradition nor your modern ways are actually throwing up those alternatives. So to continuously mark the radical departure of tradition from modernity, to locate its radical character, I think is a very self-defeatist kind of. It is in fact politically not throwing up any radical alternatives. That simply to refer to tradition, the only way post-colonial decolonial theory has ended up marking the radicality of tradition is how different it is from modern. I think this is a very self-defeatist mode of, very self-referential way that debate has taken a turn. And what do we do for that? How do we recover those traditions when we return this question? I think a standard formulation has been to go to the vernacular. That I think the vernacular stands as a testimony of the traditional alternatives, where you go back to the local concepts, go back to this debate about non-vernacular languages, go back to local regional languages, look at regional articulation. I refer you to Partha Chatterjee's piece on this in terms of the vernacular political science, where he makes this point very steadily that now we need to begin to do a vernacular kind of a political science, by which he simply means that we need to begin to focus on words and concepts that are used in popular language, in everyday interactions, and elevate those concepts into a political theory. He said that elevate them into political concepts which are in everyday. So he goes on to give examples like Desh, that how Desh has a different connotations. In Odisha it means region, in Bengal it means the locality, and he takes some other examples where it means. So it does not necessarily mean nation state, but Desh has this kind of local connotations. So often the recourse has been to recover this tradition. One standard method we have been suggested is to move away from English into vernacular. Maninder is staring at me in Hindi. He stares at me only in Hindi. He doesn't stare at me in English. So he often has been a champion of taking recourse to Hindi. That that we'll have to start talking in English, Hindi, taking to Indian resources. While I have nothing against this tradition, but it's a time we actually reopen this language, that do vernacular resources naturally present us those radical alternatives. I mean, for a long time we have thought that this is a kind of a radical departure from modernity. And second, I think when we talk about the local and the regional, we imagine, the imagination that decolonialism often offers is as if these concepts do not have a social locationality. If English has a certain social global locationality vis-a-vis capital, and why we need question, then also that question has to be extended to regional and local languages, that much of the regional languages are deeply embedded in caste-based narratives. And it's not a conjunction, it's not an happenstance that today Dalit politics very strongly all over in India imagines English as a language of liberation. So I'm only wondering now, to come back to the context, that is this a kind of a happenstance conjuncturing that is happening, that we are witnessing just when lower end caste groups are beginning to look at English as a liberating language? We have post-colonial scholars, by the way, anthropologically they all come from certain caste background, that they are reinforcing mother tongue as a one way of radical departure from modernity. I see a deeply political conjuncturing here, whether conscious or unconscious, but a deeply problematic political conjuncturing, that when the lower end caste, when they begin to demand compulsory English education, we are reminding them of mother tongues. And most Dalit politics in South, I don't know if this debate still is in the North, but in South Telangana, where I come from, today Dalit groups have no hesitation in saying that Telugu is a casteist language, because most of the slurs, most of the slang, everyday idioms, cultural idioms are deeply casteist, and the only way Dalits think they can escape this is from So that also takes me to a larger cultural question, a larger theoretical formulation, which partly came in yesterday's, that how do we visit this question of being culturally embedded? Because a repeat invitation by post-colonial, decolonial scholars is to return to certain cultural embedded modes of conceptualization. Cultural embeddedness has to be sociological, which I understand. Cultural embeddedness to be historical, which I understand. But the invite that decolonial, post-colonial scholars seem to make in Indian context is, it's a normative claim to be culturally embedded. And this normative claim, it's not a sociological claim. They're not asking us to look at history of this concept. They're not asking us to look at sociological location of this concept. They're asking us, making a normative claim, that it is normatively preferable to go back to the local. This normative claim, I feel, has a caste location. That there is, from a certain caste location, in caste hierarchical societies, I think cultural embeddedness converts into a normative moral question. It's a kind of a moral pressure they exert on you that if you speak in Hindi, you're actually closer to reality. If you speak in English, you actually represent certain class connotation. And I find it extremely strange that Hindi claims subaltern status in India. Should ask a South Indian what we face. So this double embeddedness, double bind of Hindi hegemony is clearly visible to us from south of Vindhyas. Madam is of course Punjabi, so she's exempted from this. Okay, that takes me to my second point. Oh, 2 minutes! Don't tell me. This is terrible. Okay, then if you have 2 minutes, I'm going to skip my part on liberalism, which I had a critique. Very quickly, I'll run through this critique. I think the second important point that post-colonial, decolonial scholars often make is a critique of liberal normative order, which is a welcome critique. And I see a lot of strength in that. But at the heart of that critique is, I think, again, an absolutely instructive piece to go to this is Michael Walzer's Art of Separation. That he says liberalism is the art of separation, where it creates the separation between state and civil society and market, family and state, and it is through non-intrusion that the boundaries it builds is how it creates a language of liberties and freedom. So this is a modern project. I think at the heart of post-colonial, decolonial, again, if you take Escobar, also Nandi's writings, I think they hit out at this fragmented nature, equating that this fragmentation, this domain sphere separation as a source of modern violence, and therefore they offer some kind of a return to a way of life, an integrated organic, like Escobar used, integrated organic way of life. Here my quick question would be that how do we separate capitalism and modernity? That I think post-colonial, decolonial scholars do not make a sufficient distinction between modernity and capitalism. That do we necessarily have to have critique of capitalism from outside of modernity? Or is it that modernity itself has this double bind? I think modernity both creates violence, but modernity also creates the self-reflection for us to name something as violence. I think post-colonial, decolonial scholars do not necessarily make that distinction. My last point, which is on the current populist zeitgeist, the current populist moment that we are going through, I think also raises extremely interesting questions. Because if you look at the current populist moment, it is deploying and it has successfully done up its cultural hegemony precisely on the categories that post-colonial and decolonial scholars use. I do not want to make a very shorthand direct connection the way Meera Nanda does, that post-colonial scholars have kind of opened up space for right-wing mobilization. No, I don't want to take that kind of a very reductive line. But there is a question, there is, I think, a deep theoretical question for us. What does this conjuncturing reveal for the moment? That the fact that the same categories that post-colonial, decolonial have used, have repeatedly pleaded us to return to in terms of centrality of community, culture, local, so on and so forth, is precisely the categories on which right-wing populist hegemony is mushrooming all over the world, not only in India, it's a global phenomenon. It can be framed two ways, that it is to say that post-colonial scholars got it right. It is the neglect of these categories which is what allowed for right to mobilize. The other way to read it is the deployment of these very categories that leads, often slants towards majoritarian mobilization. So there are two ways one can formulate. I don't think post-colonial, they are ready to engage and wedge open that space. I think we need to really open up that space to understand what does community language does in a modernist context, because we have to remember there is no going back a pure community language. As Zygmunt Bauman says, pure communities are simply a fantasy. We all like fantasies, but that's simply a fantasy and a nostalgia. And what happens with fantasies is that they actually produce space for distorted experiences. So this repeated invocation of community by the right wing, what does it tell us? That is it that we are into a distorted fantasy which is producing this right wing variants of different kinds of autocracies, or is it that we did not do enough with categories of community and culture, which is what is reflected in the current populist authority? Madam, I'll stop here. Thank you.
I'm not going to say anything, I just while everybody ingests all that he has said, I'm going to request Professor Satish Jha to make his presentation.
Within time.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Professor Mahajan. In fact, the starting Coco actually has deserved his seat among post-colonials. Yeah, I think that he is my Purva Paksh. So, I mean, the way he has, he has covered a lot of things. So, even the positive. And I've just flagged 2-3 issues. That how this decolonization debate started. And I think it came to political theory much later. It started in social science, particularly philosophy and sociology. And in political theory, I think, or political science, it came in 80s. But now we are trying to reconstruct this entire thing slightly retrospectively. And some scholars I have seen have started arguing that it started in 50s. And the context was different. Now, this entire thing has a nationalist lineage. I mean, the cultural nationalists were the first ones who raised this, flag. Gandhian tradition was there. But 1928 piece by K.C. Bhattacharya, Swaraj in Ideas, I think became the reference point for all the scholars, particularly philosophy, sociology, who were dealing with this question of decolonization. 1975, Indian Philosophical Quarterly, I think that journal also had a special issue on K.C. Bhattacharya. But these, I've tried to read some of them, and I find that there is a lot of misconception among these, scholars. Most of them were, of course, arguing against Western, hegemony in number of, spheres, particularly knowledge and epistemology, but there is differences among them. And recently, I have seen that J.P.S. Somalai had a very, powerful critique of K.C. Bhattacharya in his Science and Swaraj piece, saying that K.C. doesn't, question the epistemic dominance of the West, and he basically operates within the same dualist frame with the colonial, colonialism of the Sangais in India. And then J.P.S., as I have heard him speaking also several times, he was just trying to relate it to the entire arrangement, structural, institutional arrangement of social science and the knowledge system in the West. And he often used to mention that, how Genoa University became the first Protestant university which organized the knowledge system where theory and practice was separated, facts and values were separated, and Karl Marx incidentally got his doctorate from that university. So, that type of arrangement of theory and practice cannot, go together, facts and values cannot go together. This type of distinction, was obtained in India after 1857 when the first universities and colleges were established. So that epistemic thing he was raising, and then simultaneously K.C. he was saying that he would be comfortable if Indians are basically given autonomy and freedom to operate in family, in culture, in other spheres, but not in science. And science, basically, his entire quest was that we have to question if, the method and goal of science are universal, but its application has to be culturally, mediated and culturally analyzed. So that was K.C. Bhattacharya in J.P.S. I also, on A.K. Saran, on altogether different trip, in fact, he went to the extent of saying that we need a toolkit for decolonized knowledge and non-elitist, how among masses we can take this entire thing. So that is one important thing we should remember, that of course the signpost was freedom, liberation, emancipation, in the same Swarajist Gandhian tradition, but there were finer differences. Now, in political science, in political theory, In fact, it has also like, this, in social science as a whole, it has moved in phases. In political theory also, it has come in phases, in different waves. In fact, some scholars have called the first wave was the phase when scholars, political scientists wanted to recontextualize the concepts which originated in the West. That was basically the 50s. Because what happened at 50s, got a nationalist flavor with the Nehruvian discourse and all that. What Marek also basically mentions was the decline of political theory, that nationalist philosophy which Nehru gave, secularism, developmentalism, and so on and so forth, led to digression, or one can say from the nationalist discourse. So 50s of course was there, but it has a nationalist flavor, but predominantly political. This non-alignment, the global, delinking with the global capital, and all these things were going on. But at the same time, the political scientists, in particular, not other branches of science, they got fixated with this modernization, discourse and the nation-building project. So therefore, they were not questioning the conceptual, frame of the West, but they were simply trying to recontextualize it. They didn't find anything wrong with the concept, but only they started arguing that whether those concepts need to be recontextualized in our own, situation. So Kothari, in fact, is the best example. Caste in Indian politics, and many other, writings which emerged around that time on constitutionalism, on caste, or political institutions. So they were basically working with the same conceptual matrix, but trying to recontextualize it. Later on, we find a different, wave coming. That was not recontextualizing, but rather reconceptualizing. They didn't find the problem, because in the first phase, the problem was that if there is something wrong with the concept, for example, if there is something wrong with federalism, problem is not with the concept of federalism, but the context in which this has been operationalized. If something wrong with secularism, problem is not with secularism, but the context in which it has been operationalized. Now, the second wave was when they started looking at the concepts. So reconceptualization, began. And here, in fact, number of scholars came on this. In fact, yesterday some of them were referred. In fact, Professor Mahajan is sitting here. She tried to reconceptualize multiculturalism. Professor Kaviraj tried to reconceptualize modernity, alternative modernity. In fact, later Kothari tried to reconceptualize democracy, rethinking democracy. Partha Chakravarti, Brady Bhargav, secularism. So they were trying to reconceptualize it. So not only problem with the context, but also the concepts. That was second wave. The third wave, and within the first, in fact, interestingly, in the first, and I should also mention here, in the first phase, when this modernization trip was going on, a small group, tried to distance themselves from them. And they were not comfortable with this modernization, they were not comfortable with Western modernity. And two names are often cited, V.P. Burma and V.R. Mehta. V.P. Burma used to be a teacher in Patna, in their recall. So they said that this entire modernity is to be interrogated, and therefore they started, as an alternative, they started romanticizing the past. So, go back to Veda's type, discourse we often find in V.P. Burma's writings, and I think that V.R. Mehta also more or less, did the same thing on the page. So, second phase, the reconceptualization started, but another group also emerged in this second, phase of decolonialism. And they not only reconceptualized, but they tried to use the reconceptualized categories to intervene in their debate in the West, because most of them were located there. So you have Amartya Sen on justice, Bill Gramy on secularism, Gordon and others on cosmopolitanism. Because of their locational advantage, they use the reconceptualized categories to intervene in their debate. So that was the second. The third thing starts, the third wave, and perhaps this is what Jogendraji also referred to, which is basically the later. It is not neither recontextualizing nor reconceptualizing. It is basically deconceptualizing. That all concepts need to be
discarded. We had to start from the scratch. And this phase coincides with, the advent of this right-wing, politics and right-wing nationalism and right-wing discourse in academia and outside. So here this third phase is coming as a challenge. Because now they are questioning many things. Because this coincides with the, collapse of the Nehruvian consensus, the kind of, the way the scholars, political scientists work with the self-teachings on secularism, justice, and many other things. So this questioning, the interrogation started in a big way. So this is basically the third. How much time? 7 minutes. Okay. So this is the deconceptualization, and post 91 we find. And here this indigenous knowledge thing has become very prominent. Of course, the discourse on indigenous knowledge or indigenous tradition is not new. We need to start with them. I remember 91, Sarah Joseph wrote a piece in Interpretive. I remember, 89, perhaps Professor Maranjan Mahanti wrote a piece on changing terms of discourse. And we can recall that he had very heated this thing in the Delhi School of Economics, Oberoi and others were basically getting on him. But he just said that, we have to relate with the people's movement and all that, how this can be rooted in people's experience and all that. So indigenous knowledge debate or discourse is not new. But this third, the deconceptualization school has basically started using this indigenous thing in a manner which basically is verging on sectarianism or whatever you call it. Now, for example, I remember in this IIC, there was one discussion. Rajiv Malhotra, which was perhaps one of the head priest of this school, this intercultural disparity he was highlighting. And then I also remember that he mentioned a metaphor of tiger and a deer. He said when tiger eats a deer, the DNA is also erased. So West is like a tiger, and it has eaten up the deer. We have the deer, so our DNA is totally erased. So I asked him, I said that, sir, just tell me one thing, what about our own tigers? Because you are talking about intercultural thing, but some people will get upset that no, there are tigers here. Because intercultural is also important. So this is being raised by the feminists, by Dalit, discourse and all that. So how to, relate the two things, intercultural, intercultural. Because intercultural, normally the signpost is freedom. But intercultural, the signpost is justice. So therefore, this decolonization, this discourse also gets stuck on this. Particularly dealing with this freedom, justice thing. So therefore, that is, a problem which is emerging. Now, of course, this is a challenge for all scholars because they are very fundamental questions. And in fact, Jogeshji, forcefully, put straight that you can't, simply, wish it away or rubbish it as, a nonsensical argument. Because the argument is coming, the building argument. They may not be very sophisticated, but sophistication will also come in the next few years. So therefore, this is the major issue for decolonization discourse today in India. It has moved in waves, it has moved in phases, but it has reached a point. Now, in the meanwhile, this 1980s, as I already touched on this post-colonial, the Sabian moment, the subalterns and all that. So basically, this reverse Orientalism, which they ostracized. Because this the West treated us as an object. Now this post-colonialism turned them as objects. So the object-subject binary continued. So this entire decolonization debate in India was precisely on this issue, breaking this object and the subject binary. Now, so therefore that is one thing. In fact, I was also reading your father's piece. He said not only with tradition, he said that not only with tradition, but in tradition, but rather engaging with tradition. You shouldn't locate yourself in it. How to engage with tradition, that is important. But here, in fact, engagement is not important. Anything which is tradition is basically to be adopted and embraced. So this is one. Now finally, I'll just, because of paucity of time, I'll just wind up by mentioning or flagging 4 or 5 issues which need to be kept in mind, particularly from the point of view of this creative theory also. Now, the thing is that this creative theory, from the very beginning, has been facing this problem, creative critical. I think we have discussed it earlier. Because a lot of people, in fact, Gopal Guru raised this issue. He said that social science can't be creative. Creativity is the domain of art. It has to be done in isolation, individual action. Social science has to be critical, a matter of protocol. So this is one thing. Now, how this entire debate on decolonization will deal with this matter. Another thing that a lot of scholarly churnings are going on. But the thing is that there are 2 issues which need to be addressed, frontally. Question of knowing and question of being. Basically, the epistemological and ontological. Knowing, of course, the West has its own, tradition of knowing. Indian philosophy is very rich, but even philosopher is sitting just next to me. But I'd like to know that how those philosophical categories are being used and operationalized by those who are trying to reconceptualize things. Of course, I find most of the decolonial philosophers and sociologists were working with the non-dualist, epistemology. That was perhaps their most favorite system. But of late, of course, the Mimamsa thing, I'm hearing that is also being used. In fact, Amartya Sen perhaps used the Nyaya for his justice thing. So, I mean, some indication that they are now going back to that. On ontology, the being issue, again, I find that this Purusartha thing is coming up. Manindra's book also raises that issue, that Farrell discusses this. So, Purusartha and Descartes, this is one thing. But there can be many more ways in which this being issue has to be conceptualized in Indian way. So that is second. The third thing, that ethics of theory building and politics of theory building need to be raised also. That who should build theory and for whom, the purpose becomes important. And in fact, Julian yesterday mentioned that because we need political theory, that's what we're debating. Because we need it because the challenges are there which theoretically have to be dealt with. So that is another. Second is identity question and the knowledge question. Because mostly this decolonial debate, gets bogged down to this identity issue. The West versus East, West versus India. But if you want to build a knowledge discourse, then it has to be at that level. The level at which the Western discourse emerged. So that is, and therefore this political theory in India or of India, I mean what we were debating when we were planning this colloquium. Then this, experiential epistemology is very important, coming in a big way, the feminist, the Dalit discourse and all that brought new issues. But the question is that, do all experiences can be given the category of knowledge? Or do they have the element of ideology also? And how to do this filtration? And here, in fact, is people's politics, people-centric knowledge becomes difficult. Everything will be coming from people's knowledge, or do they have also element of biases, prejudices, ideology, and all that? And what will be the level? Because yesterday this issue came up. The theory is after all abstraction, but abstraction needs to have some foundation. But the question is that foundation part is important. Where to basically anchor this foundation? And this another important problem is that thought theory thing emerges. Because if we look at the people's movement, today Marx, Gandhi and Ambedkar, they are present all over in the people's movement, either in combination or in isolation. But those who are using them, they are not treating or they are not reading them or using them as a thinker. They are used as, as a tool to explain, as a explanatory, category. But when it comes to the university system, they become thinkers. They are not, theorists, no explanatory values attached to them. So therefore, this decolonization thing, the group has also to raise it to that level. And then there is the question of adequate theory and aspirational theory related to this. Now, aspirational theory doesn't have to go for any protocol issue. In fact, yesterday, Jogenji raised this issue, the people's aspirations, protocol issue. But in fact, I remember Peter D'Souza's retort to your piece in Indian Express, and he said that those who were talking about during colonial period or the nationalist Spain, they didn't have any, they were unencumbered with this protocol. They didn't have any protocol problem. But they were aspirational theories. But today, he mentioned specifically, I remember, Amar Hussain and Bhagavati Giri, because they passed through a very stringent scrutiny, scientific scrutiny. So therefore, when we're discussing today theory, we need to be alert and conscious about this thing. Of course, you also mentioned that it is surviving because of court cases and many other things and the PhD theses that one can always contest. Now, so that is aspirational in this thing. And then, of course, last thing I would like to mention that this linguistic issue, language thing, which Ajay pointed out. The Hindi versus English, or I think that most of the decolonialists would not simply argue for monolingualism of the Hindi thing. They talk about Indian languages. For example, I'm from a region, I speak Maithili. I am more comfortable in Maithili than Hindi. I often call Hindi jihadis. because when the census happened, we are clubbed with this thing. So that way. But this linguistic thing is important because ultimately the knowledge, how to create knowledge. The language in which you can, comfortably express yourself, you can imagine, you can think, or a language which is basically you have learned. And finally, we have to be slightly, in Indian context, the knowledge and religion thing becomes problem. Because most of the traditional societies, knowledge is wrapped in a religious way, or religious, discourse. And sometimes it becomes very difficult. For example, if you look at the traditional, experts, philosophy and other things in India, they were either the great scholars of Sanskrit, they were, the great votaries of the Hinduism, but nonetheless, their philosophy is considered important today, in today's context. So therefore, this religion knowledge separation, how this, decolonial discourse will do, will also, make a lot of difference, that huge direction. And this is here, this the third group which I demerged, deconceptualization group, this, Hindutva brigade. They in fact simply believe that knowledge is essentially a religion, wrapped, and therefore whatever is coming from religion has to be scientific. So I will stop here.
Both the speakers for such rich presentations in such a short period of time, it's really remarkable. But there's a lot to think about. But for both, but it has been a bit dialogical because it is directed between this tie. Now we'll make it multi, and I'm going to invite Professor Wankhede first to make his comments.
Thank you, Chair. Now, of course, it's a kind of a learning experience for me, thinking about post-colonialism or this whole idea about post-coloniality as such. Right. And this particular idea which Satish sir just suggested, that the purpose of political theory, and most of the time, even outside the hall, it was suggested that are we discussing political theory or Indian knowledge system? The kind of Indian knowledge system being a very broad category, and within that, the idea of political theory. And therefore the purpose of political theory, and in most of our undergraduate classrooms we discuss is that political theory is mainly about power or institutions of state and how they should operate ethically. This is the kind of a founding call which is often offered to us, or the authority or the legitimacy of power holder delivering justice to the claimants of different cause. This idea, this basic fundamental call that which is often suggested to deal with political theory. And therefore it appears that though post-colonial thought or idea appears to deal with this particular claim, but somewhere there is also, it appears that they are somewhere disinterested about the political concepts or the causes around which a political theory operates. The larger claim that again come up in the earlier two discussion, that somewhere the post-colonial political theory per se is distinct. Why? Because it is about what we call the indigenous knowledge system, and how it is based on pre-modern traditions and resources, which can promote a better guideline to examine certain political ideas, like for that matter justice, that there are certain pre-modern resources available. It is also appears that it is based on what they call some kind of a competitiveness towards the political ideas and institutions, like for that matter judiciary today, which mostly emerged out of independence and suggested that they are basically borrowed institutions from the West, and therefore a critique of those ideas and institutions both, and the kind of rhetoric that we have inconsistently. Third, it appears that somewhere it serves some kind of a nationalistic ego, which Ajay and Satish also mentioned. That somewhere this kind of a larger intimacy towards nativist logic or local knowledge system, which is basically create an idea of great India, and as if that we already have everything that West later on discovered, and therefore India is a Vishwa Guru. We had Pushpak Vimans, we had what they call plastic surgeries and whatnot. So everything was there in the past, and therefore the West has to learn from us and not the reverse. And therefore this conceptualization that has taken place consistently, somewhere separate from the political problem, and therefore just the way sir suggested that the political theory needs to be embedded into the larger political context, the Hindutva's context in today's time, and what kind of a relationship, again as I mentioned, that the kind of relationship that it is making with the right wing, the post-colonial thought, or the kind of a critique of the modernity that was there from last 5 decades, how it is somewhere making a very deep, intimate relationship with the right wing, and how that can be a problem which we probably hardly think about. So I thought that what I will be doing is to suggest something which is probably part of the larger discourse today, that the idea of constitutionalism for that matter, and Satish has already mentioned that particular part. That do we think that somewhere constitution can become a resource to deal with political theory in India and post-colonial political theory? That somewhere that particular document is already has engaged with what they call multiple paths. Like for example, Paul Ross is a very popular article on continuity that is continuity. That somewhere there is a kind of a continuity from the past, and multiple ideas and other ethical values are basically borrowed from the past. And India is somewhere engaged with that very, very so this particular continuity of the past, and also that kind of discontinuity from the colonial regime. We had 200 years of rule in India, and how that particular somewhere the constitution is also rupturing that continuity of the colonial past, and therefore the Indian constitution is somewhere appears modern, but somewhere embedded into the past. This idea, and therefore somewhere it creates some kind of a logic that the context in which it was basically providing a particular knowledge system at that part of time creates a large resource on which these issues can be debated, like for that matter, justice or hard questions like federalism. And again, Sir discussed that particular part, that where how to conceptualize India not typically federal, but also what they call state union of states. This idea that somewhere it is not only about giving some kind of a sense of map for governance, but also understanding that there are different ethnicities, languages, cultural orientation that needs to be articulated and provide some kind of endorsement. And therefore, federalism became not just a kind of a colonial borrowed concept from the West, but somewhere embedded and groomed within the colonial struggle, that India requires some kind of federal value which will endorse and examine how multiple identities can be redesigned in India's colony. And therefore, it is not that these concepts are borrowed, but somewhere crafted and reproduced in a very, very meticulous way during the Constitutional Assembly debate. And therefore, whether India should be a unitary system or not, or whether India should have some kind of a federal structure or a kind of union of states, this debate is extremely powerful. Constitutional Assembly debate was consistently basically bringing this particular part that India cannot be a unitary system. So this particular concept, or for that matter, the value of social justice and how the old past of caste can be now articulated by the state. That how the caste question, the question of marginality, the question of deprivation, the question of atrocities for that matter, and the call that those who are marginalized or what the mass that has been faced historically wrongs, how these groups will be participated into the mainstream discourse today. So this concept was, of course, kind of deep engagement with the past, and through that particular engagement, a new idea of the constitution emerged. And therefore, within the constitution, we already have this very, very deep engagement with India's condition. There is a condition, there was crisis, there were challenges, and several constitutions were reflecting on those conditions. And therefore, when we suggest that somewhere a modernity on all these concepts are somewhere modern and Western, and therefore they are basically traveled through ship to India, and India somewhere get infatuated by those and created an alien land in India. This suggestion by the post-colonials is somewhere very, very problematic. And the most endorsements in today's time are coming from the right wing. That the right-wingers are the proponents of the kind of state or the logic of the India as a great world. That is basically coming from the right, and through that the argument against the constitutional validity, that whether though they suggested that of course they will be protecting on the constitution, but the values of the constitution, secularism, social justice, socialism, individual rights, freedoms, these are the values which were basically debated wholeheartedly to understand the Indian condition at that part of time, which was of course kind of had a kind of very deep record of the past, which was basically imagining that past was terrible in India. It was full of crisis, full of challenges, and somewhere the new stage will be very distinct from that particular past. So Indian constitution provided that kind of a theoretical logic. That philosophical logic around which India should be imagined. And probably the post-colonial theories are consistently neglecting that part. And within the discourse, why constitution will not be debated? Why? Because all these concepts are part of that, federalism for that matter. And therefore, probably this particular issue that in today's time when we are thinking about the purpose of the political theory, when we think that the Hindutva regime is extremely coercive and hardly understand the values and concerns which are embedded in India for the last not only 75 years, but even during the colonial struggle. These ideas and values are not modern. They are embedded into large struggle against colonial empire. And therefore, to protect that and to make sense of that, there is a purpose of political theory. And if we are not doing that, probably we are missing a large point. Thank you very much for asking me to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Suhasini to please make her comments.
I'm not going to try to summarize both the speeches, but I think it's a good example of how a dialogue goes on. And we had Uttar Paksh and Puru Paksh with Professor Guruvati cogently explaining the problems with post-colonial theory and why it has remained a nudge and not been able to develop. Beyond that, while Professor Jha explained the possibilities of the decolonization debate and what it can potentially contribute to political theory, while showing that it's not a new phenomenon, but there has been a long history of decolonization in India, while it came to political theory later, but there does exist a past. I'm going to do a very colonized thing. I'm going to borrow from Greek philosophy and return to first principles, like a very old-fashioned analytic philosopher, I think. I think the question we need to understand is, what exactly are we seeking to decolonize? The premise of this entire argument is that political theory is colonized in some way. Except for the exclusion of non-Western thinkers, what exactly is the component of political theory that makes it colonized? To answer this question, it is necessary to engage with the first question, and I hope, I can see Professor Vivek. Professor Vivek asked a very pertinent question in the first session today, which is that what is political theory and whether every evaluative form of political thought is political theory. I would provocatively contend that no, every form of evaluative thought is not political theory, and even more provocatively argue that it is fine, honestly, everything does not have to be political theory. I go back to the comment that Professor Yadav Yogendraji made yesterday, where he very wittingly noted that it's always assumed that the smartest and the brightest in class do political theory, while the intellectual Shudras do empirical studies and electoral studies. And I think this is one of the first signs of colonized knowledge and where the idea of colonization in political theory exists, because as Dilip Menon had correctly said, that there's a dichotomy between northern theory and southern fact. So the assumption is that theory is the exclusive preserve of the West and that has been their domain of study. As a result, when you go to a foreign university, American politics is studied in the Department of Politics, but Indian politics is studied in area studies or development studies. So my contention is that political theory is different. There is something exclusive about political theory, and I'll speak more about that later. But it is not superior. And that is one aspect of where the slight logic of colonization, if you think of colonization as hierarchy, comes in, where political theory is somehow considered superior to electoral studies, which I don't think is the case. Coming more importantly to why political theory is colonized. I think political theory has two lives, and allow me some time to explain why. One life would be a definition of political theory, and trust me, you can ask any two people who study or practice political theory and you will not find them agreeing on a definition. It's impossible. They will disagree. But you can come to a working definition of political theory, which I would say is applying philosophical principles to the study of empirical realities, and use this very thin definition to apply it retrospectively to, say, include Gandhi, Ambedkar, even Shankaracharya, whoever you want to bring in and say that they were political theorists. That's one life of political theory which is based on a thin definition, and everyone in this room is invited to come up with their own definitions. The second, and this is where colonization comes in, is the institutional life of political theory. I would like to trace a short genealogy of political theory and how it developed as a discipline, which I think is very important to understand. If we look at Lee Jenko's work, she locates the beginning of political theory in the late 19th century. With the positivist revolution, there was a tendency to move towards more testable forms of analysis, and there was a move away from normative moral reasoning. At this point, political theory essentially emerged as a bridge between normative and empirical ways of studying, which is why I said that one of the ways of looking at political theory is applying philosophical principles to the study of empirical reality. This continued on, and so you have one of the earliest histories of political theory written by Sabine, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with, who essentially drew a linear continuum from ancient Greek philosophy to the modern desire for justice and liberty in the context of fascism and Nazism. He was not alone, he was assisted by people like Leo Strauss and many of the earlier political theorists such as Sheldon Woolley, and that is where you get the infamous conception of political theory as from Plato to NATO. So you have Plato who's concerned with liberty and justice, and you have NATO who is providing liberty and justice to the newly free world after the Second World War. The reason why I draw attention to this genealogy, and I took time, and I apologize for taking time for drawing attention to the genealogy, is because this comes to my second provocative question. Why bother with political theory at all? Because if you look at his genealogy, it is inextricably linked to the post-World War II Reconstruction era, and especially after the Rawlsian revolution of 1970s, when you see the return of normative political theory, it is clearly tied to the idea of the welfare state as it's developing. And the discipline essentially developed in centers such as Oxford, Harvard, Columbia, and the global south, quote unquote, or the non-west comes into the picture much later with post-colonial theory, etc., etc. The reason why I say why bother with political theory is that people like Sanjay Subramaniam will argue that what's the exclusive benefit that political theory is providing? Get rid of that category, do history, do sociology, become a literature expert, anyone. You can pick up on any discipline. What is it so specific about political theory that we need to even retain it? Now, obviously, I study political theory. I'm a student of political theory, so I will disagree with such a proposition, and I will say that we should retain political theory. And I think that the discipline, I'll wrap up. I think the discipline can be reimagined, and it retains something distinctive to offer, specifically the fact that it is able to bridge this gap between abstraction and particular. And I think that is something that is necessarily not mutually exclusive. You can abstract from realities, and that is very important because it allows for exchange of ideas. And this is not something new. Exchange of ideas have always existed historically, and political theory, by being a bridge between empirical and normative, allows you to not only study it but also to initiate it. The biggest challenge, and this is something Professor Vil Verma raised in her discussion, which is that the problem and the greatest methodological challenge, and I'll end with this, I promise, the greatest methodological challenge facing political theory, whether that's comparative, global, critical, you can pick up analytic, normative, whichever strand it is how do we establish equivalence? We are so different. We all have different premises. We come from different background understandings. We come from different cultural embeddedness. Yet there is something inherent about us that unites us. You can call it a very thin line of humanism, but whatever it is, the minute you try to articulate it, it becomes an imposition. Because the minute I say you and I are similar because we both like chocolates, you might say I don't like chocolates. So how do you draw that line of equivalence? And I think that is the greatest that challenge facing political theory today, if it truly wants to be global and inclusive. And Indian political theory, whatever that may be and however it may develop, can contribute significantly to the discipline by developing methodological forms that will allow us to establish this equivalence in a way that it's not an imposition and it does not impose an external structure and make an assumption that negates dialogue but instead produces conditions conducive for dialogue. So I would just say that the focus should be on looking at the form of political theory rather than the content of political theory. There is a tendency to focus on decolonization of content, which is to say we keep expanding the canon, let's add more people, but the form remains unchanged. You're using theory as you have inherited it, but it's a dialogical process. The more you study other forms of ideas, the more you study non-Western ideas, the more you will start rethinking the way you study. So the more you change the content you study, you'll change the form of political theory. And I think by changing and modifying the political...
My apologies.
Yeah, sorry.
I think it's the last sentence.
Yeah, and I think that is... Yeah, and I think that is how Indian political theory can contribute. Thank you.
Lots of material for thought and for discussion. It is now open. Okay. Now, some prejudices needed joking first.
use the word prejudice before calling me?
No, that is self-description.
No, actually, I must say, prejudice is a wonderful category because it reminds us that we start any discussion with prejudgments, that nothing starts in vacuum, and that therefore all of us speak in traditions. I'll come back to that. Tradition is not something which is exclusive to someone sitting and wearing different clothes. Everyone, it's a primary condition of human thinking that we think in and through traditions, which is exactly what we have been doing for the last 1.5 days, except that it's not a tradition which has much to do with what happens outside IIC. But it's a tradition. I'll come back to this. Let me use Ajay as a Puru Paksha, because I'm in deep sympathy with the basic point that you make, which is your unease with the decolonization, post-colonial thinking. And as an outsider, I'm not a political theorist, opted out of it. I'm a consumer, once in a while. And as a consumer, I was astonished that some 40 years ago, someone came from outside and told me, you must modernize. We obediently modernized. After some days, someone from the same place came and said, you must create revolution. We obediently tried to be revolutionaries. Then the same person from the same place, not the same person, next generation comes and says, you must decolonize. And we are obediently decolonizing. So something is odd with this business, and I'm completely with you on that. And I also agree with your understanding that it's at best a theoretical nudge. It's not a theory. It doesn't tell me what should be done. But Ajay, if someone could just turn around and ask you the same question, what you offer is a critique of a critique of a critique. What do you stand for? Let me ask you some blunt questions. I'm just starting. I'm just starting. You and I agree.
I think you should have this thing.
You and I agree that there was something called colonialism, that we were politically colonized. Given your proclivities, I would also imagine that you agree that we were economically colonized. Were we culturally colonized or not? Our political sovereignty was destroyed. Our industries were destroyed. Was our mind also destroyed? We have to think, we have to respond to this question. Saying that right wing says so is a very poor answer, because we forget that while Modi ji invokes Hindutva and Hindu Rashtra every day, he also invokes poverty. Every day, every scheme of his is targeted at the poor, at the disadvantaged. Can we use that as an argument to say that the left has created the background for Mr. Modi to emerge because he talks of poverty and disadvantage? That would be absurd, wouldn't it be? Which brings me to the question of tradition. Tradition, as I initially hinted, can have two different meanings. All of us somehow have started believing in that old modernization nonsense, that there is modernity with capital M and tradition with a capital T. We've forgotten the elementary meaning of the word tradition. And in that sense, Ajay, you are as much traditional. Your tradition may happen to be Marxism, but we all are very traditional people. We do not step out of tradition. So the choice is not going back. I'm astonished at this metaphor of back, going back. I mean, I've heard that over the last 2 days several times. Going back where? To whom? Traveling from JNU to Murika is surely not going back. It's probably going in. And there, once we acknowledge that all thinking takes place within traditions, then the question is not whether we should be traditional or not. The question is whether we should follow the tradition of Foucault, Rawls, and Nozick, and what you have, or we follow the tradition of A.K. Saran or others. So that's not a choice. Just one final thing about languages. I'm truly astonished to hear what you said. Telugu is casteist.
I mean, every single language in this world is embedded in power relations. You know, so if I were to put what you said together, it seemed to suggest that every language other than English is embedded in power relations. You know, surely, and then to invoke Dalits and some Dalit intellectuals to defend this, to my mind, violates all elementary reasoning. And what amazes me is that we as intellectuals of India have regressed. We are going back in a debate which took place far more productively, in a much more rich manner in the 1960s. And the debate was never between English and Hindi. May I suggest that it is the English-speaking elite, super elite of India. It's not just the elite. It is the super elite of India, which always, in order to defend its cultural English hegemony, brings in the question of Hindi. A question which no one raised in the 60s. It was always between, please forget Hindi walas, just read Anantamurthy. It's English versus Bhashas. That is the real question. And incidentally, it is not a choice. If you want to do political theory, then just like if I wish to do a political theory of Britain, understanding English language is not a choice. That's the only starting point I have. So therefore, Telugu is not a question of choice. It is the only way to start doing political theory. Just one last thing, Gurpreet.
I have to ask the organizers to have another seminar.
Just one last thing. Just to endorse the question that the interlocutor asked towards the end. And I would invite everyone in this seminar, especially younger scholars, please, सेमिनार खत्म हो जाएगा, बाद में जाके अपने आप से पूछना है पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में हम करते क्या है? What do we get? I'm not saying we don't get anything. I think we get something. But do we get anything more than some English phrases that frighten others? Do we get more than some names that we can bombard people with? जिससे पहले हम 6 महीना डरते थे, उससे हम दुनिया को डराते हैं. What more are we getting? And let me repeat, I think we get something more. In fact, Ajay, in his critique, referred to something very beautiful. Partha Chatterjee's analysis, which you debunked, actually is one of the finest analysis of good political theory. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look this side. There are lots of questions, but I'm going to look this side first, just to keep the balance, right and left, and then left.
Sorry, I just quickly want to actually call Yogen Bhai out because you've been doing this since last evening. I think you want to have your cake and you want to eat it also, you know. So I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Yes, all political theory draws on epistemological traditions. Those traditions can have different historical, political, social, and cultural contexts. And we can locate ourselves in this or that or both. And many of us are working in translation, we are multilingual, we are also multitasking in terms of having to know, political theory as it comes out of the continent and trying to deal with our own traditions, our own epistemic traditions. I think the thing you keep saying is that, we're disconnected from reality, we go out there, it's not outside the IIC, etc. I mean, I think it gets you a lot of rhetorical cachet, but it's false actually, I think, I'm sorry to say, to put it strongly, because the distinction you want to make, and that is a real distinction, is between political theory and politics. And as a rare individual who has moved between these two realms, you may well see a discrepancy between what people are thinking, doing, and believe themselves to be thinking and doing out in the political world, in the political hurly-burly, in which you also participate, and what theorists, academics, intellectuals, analysts, interpreters, people like ourselves, teachers, writers, we are doing when we try to analyze and conceptualize political categories which have a certain relationship to the historical and the real, right? So it's not fair for you to say, I think, that we are disconnected from that. We are connected with that world in the way that our discipline of political theory allows us to be. We take it as an object, right? But as a practitioner, as an activist, as a politician, you have a different relationship now. You didn't for like most of your life, but now you have a different relationship. Yeah. So I just want to say that you shouldn't like take easy. This is a cheap shot, basically, and that shouldn't be done.
Good evening, everyone. So actually earlier I asked similar question, but expecting a more precise and specific answer. So actually, in this conference, we are discussing about the post-colonial and decolonization of modern Indian political theory, and discussing that decolonization thing in English itself. And the right wing here also talking about claiming of their regional languages, and through that claiming their culture. And three-language policy of NLP 2020 is being implemented by this current regime to put this very idea into practice. On contrary, Ajay sir, you argued that English is language of liberation, especially for Dalits and marginalized populace. And here I am quoting from the Indian Express article of Yogen sir. Yes, ma'am, I am coming to. Yogen sir's assertion of post-90s modern Indian political philosophy being relegated to world of academia and disconnected from any language other than English. So take into account all these arguments, how we should deal with English as a language in broader context of decolonization of modern Indian political thought.
I feel like I've gotten across for a very interesting debate. I have a very simple clarificatory question for Professor Buddha on the question of returning to tradition. It seems to me there's two options you can take for what you mean when you say that returning to tradition is no longer viable. Option one is to say, look, we've done a lot of work here. The challenges we face are new. There are other cases we can look at, like the Constitution. So let's look away from tradition. Option two is to say that something has gone critically wrong with what we're taking into the tradition, the problems that we're refracting through it, that we're not properly expressing our contemporary needs and sympathies. Which of these two options are you taking? It feels like everyone has assumed you're taking the first. If that is true, why have you rejected the second?
My question is also for Professor Gudavardi. Thank you so much for such a provocative, sharp presentation.
You will get 1 minute once.
So the question is, you said that the idea of taking vernacular seriously in political theory is a normative sort of step, and so I want to ask you, especially if you take an interpretive view of political theory, we are dealing with a phenomena for which practitioners already have a pre-understanding in a conceptual language, right? It's not like natural phenomena, which is dumb. How can you understand a phenomena of which practitioners already have a conceptual understanding without at least starting with those concepts? You can say that those concepts are unclear, they are vague, but what could possibly be the justification for ignoring those concepts? Thanks.
The title of the session, was Indian political theory and the issue of decolonization. So when we are talking of decolonization, how can we start with, say, buying books on a history of political theory? Because the book starts with the writings which were done by the church. And then that is where we get trapped in the question of political theory, that if the starting was from the writings of the church, say St. Augustine and others, then how can we do political theory today? So we can't say that everything that is being done in the history that has been written, that is fine, that is an interpretation, that should be taken. But when the question is of decolonization, that is where the question of Indian political theory emerges. We cannot then say that since Sabine has written this, so this is how it should be done. So that is my question to everyone like who can answer. Thank you.
This thing of language has been coming up also from Ananya's earlier presentation. I just wanted to suggest that perhaps we are considering language only as a medium and not as a point of view or a message. So each language has both these aspects of medium and message. And what happens if we consider the message? Sometimes the message is beyond the particularities of language. So that is why translation is a possibility. I just wanted to suggest that to the audience, that so sometimes language need not be a barrier. The concept can be a barrier. The point of view can be a barrier. The point of view can be something that you and I disagree upon. That is more fundamental than a disagreement on language.
But when you have English learners can be a barrier.
This is to Satish ji regarding deconceptualization. But if we look at, we read carefully the right writings, we don't see much deconceptualization because there's a reassertion of Weberian territoriality and the violence of Weber. So where is this deconceptualization?
Thank you for all those questions. You're not getting more time. Okay, 3 minutes.
What do you want?
3 minutes, your final word, whatever. I'm so glad there is tea after this. The discussion will continue. It is not ending here.
Okay, 3 minutes. I only thank the organizers. Thank you very much. 30 seconds. Okay. So let me begin by Yogenji's very animated response. That I think you have heard me wrong, Yogenji, on many fronts. One, I think I have very categorically said that I avoid Mirananda's kind of a very easy kind of collapse of post-colonial and Hindutva right, and I was not taking Hindutva right as a excuse to critique. So that's not. My point was in terms of the new context that has emerged, where questions of cultural colonialism that we raised 50 years back, I think need to be revisited in a new light of specifics. I think there has been a tradition of formulations, like I said, question of tradition, question of community, the question of vernacular. I think I'm arguing that there are new set of issues that have emerged forthright after that. And therefore, in that context, I made this point that when it comes to the question of regional language, there are new voices that have got articulated in terms of power relations within regional language. What do we do with that question? So it's not just about dismissing or pitching English versus Hindi or Telugu versus, but when you have new social constituencies raising new forms of articulations, how do we take them on board? And my point was that perhaps old modes of framing that post-colonial theory offers may be inadequate in taking on these new questions. Therefore, that also takes me to Vivek's question that, that local concepts. So I'm not dismissive of local concepts, but this understanding that local concepts are some kind of foundationalism. I think we have had this discussion also when you came for my book discussion, but I refuse to treat these concepts as some foundational, where, they're wellspring of, I think they themselves need to be interrogated. So my question would be, what would be the vantage point to also interrogate that local, that regional, that which is local cultural idiom? I think that itself needs interrogation. I don't think there's an easy way of equating the local with lived experience. I mean, this is a big categorical fallacy. I mean, it's a categorical mistake simply to say that the moment you have local, you are closer to the lived experience, because experience itself is a social construct. through existing categories and concepts. There is nothing like experience which is a data. Experience itself is a historical context, and I think it came up in Gurpreet's presentation that culture is always open to interpretation. Therefore, we experience the same sense of reality in very many different times within a different time and space. Therefore, this method that postcolonial adopt, the moment you shift to the regional and local, you are closer to some kind of an authentic reality from where you will start questioning the colonialized mind. I think it's highly politically problematic for me. I think this local itself needs to be interrogated, and for that there is no easy space. You have to construct, and that is where politics comes in. That you have to construct those newer spaces where you have to do both external colonization and internal interrogation. So I'm saying that does post-colonial and decolonial adapt to that new question? So I'm raising a series of new questions that we have to move beyond the old way things have been imagined and formulated. And in terms of this question of return of tradition, I think it's an important question that we need. It will require a lot of time. But the larger point I was trying to make is that when we discuss whether the question of tradition or modernity, there's always a context in which we discuss. There is nothing like taking recourse to tradition or not taking recourse to tradition, wanting modernity or not wanting modernity. I think those are not useful questions to frame. And the question has to be framed in a context. So I'm asking that in the context of late capitalism, shift from manufacture to financial capitalism, shift from exploitation to expropriation, I see a new nexus that has emerged between local traditions being sucked into global value chains, and therefore modernity and tradition have a different kind of an access to it. Therefore, there's no point going back and reframing the question and again, is tradition versus modernity. Tradition will give you an alternative to. That's where I asked, what is the equation between capitalism and modernity? Do we see modernity as a source of a critique of capitalism, or do we think that critique of capitalism has to come exclusively from outside modernity? A lot of post-colonial literature takes recourse to this argument. No, it should be outside interests. It should be not about economy as a specialized sphere. That's the critique of Marxism, right? So should that necessarily be, or does modernity provide us also a language of a critique of capitalism? And where do we account for that? Because modernity, I think, is a double-faced, a Janus-faced phenomenon. It produces violence, but it also gives us categories to name it as violence. And one should not lose no goods for the trees. That's the point. Madam is staring at me. Her language will now become very violent, so I'll stop there.
Yeah, just a brief comment. I agree that, there's a difference between claim and reality. This is what they claim, that we are deconceptualizing. All concepts which were being used in social science in general and political theory in particular need to be discarded, and we have to go for new concepts. That is the claim they are making. But the fact of the matter is that that requires 2-3 things: a new conceptual universe that needs a new epistemic frame. And if you look at their writings, their discourses, most of them are more modern and more Western than many other, theorists and social scientists in India. And this is not true only with this page. If I just, you can start with Savarkar and you can go back to any number of their ideologues. So they were operating with the same epistemic frame. So I think that is true with their history. That is, apart from Arun Sauri and that Goyal, they have not been able to find out a good historian to give alternative set of historical facts till now. And also for theoretical resources, they are banking on, most of the categories. Just by renaming them, it doesn't become, Indian or it doesn't become indigenous. So that is one thing. And I would like to see that how they are using the new Indian philosophical category to engage with some of the political issues. That will be the real test. So we have to wait and see that whatever research they are producing.
So it's been my great privilege to have listened to these very thought-provoking and thoughtful presentations. Also to the exchanges.
Or you want this one?
कोई बात नहीं. Should I say, my privilege of having been here to have listened to this and to the discussions and debate because seminars are meant to be suggestive. So we've got, I think, a lot of food for thought, and we'll go back thinking. I will go back thinking about it. So far, I've said it's been a privilege, but it's also been an opportunity because I can insert my voice now. So I'm going to misuse the next 5 minutes because I'll share with you what I'm taking back and what I'm also, how I'm responding to some of the questions that have come up. Swasni raised this very interesting question and she made this statement that if you ask anybody what is political theory, there'll be no consensus. People have different views, which is entirely true. And when we can't get an idea of what X is, we look at history to see how it has got defined, and that gives you some meaning. So to the Western idea that you gave, I'm going to insert a little bit from a part of our history when the paper of political theory was introduced in Delhi University, and it was the first of its kind. And I think that was the beginning of doing what I would call Indian political theory as it got defined yesterday, thinking about the Indian experience. We were not going to do thinkers. This was going to be cast only in the framework. There were two frameworks, liberal and Marxist, so you could define either in any kind of way, socialist, Marxist. It was only to discuss questions of rights, justice, equality, liberty. And I thought that's the starting point of saying, look, we are not going to be thinking only about, because our problem is not that we do West or whatever, we just didn't know and have not known how to do any kind of teaching of political thought and theory. Because when I studied, and maybe when I taught also, I did the same thing, which was all wrong. I learned it like, wisdom comes very late in life, what to do. Yes, we did. It drops off. अच्छा है किसी को तो आएगा. So we used to develop Plato, theory of education, theory of philosophy, theory of ideas. It just loses the point. But I won't get into how we should do political theory. We've already got another idea of Indian political theory, and it's come from Harish, so I'm starting with the discussants first. And Harish said that maybe the beginning was made at the time of discussing and drafting and making of the constitution, where they were engaging with multiplicity of ideas of past and present and tradition. And I'm so glad Yogendra indirectly brought in Gadamer, since you mentioned prejudgment instead of prejudice. Prejudice is prejudgment. And he has this idea that any kind of reading is this fusion between tradition and what you are bringing to bear in it. And that tradition is really the past. And the past we are carrying with ourselves are many. And this came up in the morning also with Savita and so many other people, that we have to think of that tradition as being carrying within it so many voices. So the past we are carrying and engaging also comes mediated. It is not pure. It is mediated in multiple kinds of ways and so on. And I can't resist this before I come to the final 2 points. Yogendra, you make this very interesting analogy. You referred to this yesterday, JNU to Munirka. And a thought comes to mind I'm going to share with you. Because the nexus is not travel from one to the other. The nexus is very deep. That's what I want to say. I think it depicts the way I look at Indian political theory. Because many students in JNU, also faculty, stayed and preferred to stay in Munirka as a viable option and move back and forth. So a lot of movement, free movement back and forth. And the other moment that comes to mind is when the riots in 1984 took place, the faculty and students of JNU took out a candlelight march, peaceful march, silent march, and they walked to Munirka and back to ensure that there are no incidents. And that march was sufficient. So I think this interpenetration, that's not too far. They were there, they knew how that is thinking, and their presence also, the theoretical, call it if you think of JNU as its intellectual space or whatever, it's also a lived space. That intervention into that, and there was a kind of, this sometimes breaks down and we have to ask why. It did break down, we have seen it. So, but I couldn't resist those memories of the JNU Munirka, so thank you for reminding me. But what I'm taking away from the presentations, I think there's a lot, but only 1 or 2 things I want to flag here. it occurred to me that maybe what is happening, because we are thinking about what did we get there, we begin with a certain idea. And I think that's how political theory or thought really functions. We begin with certain ideas and they take on a positive form and become hegemonic. Identifying and specifying something which then becomes also has a normative power. Decolonization came in what would have been called, since this is also in association with the Herbert Marcuse Foundation, so thinking of the Frankfurt School, the negative moment, which destabilizes that hegemonic presence. And I think that's what the decolonial thought did, decolonial theory did. It came in as that moment, that negative moment, which destabilizes and opens a space for interrogation. The problem arises when the negative becomes, as it were, becomes stabilized, hegemonic, and begins to take one kind of form. And I think we may be seeing that in what you are suggesting, that this is the sort of thing that happens, and then there are new sets of problems that come up. And that's the movement of ideas. In the old days, they called it dialectic. We'll forget about that word. But this is how the movement that we are ourselves dissatisfied. That's where experience comes in. Experience comes in and it sort of destabilizes it. You raise all these questions which have come up through the experiences of various people, and they begin to question that if it takes a stabilized form and gets appropriated in certain kinds of ways, because that's the form, it is becoming stable, then we need to think of a movement to destabilize it and see, and then you begin to look for new resources. If you've been looking for it, will modernity provide us, or has resources which you might take? Some other resources also within tradition that might be used, but we'll have to create that new framework which will be momentary. So I will not call it sense synthesis or anything like that, because that distorts the whole process. This is the movement of ideas, and this is the movement of not just freedom but of emancipation, because you will begin to create something when slowly and gradually contradictions will emerge. You'll find that it has perhaps not lived up to the idea or the promise it came with, and you look for change. That's what I've learned from political theory, wherever it came from. And I think it has been a useful thing for me, because I see this now in evidence in the debate that's going on in Indian political theory. So thank you so much for bringing that to mind. Several other things, but thank you to the speakers, discussers, to everybody here. My apologies if I cut short, but I said I have limitations. I sort of express that. So please bear with me. I seek your forgiveness for interventions and rude behavior. Thank you, ma'am.